All right, what's going on, chat? Oh my God. Another day, another long stream inbound, most likely. So surely we can, surely we can, get some more things done today. I turn the laptop on. Um, what up, chat? Shifty, Nico, Infinite. Everyone said hello there, neutral, hello. I was, I was taking my time. I turned the stream on, let people fill in. Oh, that's how it's been lately. First 20-30 minutes max, usually just kind of jamming out some music, hanging out. Something a little spicy for food earlier, so trying to get over that right now. Trying to div 2 on over here. I have like 4 PCs and a laptop, but 2 of them I don't use. Just older ones. It's muted.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Did we already play Sketcher?
Had to go.
Yeah, I think I did.
Safer for us if she's not here.
Nothing in the inventory. Pretty sure we did this one already, right? Yeah, it's already 8. Didn't it? That one's already 8. So we're at 524 out of 567 blueprints. If I grind enough today, I should hopefully get everything else that's missing, right? That is going to be the goal for the day. More Shepherd Project stuff, more exotic components, and then I should probably go to my main and start spending these. Yeah, so the beard is gone. The front fell off. Yeah, the front fell off. The front fell off. All right, let's go here. Let that sit. Looking good, thank you. Why do I always do this every time I log in?
Priority objective available, Agent.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
So what would it take? A claws out. What is our damage set here? 165, 170, 220. Oh, Street King. The final 2 hunters, we solved them. You solve number 7, then you get number 8, and then you're done. Basically, the thing with number 7 was that the compasses and the path they show you are also a code you put into the main room. That was the detail that took us a while to figure out. Expertise. We have Coyote 30. And I guess I'll bump you up to 30. Why not? Let's burn some resources. Oh, we can't do that. The turmoil. I'm pretty sure all the guns are already 30. What does that matter? I think going plus 30 on all the striker pieces is good. Pretty much did that. Remember headshot and Hunter Fury stuff at like 28. Let's put the cloak knee pads out of here. Why do I have this? Oh, the weapon swapping. Weapon swapping thing instead of using Fox's Prayer. We'll leave those alone. What else we have? Ongoing directive. That just cannot be me, man. It can't be. So the inventory. And then we have a support builds. Like it's a CC build, but like. This one does have like what 70 Hasbro with the 30 disrupt. And instead when we apply a status effect, it's also applied to all enemies within 10 meters of your target. We do the full spread. So that means the all yellow one, we'll take that out here. What's up, got it? What a Viking. The shepherd thing is not a bug. It's to explain it really quick, the shepherd project is doable per character. And so because it's so damn rewarding to do up until like shepherd rank 8, the idea is you do the shepherd rank on a fresh character to 8, then get rid of that character, make another one, rinse, repeat. So that's what I did basically for like 12 plus hours straight yesterday. I forget. I think we streamed for like 15 hours yesterday. I just did that the whole time. Someone got your card info, had to disable your card. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. Well, at least you caught it. I'll send you out a new one, right? Yeah, I mean, like it's a credit card, like they, you know, they got ways to deal with the fraudulent charges. That's how it should be. Give me an ad watching this stream. Hey man, all good, dude. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, let me sort this out here. I think I will spend resources on this. Let's see. The Vile Mask? I don't know. And then we're playing some survivalists, so like, yeah, we should probably take our perfect creeping death, give it skill tier, optimize this guy. So now we have like no backpack material because I optimized too much shit recently. Excuse me. I got so much shit here. I got your debit card info. Was it like through a skimmer or something? Do you have any idea like what happened? Because like when I buy stuff or pay for my own stuff, it's like I'm always using my credit card. So I don't think I've ever used my debit card for anything outside of like, you know, just like, or I guess like auto pay directly into my checking account or whatever. But I've seen a lot of things recently talking about like credit card skimmers actually, so like they could probably have something like that. We'll hide them like right on top of like common things at like, you know, gas stations or whatever. Vile Mask. So this one, pretty like old school build, but it works. I still think like when you play a support build in this game, you're just gonna be the guy with the shotgun just debuffing stuff. Does this help it spread? Status, hazards. The gift bag. You know, the gift is like a sad piece of gear these days.
Agent requesting backup.
Like the brand bonus is whatever, and then like the vigilance, perfect vigilance part's also whatever. It's gonna go in storage. And then we should look into more rerollable talent items. But yeah, I think that I still need to go into my exotic reserves. Like I gotta look through my gear. I have like so much stuff in this game. I have so much stuff in this game. I think every piece of striker gear in every slot is 30 now, right? Yeah, my Chris Striker stuff is 30 in every slot. Exotics. I really do not like this Catalyst mask. It seems so pointless. Fox's Brown Strikers, yeah. So if I basically Fox's Prayer is like pretty much has always been best in slot for like 5 years. In like a lot of cases where like if your build is maxed out, the 8 damage out of cover is gonna make you stronger. In the mask bug, that's what I've heard people say. But honestly, like even if the mask wasn't bugged, right? If I read this and it just says like you get 12 stacks, so you get 24 damage, 24 status, like who cares? Like if the mask was pure red, you know, on oh god, I gotta still clear my throat one sec. If you had this thing be pure red, if this was pure red, like I would use it on ongoing directive and it would work with like let's say a backfire or something, but like it's too like rainbow statted, so like you always lose something no matter what build you're playing. Like, oh, you're playing a status build? Well, you have a red core now, so I guess you're gonna have to play technician. Or like get another plus skill tier in some other way. If you play a red build, then like you're losing gun stats here. So it's like an annoying item. It doesn't have the right stats, and then it also like is another 24 weapon damage really worth it if you played it on an all red build, even if you did have crit chance and crit damage up here? Not really. So I don't know. I think this is like it's trying to do too many little things at once. It's like really not that good, even if it wasn't bugged. And the whole point is to kill things that are stats affected. So ongoing directive would be the most obvious choice for this thing. And in some cases, you could even say like, you know, ongoing directive with a blue screen and a catalyst or something, right? But all these bonuses are weak. And like you're losing DPS too by having these stats right here. So yeah, I don't know, the mask is kind of mid. Like getting a reload speed. Nah, you don't need reload speed. Be a Giga Chad, you know, use a Centurion holster. You don't need reload speed. You don't need reload speed. Well, technically this gives you reload speed too. So yeah, I would say this holster this holster, man, this is like the most fun red exotic in the game. I should make an exotic tier list. I've been thinking about it. I really have been. Because like the standard for DPS builds has always been you play a crit build, you run Coyote, you play a headshot build, you're gonna run Dodge City for like the nuke. But then now it's like Centurion exists, and I would just say this is just like the nicest one all around. This shit is awesome. This is so fun to play with. Like, those were the 3 like actual like DPS exotics. The rest are just always like utility or something. Like if you're solo, like I always been saying, like Memento is ridiculous. Like this shit is just like super good for solo play. The Blueprint smart cover, I don't think they're in the game yet. You should make YouTube build videos. Yeah, I should, Isabel. I should. I really should. I really should. Okay, so are there guns I should like burn some exotic components on? Like, should I juice a caretaker up just to show a caretaker at level 30? Like, I already know the gun's accuracy sucks ass. I guess exotic components aren't that hard to get. No, don't do it. Caretaker dog. Well, let's put in storage and forget about it. I have a huntsman at 30, but even that, yeah. Huntsman 30, eh. Eagle Bear is basically a collector's item. Chameleon is whatever. These are mostly exotics I even think are like really relevant in some way. Is Huntsman better than better or Caretaker among the new named ones? So like the talents are good, right? That's the thing. The talents are good. So like Perfect Frenzy, that's a badass talent. That's cool. And then like the Caretaker that had on here is Perfect Feeler, and like that's cool. But then is using that weapon type good? Or would you rather use a Lexington that has regular killer on it or something? Or like, I don't know. A Lexington with measured, a Lexington with killer, a Lexington with well, I guess you can't put frenzy on it. Right, so like the Huntsman has this, which is cool, but like at some point they fucked up the reload speed of the FAMAS, and so you're gonna, if you play with this gun, you're gonna be reloading more than you shoot. And that's the problem. Like it's when it procs, it's cool, but then you're looking at your reload animation for most of the time. And then for the G36, the Caretaker, the gun just really has like really bad accuracy, so it's almost like an SMG that's an AR, kind of like Chameleon a little bit. So Chameleon at least has like seriously strong damage channels on it. So yeah, I don't know. It's like both those guns are kind of like, like they're cool because they're new, but like, are they really like worth replacing your main gun over? Nah. You're working on collectible in Brooklyn. You know, that's something I haven't really done this game. I haven't really tried to do accommodations. I haven't really tried to do these. Why did I just get a Dark Zone one? That's weird. But yeah, these things right here, I haven't really bought with these. Play like every mission, loot 10 boxes. Are any of you guys like big in accommodations? Like I know like there's like a mask you can get. Oh yeah. No leaderboard. 60 seconds. Yeah, okay. Doing a mission in 60 seconds. You can't run to the end that fast. These leaderboards in this game are such a joke, man. Leaderboards are such a joke. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, if they say that, like, you know, if like Division 3 is about to come out and they're like, okay, if you have all your combinations, you're gonna get like a bunch of stuff, like, come on that. If you had to like get a bunch of stuff from that, that'd be cool, but. Shredidix, Ninja Bike. Are those the shitty gauntlets that I dismantled last time? Oh look, they are. Cool, I don't have to farm this. The most useless The most useless item in the game right here. Not storage. That's the most useless exotic in the game. That's disgusting. But yeah, I think if I made a tier list, I would definitely like be like, okay, here's like the good DPS meta ones. Here's like the good like survivability ones. Here's like the good meta support ones, and then like draw a line somewhere in there and be like, here's all the bullshit that they added just to fill your inventory. Because there's some stuff that serve no purpose. Like those exotic gloves shouldn't be exotic. They should be like named items that just say like reduced recoil while blind firing or hip firing or something. Which would still be useless, but it would be more justifiable to even think about putting that on if it doesn't take up an exotic slot. Perfect spark. Perfect spark. Even if that rolled perfectly, like, no. Like, you guys should like Turmoil in the game? Yeah, Turmoil is a named item that performs like an exotic, and then you have exotics that perform like garbage. Did you restart from 0? No. Try logging out and logging back in. I don't know why you wouldn't have your characters. That's crazy. That is pretty crazy. Anyway, so I'm trying to figure out what to spend my exotic components on. I think it's just going to be armor. Right, so let's say the pistol build deserves it first. Yeah, there's a bug with the stash where like you log in and look at the box and you'll be like, where's my loot? And you just relog and try it again. So it's probably the same thing happening to your characters. Like there's no way you should have your characters missing for no reason. Am I blind? Where's the... Oh, there it is. Arzinia, what up, man? Hello, hello? Well, I'm awake. I think I slept a decent amount. Now I'm just gonna sit here and burn resources on things just to go plus 30 on a few pieces of gear. So I'm trying to burn my exotic components. I have almost 900 from doing the project farm yesterday. Building DPS and stuff. Hey man, you know, if you go play Countdown, that's where all the loot's at. Target loot countdown. I mean, blueprints have I gotten from the cash thing so far? I the total amount I'm not sure, but I'm up to like 520 blueprints. I still have to do more. Yeah, I mean, the caches you get from the project are basically the same as the one from Descent. So, like, you just get, like, I got a ton of, like, named item blueprints that are, like, for items that are, like, in the Dark Zone, too. Wish this was faster. And any of the actual total numbers, I have no idea. I'm sure someone out there probably has made like a thread or something on Reddit, maybe, if you like try to search for it. But like, off the top of my head, I have no idea. But I know that there's a shitload of blueprints in this game, and like if you go to the crafting bench, it'll like kind of tell you what you're missing. So like for me, it's like, okay, I have every exotic in the game. I've done pretty much every season. So I should have the majority of blueprints already. Which means to me that like, okay, most of the runs I don't have would be from like Descent boxes. Or from this project thing. Yeah, I hate that I can't just boost it right to 40, 30, whatever. Go over the commendation mask. Yeah, I've never bothered keeping up with that. Like, it would give me something to do when all my gear's maxed out, but instead of doing commendations, that's where... Instead of grinding the game, I should probably, like... be a YouTuber, you know? Oh, did you come over from, like, console? Because, yeah, this game doesn't have, this game does not have crossplay. Oh, wait, plus 30 that. I can't plus 30 this, right? All my shields are 30. That matter. Oh, yeah, smart cover got juiced up. Wait, you can't expertise your smart cover? What? Okay. %30 damage reduction with the drone. Interesting. Plus 30 oxy. Kill is already plus 30. Now, the most blue cores you should ever have is, like, in theory, I'd say is 2 on your gear. Because that would just be like the plus 30 on your weapon would compensate for the lack of 2 blue cores or 2 red cores. Then it's just like free survivability. Because like the game is kind of like tuned for you not having expertise anyway, so if you are expertise, like that's as much as I'd have. But also when you're solo, like I mean just memento bag it up, man. 3 cores. What's a shield? Easy. Both my foxes are 30. Can't juice these up. Oh, my Habsburg unicorn pieces probably should be. Why is that my stash? Hold up, hold up, hold up. Hmm. If we play rifle, I mean, rifle's obviously gonna have fox down there. But then if turmoil's in play, oh right, we got this guy.
Agent in need of backup.
Oh, somebody get that man a sub. Get got it back on board. He got his debit card hacked. I'm trying to think. I had like an entire list here. I'm trying to store my builds and plus 30 the stuff that's good. What did I do? Pistol headshot builds. Fox Turmoil, Fox Turmoil. I guess this is literally just all weapon damage. Eagle's Grasp. I think that always just stays on. But then, oh, right. You have the brand set and then the breaking point in this. Yeah. That's right. Swiadowka. Swiadowka. I don't know how to read that one. Uh, 2x breaking point plus Fox Turmoil. Zoo. Wait, what about the zoo? Or is that what we're calling it now? The zoo brand? Oh yeah, I guess the zoo at the end. Yeah, I like that. Just call it the zoo brand. Two-piece zoo. That's easier for our NA comprehension, dude. Yeah, I like that. Two-piece zoo. Two-piece zoo. What up, Taran? Most often builds. I mean, I always play all red, and like I usually say, a crit build is usually going to be using Striker, and a headshot build always has Headhunter on the chest slot. So those are like the two like strongest types of builds. For crit would be Striker, and for headshot would be Headhunter build. Headhunter is it's a good time. It's a good time. Chain Killer. Heartbreaker keeps vigilance from like popping off. Yeah, I mean that's the case, but when I think about Heartbreaker, I just think it's like a yeah, sure, it's like a worse striker, but with survivability, and it's like also more restrictive because you got to pulse things with the stacks. Trying to see here. So we're gonna do that. We have this one. Is there another? Heartbreaker, yeah. I mean, if you wanted like a to be like really chill with damage and survivability, then like Heartbreaker plus like a Memento Bag solo would be like pretty thick. You do something like that, because Heartbreaker chest is still good for damage. So it would work out. Is this game worth getting if you're new? Yeah, 100%. You can definitely catch up. There's plenty of stuff to keep you busy with. I'm trying to do some like. I'm just looking at my builds. What's up, tree? Trying to figure out my stuff in my build. I have like a bunch of them. And then we could technically run a rifle build, but with the exotic holster. You're throwing the exotic holster. If you throw an exotic holster. We'd have to ditch the breaking point, right? No. Never mind. Our Foxy Spray is still good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Some things never change. You know, war never changes. Fox's prayers never changes. Uh, that covers those. Fox's Prayer just gets replaced by like Turmoil and some of these like OP builds though. Because the talent's busted. That's about it. Where's the sniper build? This is like one of them. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. Uh, the breaking point gloves. So in that other build you saw, like yeah, that would work. Like the thing is, like brands like that just giving you weapon damage works. The one thing about this rifle brand right here is that like, hey, you get an extra bit of like handling on the gloves. Like that's cool. But then it depends on what you're moving around. Like if I want an exotic holster here, then like yeah. Right, if I want the exotic holster to do things with, then I'd put breaking point here and then have that there. Right, same idea. But I think it only depends if you really want to use exotic holster or not. Because I was writing this down. I have like a... The headshot damage, that doesn't matter. What really matters headhunter is making sure you have a lot of weapon damage. Like your headshot needs to be at least 150. And like then you want to stack as much weapon damage as possible. And then the consideration for even using chain killer is more like you get the weapon damage, which is cool, but then this lets you build your stacks faster, so that can be good. It just really depends on testing. But like if you really want a headshot, you could do that. But like the thing is, like headshot damage just needs to reach a certain threshold. The way that the Headhunter talent works, you usually want to have as much weapon damage as you can get on a high base damage weapon. And then you have to weigh all of the different combinations of builds that you have against like where are you playing it, because there is such a thing as doing too much damage. So there's that too. Like it doesn't matter. Like, oh, this build hits for 20 million. This one hits for 20 million point, 21 million, say. But like if everything dies in one shot, it doesn't fucking matter. So that's where like the utility comes in. Like I'd be doing too much damage, so I'll just throw turmoil on, right? Like then I would do something like this. Right, there's always like the same question to ask yourself. Do you need the pocket nuke capability of Dodge City to start your combo? Do you need to like kill more than one dude with, you know, one bullet? Do you have enough damage? Pretty basic questions for yourself when you make a build like this. Yeah, it's like a shooting range question.
Low prices, big selection. That's what I've got.
Like what's this is the one that has all the weapon damage on it, right? Yeah. So 24.5 mil. $24.5 mil. Let's just see if 30 headshot beats the extra 5 weapon damage or not. It's a pretty big number, so it could. $30 headshot versus what we lost, like 5 weapon damage. So this loadout gains only another 150,000 damage. The one that I had before was 24.5 mil. This one's 24.7 mil. So most things are gonna get one shot regardless. So then it's like in this particular example, the chain killer building the stacks faster would become likely more valuable to you than the extra bit of damage you gain from 3-piece. Centurion, and I doubt that you're gonna use Centurion holster in a build like this because you're gonna lose your. It's gonna fuck with your head under stacks. Maybe if you had like 2 rifles on, but then you'd lose the utility of having a shotgun, which I don't have a second 1886. Let's actually see. Let's just put that on because that's the only other thing that has similar base damage, I think. But swapping between gun and gun, I mean, I guess we have enough weapon handling to make that possible. If they were both plus 30 weapons, maybe? Yeah. I lose some of my head or stacks by weapon swapping. So I would be forced to have 2 plus 30 1886s. And then the other problem is like normally I weapon swap to pistol and back. I'd rather just reload my gun. I don't think I'd ever use Centurion with a loadout like this. That's not really worth. If you're gonna use an exotic in this slot, you can use a Dodge City. And that's because you're gonna have your rifle out most of the time, and there are gonna be situations where you're gonna lose your combo, and then you want to get your combo back. There's reasons to want to have a shotgun on for a loadout like this, because you can dump your headhunter stacks with a shotgun. Right, like if this is the Chungus, I'm gonna like break his armor plate off. Okay, let's say that was his helmet. His helmet's gone. Now I can use this and get my combo back. So if I don't have headhunter stacks, I only hit for like 5 million with a regular shot, but I hit for like 15 million with a pistol. So the whole point of Dodge City is basically to restart your combo. So like this loadout makes the most sense. And then, you know, we can also slap in Turmoil and have that going. There's Ninja Bike in that loadout. This is technically another valid loadout. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to assemble, but that's what I've been saying. Like, people have been asking, it's like, oh, what are these one-shot builds? Like, everything hinges on this one talent. Like, it's just Headhunter. It's Headhunter, and you're stacking weapon damage, headshot damage. That's why, like, every single time I get asked, I just say the same shit, because it really is that. And then, like, everything else you do is just a slight variation. It's like, once you have enough damage, like, do you want to split your damage if you have Turmoil? Do you want to, like, restart your combo? Do you want to... So... That's the, that's, like, the way to, like, really keep things simple in your head about, like, how to make a build. It's like, your builds are going to center around either being a striker, like, crit build, or, like, a... some kind of headhunter build. There's just a few things you can slot in that add some sort of like utility that makes the clear speed better, right? Like I said, like this Dodge City has always been good for like restarting your combo on headhunter, or Turmoil obviously is busted for how it interacts with all this stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, once we get the new mask, then we can just have more damage, right? Put Tinker up here. I put Streamline on a second gun. The thing is, I would lose the ability to like restart my combo with this, and I would lose the ability to have a shotgun to break like armor plates off. But then I would just have more damage. So that's the trade-off with Tinker. Yeah, I'm gonna say that this one is probably like the cleaner one to have. That accounts for all the situations in the game, really. This is probably the all-arounder best choice for rifle. Like, we could swap in a few other parts to see how much more damage we get. But I'm pretty certain that the 25 damage on that set piece is more valuable than anything else. That's the most we can do with those 4 slots. And 4 pistols, I mean, it's going to be that Punch Drunk and 3 Eminence, right? That's when you get all your damage. Right, Punch Drunk has always been pretty much the one to have because of the pistol damage, and then they added that new pistol brand set that was that I've been talking about for a while. Right, 65 weapon damage up here, 20 from the pistol brand. And like it always said, you know, it all comes back down to Headhunter. You get Headhunter, you get weapon damage, you get headshot damage. It's that simple. And then you have a choice of like, you know, do you have turmoil? Yes or no? Do you want the combo like the starting exotic, or do you just want raw damage? Like, so if you're not gonna use Dodge City and turmoil, then you're gonna use Claws Out and Fox Sprayer. So they're pretty much all your options. A turmoil. It's even killing dudes that are not part of the test. Blues? You don't need blues where we're going. You don't need blues where we're going. Like, yeah, turmoil's funny. So yeah, this exotic holster I've been saying is like pretty much if you play a headshot build, you're probably gonna use that. That's like best case scenario. I mean, look at how my pistol build and my rifle build even look on the loadout screen, right? The bottom two slots are the same, so it's like, I mean, even the guns are the same. They're just in a different slot order because of the way I weapon swap. You want to always have the gun that has higher base damage out while you're building your Dodge City holster in the pistol build. And honestly, even in the rifle build, I should probably just do that. A noob question? I mean, just go ahead and ask, man. Either I'll answer it or chat will answer it. There's a lot of people that are new to the game, coming back to the game, trying to get caught up. I have Reviver Hive on that one. Just to be lazy, but Decoy is a better choice too. Headshot reload speed. What would you suggest to do if you're coming back but have a build? I mean, you should be working on continuing to, you know, you do all the new content, right? So, right, let's say you're only level 30, you would want to do your level 40 content, get caught up and get the new end game. If you're already level 40, you probably didn't do the DLC. Let's just say you're going to go do the DLC first. But then, like, you are level 40 end game, you've done all the new content from the different expansions, DLCs, story content, whatever. Then it's just where you're working on builds like half the time. Like, getting your shade rank up, your expertise up, and working on builds. Like, that's kind of like the major, like, grind of the game. Like, in my case right now, I'm looking through my builds and trying to figure out what I want to dump resources into so that I can, you know, plus 30 this stuff, because I got a lot of exotic components. Because my expertise is maxed out now, so now I can just, like, plus 30 a bunch of gear. In the case of, what I have on right now, I think I'm going to expertise this stuff up. Because there's this other thing that's happening right now. It's limited time. It's only going for like another week. There's a project a lot of people are farming, and it gives you blueprints for your crafting bench, and it also gives you a lot of exotic components. I need to go farm a little bit of Countdown for some backpack material. Or just craft a few. Thoughts on Destiny versus Division? Destiny's got more raid content and dungeon content, which is like the peak endgame activities that this game deserves to have much more of. But as far as gunplay is concerned, this game is more precise. So I find it a lot more fun to shoot stuff in this game. Because of the nature of the like combat. Oh, did I just miss your question? My bad. I'll like share my screen and start just talking. Heroic difficulty is high enough difficulty. Okay, so the way that difficulty works for loot is that like the quality of loot is higher on average in heroic over something like challenging. Like the bars on average will be higher. But then like you have to weigh that against how efficiently you are playing the game, right? Because if it takes you 30 minutes to do a heroic mission, or where it takes you like 10 minutes to do that same mission on challenging, it's more efficient to just play the lower difficulty. And then you're more concerned about getting the item to drop itself, not necessarily to drop the perfect bars, but because the game has the optimization station, so any item that has the perfect bars, you can basically make it perfect through like resource grinding. So then you're basically just weighing everything you do against like, I guess like time spent versus like rewards, looking at it efficiently. And so it ultimately comes down to just like going off to go play Countdown with target loot, and then playing challenging difficulty if you are not that geared, or playing heroic difficulty if you're super geared and know how to like play. And then there's just a matter of just like how much you've been playing, how many resources you've accumulated over playing the game, and then just like taking the right time to, you know, like if let's say you're farming Striker, right? This is like easy example. If you farm Striker pieces, they only have 2 stats. The ideal way to deal with that is to let Striker drop with a maxed out bar for weapon damage, right? The core weapon damage thing that it's got at the top. And then, you know, you can use the recalibration bench to put another maxed out stat from your library on the bottom. So you don't have to actually optimize the piece, right? So if you farm enough, it shouldn't be that hard to get that one stat to be maxed out. It's a little bit harder for 2 stats to be maxed out on like a high-end piece since they have 3 stats. But then to compensate, you could just farm enough resources once you have all the right stat rolls and just like max out the bars yourself anyway. What do you do if your friend brings you into legendary content with 5 mods to activate him? Tell me he's dumb for bringing a new player into hard content when you don't have a build. That's what you tell him. Hey man, I'm gonna bring you into the game. You should hit the boost, and now here's some hard content. Have fun. Like, bro, what? That's not like. Is your friend trying to troll you? Is your friend trying to troll you right now, man? Yeah, it shouldn't be. This entire UI should not be like, you know, 1 by 1. It should definitely let you have like a bar and just have you like max out faster. Because I'm sitting here like watching a circle. I'm watching a circle go up over and over. Are you taking the Legendary 5 Directive Summit? I mean, that's one way to get some loot. Countdown's another good way to get loot. But like, if you're fresh and he just told you to boost the 40 so you can get your ass some gear, like, I don't know, man. Like, you are definitely not experiencing the game the way that it's meant to be experienced, but it is what it is, I guess. Like, because any one of us would have been like, all right, here's the game. Don't boost the first time you play the game. Learn the game and like at your own pace and get through it. Because like, you have all the time in the world to be level 40 end game and sit there and just like farm for loot and max out your rolls and get your builds assembled. con. That's such a funny, it's a funny thought. There's people that are getting dropped right into legendary in their first day of the game. Like, that's some serious trial by fire type shit. How many times do you upgrade these things? Max expertise plus 30.
Agent requesting
But what I'm doing right now is not something a normal player would be doing. This is like when you're like super rich and don't care about your resources anymore. This is letting you like plus 30 like all your gear. If you're new, you shouldn't really upgrade your armor at all. You should only upgrade your weapon. Whoops. Oh, I guess that's fine. I didn't even know you can move it while the circle's moving. Because, like, plus 30 armor, when it's all red, is not really that much of a benefit. Like, a full plus 30 armor set's like another, like, 200,000 armor, which is not much. But if it was a full blue set for PvP, then it would have... Then it would have, like, way more... You'd have, like, way more resources, or way more of a reason to dump resources into it, because if it has a blue core, and you have, like, blue cores in all your pieces, then, like, the amount of armor you get would be significantly more, and it would justify the resource investment. But since I've played the game so much, especially before this update, I have stacked up a decent amount of resources. Yeah, this is some endgame shit for sure. But like, it's not just endgame shit. This is like rich guy endgame shit. You know what I mean? Like, you don't plus 30 all your armor. You plus 30 your weapons because that actually has an impact. And then if you're in a plus 30 armor, you would do so primarily if you were like running like blue core gear. Like, for, like, let's say you're making a PvP set, like, that'd be, like, mandatory. But since I have a surplus of mats right now, I figure, hey, let me dump a bunch of them and then... and then let's dump a bunch of them now into some pieces and sets that I more or less have finalized, and then... And then I'm going to backfill all the exotic components I just burned, right? Because I had like 900 exotic components when I started pressing buttons in my inventory. Now we're down like 200. So I'm going to boost these things up and then go run that project a bunch more. This is truly some rich guy endgame shit right here. This is the best way to explain it. Burning resources plus 30 all red gear just cause. And that's also why you saw me doing that one project, like, basically for 12 hours straight, 14 hours straight yesterday. Alright, so this loadout's also plus 30 now. Because, like, that's why I was looking through my loadouts. I was like, you know what? Let me top off the ones that I can get behind. The next one I need to top off would be a sniper one like this. Or at the very least, it has to be like the unicorn backpack and chest. Doesn't necessarily have to be hot shot. I'm rich in builds. I mean, think about it. I've streamed the game what, like 200 hours or something, like the last like 2 weeks. Like, I don't know, some crazy amount. Like, I caught up hard, dude. I went ham on the pre like DLC launch, and then like now this. I have an entire like notepad of builds that I was like trying to set up. Let's see, Tinker plus 2x hotshot plus 2. What's 2x hotshot do? That's just damage, right? Yeah. Two striker helmets with 28. Yeah, so I have a striker set that's for headshot and a striker set for crit. The striker headshot thing is like another example of something that's like, I don't know, kind of like endgame speedrunner type of setup where you can do a headshot striker build and like you can, as a meme, hit for like fucking like 400 million or something stupid. Some really dumb loadout type of combination. I don't know. It's like it's one bullet that hits really hard and then you, I don't know, like a pocket nuke kind of situation with like the exotic holster and headshot striker pieces, basically. Because the way this thing works is like actually pretty insane. Like striker headshot stuff is cool until, you know, enemies have helmets. But the whole point was the exotic holster being a pocket nuke. Why do I have that loadout? Oh yeah, and then like the lower damage survivability version, I guess. Yeah. Guess that's cool. Memento bag? Would I drop a memento in here? Not doing damage unless you're hitting heads. I mean, that's how I play games like this too, but it's the enemy types that ruin that game style. You run into some chungus or a dog or something and no headshot on there and you're just like, oh, cool. You just get depressed. That's what's sad. At this point, they might as well not even have headshot damage in the game. It's just like it's annoying that the enemy design does that to us. I've saved so many stupid loadouts in here. It's just like Ninja Bike versus Memento versus Dodge City. I swear it's all like the same builds though. Like I said, every build literally boils down to, are you a striker crit build or are you like a headhunter headshot build? And then like you have a new flavor of every build by playing with certain exotics. They, oh, you want a little more survivability? That's cool. You want a little more damage? That's cool. They're ultimately all the same. Pseudo modifiers, I don't know, the obvious ones for damage, I guess. You're talking about these? You're talking about passive modifiers? The entire list of passive modifiers only has like 3 that give you damage. Like crit damage, headshot damage, and weapon damage. The rest of these don't really seem to matter at all. Yeah, all the rest of these are whatever. So like 3 that give damage. That's about it. And then I use Target Rich because it's got a low cooldown. That's about it though. I don't think this seasonal modifier stuff is really that impactful. Like getting the 4x multiplier, that's the only impactful part of some of these. Everything else doesn't matter. Watch the Division 2 streams. Oh, it takes you right to the directory, and that's cool. Okay. Most dogs do have areas where you bypass armor. There are shortcuts, yes. But you're not doing headshot damage to the shortcuts. If you wanted to kill them really fast, you pretty much are stuck doing crit damage to whatever That's the whole thing about playing a headshot build versus playing a crit build is that even if enemies do have shortcuts on how to kill them, they're not like headshot weak points. They're just raw damage based, and crits are allowed to multiply your damage against like everything. Whereas we're going back to the countdown for a little bit. I need backpacks. Yeah, that's the major frustration I have with the way the enemies are designed in this game is that it's all weighted towards crit, like pretty much all the time, and that's super annoying. Because one of the most satisfying things for me is to always play like a precision based headshot build type of deal, and you'll like have fun shooting dudes in the head up until they have a don't have a head. Then you're like, oh, I do no damage. So at the very least, if you play a crit build, then like if you play a crit build or play a Henner build, and that's also where Determined is stupid, because Determined also is like omega powerful in combination with Turmoil and stuff, and that's also a play well or die trying type of loadout. Okay, this lobby is screwed.
You have left the group.
It's like Determined is like, oh yeah, just body shot dudes to get headshot damage.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
And then also what makes Determined insane is
A group.
being able to keep your headshot combo going, even when you kill a dog. Like you hit him with Determined, and then you do damage to the that bypasses their armor. You don't even have to hit them in the shortcut spot. All right, what kind of lobby is this? What kind of lobby is this? What do we got in here? I see a Caretaker and Dark Winter Enjoyer. All high ends, I feel like. Hell shot, what I mean. We're spending the first hour of the day basically looking at the inventory, sorting out some
Agent, I need
build
to debrief
stuff.
with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was
Kelso
safer
had to
for us
go,
if she-
chat. God damn it.
Hyenas have taken over the
I
power
haven't heard that in a while.
lockdown procedures. Be careful, Agent.
Looks like a hell shots build. Are we judging him right now? He just got here, dude. Are we judging?
We need to find a way to relieve the
Chat, are we gonna judge him?
reactor's cooling system.
I'm sure he's got a striker build on, you know? Of course he'd be a striker player. Everyone's got to be a striker player.
Emergency lockdown protocols.
If the real question is, if you're not running striker, what are you doing?
Critical pressure level. To avert catastrophic system failure, system purge required.
System malfunctioning.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're gaming in this squad. That's a good sign. One foam and he's dead. Now we got the close range damage on. Yeah, Yeah, this lobby should be pretty free. Oh, the fire CC them, that worked. Cool. Firewall life. Yeah, this lobby's juiced. This lobby is juiced.
System back online.
We should just go to the other side. Go other side, go other side, go other side. Kelso keeps leaving? Yeah, man. Sub with that. Just expects us to do all the heavy work, all the heavy lifting. And she just shows him a cutscene. And then she leaves again. Oh yeah. Close range buff. Oh, it's not working. Kelso, she was in a cutscene once. I think we rescued her in a at some point a million years ago. Like a mission. Bro, we're buffed out of our minds right now. 3 mil crits. Is the tech for hitting Shepard over again with what is the tech for the Shepard thing? Well, yeah, I mean, I do it with 2 accounts, because, like, one guy is getting carried and the other one is doing the carrying, right? But the actual tech to make it so you always get into the lobby has to do with, like, adding the account and then removing the account as a friend. No, so if you have 2 accounts, you add the other account as a friend, and then you remove the account as a friend, and then that account does a call for backup, and then you should be able to see like instantly on your friends list and be able to go do it. Or you see it on the map and then you go do it. Because you added them as a friend, but then remove as a friend, for some reason I think it just like prioritizes you as the guy who sees all the calls for backup from that account. So that's how I guarantee myself getting in and out of a lobby over and over again.
Shade tech detected.
Like, hopefully that makes sense. Like, that was like the tech I found from playing 2 accounts and essentially boosting myself. Yeah, you have to do it every day, just once a day. Like, before you start your grind session, you just do that process and it should work. Because that's why I was confused the other day too. Remember I was like saying how like it just worked for me because I had removed myself as a friend that one time. So that first day it was like, wow, this method's flawless. The second day I get on, I'm like, huh? How do I not see myself like I did the other day? And then I eventually re-added and removed myself again and it started working. I was like, oh, that's how it works.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Gotta optimize another piece of loot for another 1.5 handling, burn a bunch of resources. Finally have a piece of gear that have maxed out bars. This game missing grind for the veterans? Well, of course, yeah, there's gonna be way more raids. So there's a bunch of stuff going on. So the game isn't designed for it, but last year or so, they were like announcing how they wanted to add seasonal characters to the game, and then a bunch of people like started getting all pissy about them there being seasonal characters. But like, right, if you compare this game to an ARPG is
You're in.
all about like you get in fresh the same day as everyone else, you do a bunch of stuff, and you have a good time on a fresh character, you know, new class, you grind to whatever the max level is or something close to that, you make a build or 2 or 10. But like that's like the kind of it's so easy to get geared in this game that's like kind of like the thing this game would need. But then people that have been around for obviously don't want that, and then like this game would have to be rebuilt around that concept too. So understandably, you know, people will be like, oh, I've been playing the same character for like 10,000 hours, why would I want to make a new one and build reset and stuff? But that's like one way to make it easier for people to feel like, you know, there's a lot of people always ask, like, oh, if I start playing now, am I going to be too behind? And it's like, if we had seasonal characters, those people wouldn't feel like that if they were around for one of those kind of like resets. But then like, yeah, the type of content this game has, like, it's not going to scale super well from like a, you know, super high replayability angle. Where I've seen the inside of Countdown so many times, I could practically draw it in my sleep. But then another big part of this genre is just making sure that you release content on a consistent schedule to keep things interesting, which is something that this game has not been consistent about at all. Only recently did they even learn to be like some kind of a live service by having events and whatnot. Like a greater rift system? I mean, that'd be cool. Yeah, they could have some infinitely scaled difficulty stuff. Kind of like they had something like that back in Div 1. They had resistance. But also just them playing the game against like spongier and spongier mobs, which
You need to vent the remaining steam, and you'll be good to go.
we'll have some kind of upper limit of like what's really possible. And then the problem with SHD being like Paragon is that fucks with the balance of the game. That's actually why you should never have infinitely scaling stats based purely on XP per hour. Infinite Paragon is unhealthy for a game. There's been people that have like literally been like farming XP with like, you know, bots or like cheating programs and whatnot that had like over 1 million shade, and like
Great. Now
shade rank used to give you
you just need to
plus 3 health for every like shade point you had or shade level you had. People would have like up to like 3 million, 4 million HP in the dark zone and stuff like that, right? Like it's not healthy for the game.
Cooling system stabilized.
So shade rank should never have been something that scaled infinitely. They took that away a while back. And then like the expertise system is also not that healthy either, because the cap slowly increases over time, and that needs to be capped. And then there should be more content that like can scale to meet the power that we have. But then that's also going to come down to like how meaningful is that content, and what are we playing it for? Rewards? Are we playing it for bragging rights on a leaderboard? Is that type of content gonna be meaningful? But ultimately, it's just You know, you release new content, you have to. If it's a PvE game, it has to release new content, more engaging, like in-game stuff, where you justify having this level of power and still feel challenged. Because right now the game is just kind of like every couple of months you have like, you know, some minor things to do. You have some new builds to play around with. Your typical like, you know, seasonal grind. But it's fine, you know, like it's just this game is coming out of a it's climbing itself out of like a hole in people's memories. They're like, wow, the Division, that still exists. I've heard that so many times.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Tracking there. Oh, are you in here? You got bodied. Rip. The fun of playing Hero Countdown. If there's any pieces I was actually looking for, but there's no material. Unbelievable.
Hold tight.
Yo, Figs dropping the prime. Welcome on in, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. So it's a pretty successful run.
If it wasn't for you, we would have lost the power plant. Thank you, Agent.
An agent has left your group. An Entering safe area.
All right. Yeah, GG's. Easy run, easy run.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Kelso had to go back to Countdown. I get it, I get it. Yeah, that's how it is. Kelso had to go back to Countdown. We're looking for Kelso, guys. She's in Countdown somewhere. She's trying to get Employee of the Month. Alright, let's delete that. This piece right here, do we have enough? All those materials for 1% more handling. And then we know there's 75 backpacks for that one.
Agent, it looks like the Trusons have set up an armory in the National Bond Bank. We need you to secure the location.
Why not? More Countdown.
Stockpile.
You have received an invite to another agent's group. You are now in a group.
You're a returning player and you still find the amount of loot you have to deal with in this game overwhelming. What I would say is that what makes this a lot easier is to not look at everything. When I approach a pile of loot, I basically mark everything as junk, and then I also keep in mind what I'm actually looking for. So I use targeted loot as basically the thing I am most focused on, right? So like, let's say you're new or returning player. Let's say you're going to do Countdown. Let's say you use target loot. You know that like a huge percentage of your stuff is going to be whatever you selected in here. Guess I never had that set the backpacks earlier. Weird. But so you know your items that you're targeting are going to show up like a square. You also know that the items that are maxed out have like a little chevron on them when you approach them. So like, if you were interested, you could look then when something that stands out is on the ground. But most of the time I just approach a pile and literally mark it all as junk. And then when like a run is done, maybe I'll look at stuff.
I need to debrief
And I'm
with
specifically looking for the things I know I'm building at that moment.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
When you're looking at mods, like,
Taking over the power plant.
unless it's perfect, you can probably just delete it.
Careful, Agent.
That's why I approach it
Last thing we
anyways.
need is an RC
Obviously,
bomb
when
in
you're
a
starting
nuclear
off, maybe you don't have
reactor.
perfect mods, but
We need to remove the virus from the control server. to
skill mods I
restore
almost don't even look at. But I think the easiest way to deal with like everything that has to do with itemization is literally to just only pay attention to what you're hunting down at that moment,
Trojan virus detected.
and everything else is basically just junked. And then you would have to use your library, and this would indicate if you have something in inventory that can be extracted. Then you have the expertise area where you can just donate all your junk afterwards. If it's something exotic, then it's like, well, you probably should dismantle all your exotics that you don't use or don't need extra copies of. Start accumulating, like you want to try to collect a copy of at least every exotic to have them, but then like you're gonna probably delete every additional copy of exotics you get unless you are playing with people and want to like give them an Elmo or something. Thanks for 100 bits, man. Appreciate it. Celsius, what up, dude? I don't know, it's just like the easiest way to handle the loot in this game is like to literally just be focused on what you are actually trying to get and ignoring everything else that's showing up, because there's a lot of stuff that's going to drop, but like you don't need to look at it. If you know you aren't building for it at that time, it's fine to just like, it's fine if more or less just like delete it. How am I doing? I slept a little bit. I need my caffeine to kick in some more, but now we're back in the old stomping grounds over here. The wonderful world of Countdown. So we can max out a few more pieces. Good times, good times. Oh, while you guys are working on the game, remember we also have about a week left on that ship project. That's gonna be the good stuff.
System reactivated.
I farmed like what, like 700 exotic components the other day. If you have the new mask, will it drop a countdown? I have no idea. I haven't tried farming another one. That mask was just kind of like one and done for me. Haven't done anything with it since. A DLC where countdown maps would be cool. But at that point, like, countdown would suffer because it needs to be a map that everyone can play. I'm sure if there was DLC for it, people would buy it. I know I would, but like the countdown key would suffer if it was like the other maps were gated behind DLC. It's like they would have to like release new master countdown in a way that like everyone could get them. It's like the thing that everyone plays. Home and work projects to complete. Paint the porch. More rain to keep you inside. We'll see. That's why I play so much, you know, living where I live out here near Seattle. Like, typically, it's just disgusting and gray and rainy outside. So instead, why not just live inside an RGB-filled room and just play games all day? Going out costs too much. I mean, there's a bit of that too. There's a bit of that too. A hike, we have to pay to go. Wait, what? Paying to go for a walk in nature? What? Nature's not even free no more? Yeah, that's fucked up, man. Embarrassed to buy games and explore entire, you know, new worlds and environments and stuff. You can just use Google Maps to explore nature these days for free. Oh my god. We're in shambles. Paying to go for a hike is crazy. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of cool to go to New York City or DC or whatever. See how it like compares to what we've done in the game. That was headshot handling. Just like that one, I guess, but better rolls. A lot of people usually mention Chicago for Div 3, but I still believe that it's one, it obviously needs to be a big city. Two, it needs to make sure it has snow. Are you newly shaved? Yeah, the front fell off. The front fell off.
An agent needs assistance.
Just
Area secure.
I just felt like
Head to the administration building.
the front fell off, you know. I just needed to feel like I need my face to be a little more liberated before the next grind. A walkable city. I mean, it needs to be a city that has snow, and that's LA wouldn't work. LA couldn't work. Unless we just say, I don't know. Let's just say there's nuclear winter, then we could just make any city have snow and just use that as an excuse. What am I grinding for right now? I just need to kill a bunch of backpacks and get a bunch of backpack material so I can optimize something.
Agent, you've reached the administration building. I need you to fix the comms.
I still think that
Trojan virus detected.
there needs to be...
Safety protocols activated.
I still think Div 3 Snow plus New York City,
I know
with
it's
the
your
way they
favorite
currently build their
job.
games these
You need to
days,
search
is
the
still
control room and find the server.
it's still worth revisiting. Because they'd be cashing out nostalgia. They would be bringing Division back on the main stage in front of all these new people that have never played this franchise before. You would have snow. You'd have a, you know, one of the most recognizable cities in the world, obviously. Div 1 didn't have a one-to-one recreation of New York, whereas Div 3 could. We never had Central Park back in Div 1. They always kept talking about how there's like 1 million bodies over there. Stacked up. Like, it's just unfinished business, you know what I mean? Like, it's on brand for the franchise, and it's... Even though like they keep saying they want to do something different, I still feel like... You want to bring in all these new people into the franchise? Like, you do
You're a pro.
Div 3 as Div 1, but better.
Find another server.
New York, snow, a dark zone that actually fucking means something, like, all that. All that. It's just what you gotta do.
Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
You could basically say Division 3 could just be like remastered Division 1, but, you know, but like reworked, like it would be, there is nothing better they could do that would beat that. Oh look, a memento. That's an exotic component. So I should probably just drop that for somebody in here. You know, anybody in my lobby right now that can hear me? Do you guys need a memento?
Whoever said tech support was
I didn't see if
boring.
there's any like
One more server and you
newish people.
Override safety protocols cancelled. Warning. System breach. Initiating safety protocol.
High-risk target approaching.
Oh, somebody actually said something. Somebody actually said something.
Agent down.
Easy bag for the boy. There we go. Somebody actually needed it. That's cool. 300 shade. Oh yeah, easy gains for him. Shotgun has an ACS 12. Like the one like automatic shotgun in the game.
Nice. The plant's secure. Now let's get you out of there.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, Arc Raiders hit so goddamn hard that I feel like I'm an Arc Raiders main, and like I'm usually the one that rants about like third-person PvP not being as good as first, or like extraction shooters being full of cheaters, and like that game, Arc Raiders like the one game where it's like I have faith in that game being actually good because I had fun playing it. It was like legitimately good. So it's like, and bro, like I am so overcritical of like every game. So like, oh fuck, I didn't go for loot. So Arc Raiders to me is like the next like good shooter after like I played PUBG way back in the day. Been waiting for something to drop. Rock and roll. I don't use rock and roll because I don't need the extra mag size. ACS 12 with Brazen is also going to do more damage. All that rock and roll has going for it is more mag size. I mean, it's true that the whole point of like a striker, a shotgun and a striker build is to build stacks, but why not build stacks and kill shit at the same time? Yeah, mine's got some rate of fire on it. It's like the only time I'd ever use rate of fire on like any gun. Did I get another exotic bag? Which one is this? Another memento? 2 in the same run. Two in the same run. 2 in one run. That's hilarious.
Shoot a flare to signal Taurus.
Just thought. I mean, that's what I've been saying though. Countdown target loot, man. Countdown target loot. Countdown target loot. Use it properly, you're gonna get what you want. I mean, they can do a Division MMO. Imagine if you play Division MMO and it's just like actual open world PvP, or the faction is rogue versus non-rogue or something. I don't know. Like that could be like a whole angle like that. Damn, that guy that I gave a memento to also got a ninja bike, so he's like, he's stacked. He's got everything he needs.
Torres is on her way.
A Star Wars MMO? You mean the ones that already exist? Aren't there like a bunch of Star Wars related MMOs, or at least like one major one that's still like around today? I mean, modern ones would be cool, yeah.
Torres is
What
in
about
position.
Division 3 so far? Just that it's being worked on. Just that it exists. And it's not just copium anymore. The king long ass streams. Yeah, I grind, man. I grind. I'm like the one man streamer house. They got 3 dudes on shifts, and I'm just one guy keeping up. Is the raid challenging? Well, the actual raids are 8 man in this game. They're fun to figure out, but you need more bodies for the actual raids. The incursion's only 4 man, and that's. I don't think the incursion's that hard. I think it was cool to do, but we did that in like 45 minutes on launch day trying to figure stuff out. It was not. not hard for us to figure out.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
This should be a decent time for like a fresh squad.
Not here.
Do it in like a couple hours or something. Right, I don't need to look at any of that. Your name is Open World Headhunter? Damn, okay. I see. You're like a Open World Headshot role player now. Gotcha. More bags. When I get rid of the beard, oh, you know, the front fell off. That's fine. It'll come back.
I'm all out of stock. If you need to craft
It'll
it,
come back.
help you out.
That blueprint count. Amazon Games financials, oh, with like New World and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know, man. New World probably made some decent ROI being made for console, but like, it's just like console players didn't have a whole lot of options over there, right? Because like that game's audio design is pretty good, aesthetically it's decent, pretty straightforward to pick up. Yeah, most people like it. It's just not really much of an MMO. Oh yeah, there is gonna be a Lord of the Rings MMO. That's right. That's right. I guess I could just make a bunch of these, huh? Wait, what? Oh, you didn't hear about the AGS LLTR MMO? Yeah. This got announced 2 years ago. Amazon Games is going to be bringing out like a Lord of the Rings MMO at some point. Agreement for Amazon Games to develop and publish a new MMO based on Lord of the Rings. We'll see how that does. I'll play it. I'm always down to play stuff, so. And if it's a day one MMO launch and I'm covering it, you already know the streams are going to be fucking insane. Like 30, 40 hours. Day one. You need some kind of reference point for somebody pushing endgame in a game, and I'm the guy. Me cosplaying? What do you want me to cosplay as? What would I cosplay as in Lord of the Rings? I mean, some character. Well, yeah, but like who? Like I'm not even that big of like a Lord of the Rings guy, you know. Where's the? I was doing something. I forgot. How's this? I need 2 more. You want me to? You think I'm short enough to be that guy? You want me to be Gandalf? I got too much of a baby face to be Gandalf. And I'm too tall to be Gimli. I'm also too tall to be Frodo. And then I'd have to like, you know, I do headshot things all day, so like, you know, being fucking Legolas would be cool, but like being an elf, I don't think I'd ever want to cosplay as an elf. I just think that the elf fear stuff is weird, man.
Really find time to clean and oil these.
I'll see like cosplay where someone's got some fake elf ear stuff on. I'm like, nah. Smeagol body type, yo, shut the fuck up. That's fucked up, man. I can stand up straight, okay? My gamer posture does not translate to how I walk around, alright? My gamer posture is optimized for long streams. But then I stretch right back out when I get out of this chair. I was singing it, but I wasn't typing. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. Like I have like goblin gamer tendencies, but you wouldn't know if you didn't watch my stream, okay? That's fucked up. That's fucked up, dude. Getting bullied by my chat regulars today. That's insane. That is insane. Top that off. Dude, I love the OG version of this song. This Habsburg stuff should probably be juiced up. This song reminds me of the Pub Masters montages. The Shepherd thing, it ends in like a week, I think. Yeah, 1 week. 1 week, 17 hours. Alright, so it's going to probably plus 30 some more stuff. I think my Habsburg unicorns deserve to be plus 30. Yeah, I think they do. Damn. That track's done. I like that track. I can't believe I got both of these as drops in Countdown in a 1 week period. It's like, it's so crazy. Shepherd 3X ends tomorrow. Oh shit. The XP gains from the Shepherd thing is that limited? I'm gonna have to go right back to that after I burn these materials. Cause like Shepherd 3X is huge. Right, like, there's so many gains you get. 3X is important. I'm gonna burn all my remaining exotic components on plus 30 Habsburg, and then I'm just gonna go do that. I thought we had more time, but like, you're saying it ends tomorrow. I got the unicorn chest and backpack. Fuck yeah, I did. I got them as natural drops in Countdown too. That's the crazy thing. They're not crafted. They're dropped. They're looted pieces. I should probably go back and get like 2 more PFE mods and then go get like smart cover mods. They drop red like that? Yeah. I got him as actual, just like unicorn drops. As you know, you have to put the core on him. I'm out of exotic components. Insane. What's the unicorn? Certain brands have like the wrong color core, so you have to basically get the chest and backpack for that brand with the exact stats and talent that you want, which is like a 1 in like 1500 chance, so you can fix the core. And I have the unicorn backpack and chest for like a sniper build, right? Like this one's an example, and it's looted. Is there a clip? I don't know. It was like a couple days ago. I tweeted it out. I didn't tweet the clip out, but I was like, holy shit, it dropped. Because I joined Burke Black's lobby for Countdown one time, and then it dropped there. It was like the tweet from where it was. It was like a day or 2 ago. Like 2 streams ago. And someone's like, have you noticed an increase in unicorns? And I'm just like, I just I just keep gambling. Even someone with a respectfully fuck you, and I'm like, yep. I had it with the mines thing back. So I've been living in Countdown, man. I've been there for so many hours. But yeah, I gotta go get more exotic components now. Back to the exotic components. Let's switch some stuff out here. Punch trunk. IA chest and backpack. IA gloves. I don't want to use my exotic holsters, so. And turmoil. My exo caches? Nah. If the project exists, we're doing that first. I think of the exotic caches, there's like a insurance policy for when we don't have a good way of getting exotic components someday, and a day where I need to spend some more. Yeah, with this project potentially losing a 3x XP bonus soon, yeah, I need to go do this now. I was not aware of that little detail, and yeah, that needs to happen. That needs to happen. It needs to happen. Oh, there's a clip. Easy.
We took things for granted. We expected coffee in the morning. We expected free Wi-Fi.
Like, you track how many new characters I've made? Nah.
When those were taken.
Incoming alert on the SHD emergency channel. Flash priority.
The base of operations is under attack.
Let's do it again.
Hostile forces have breached our southern perimeter. We are in need of immediate assistance. Repeat, need immediate assistance from any nearby agents.
I mark every single item on the ground as trash. I don't look at it when it's on the ground. I look at it what's in my inventory.
You don't have to keep beating him. I'm pretty sure he's dead. I want to make sure
Because every piece of loot is trash until you look at it. That's the rule. It's also more efficient to pick up everything as junk and then deal with sifting through it later. It's like, especially when you have almost every piece of loot in the game, like, you know, everything that you pick up is not gonna matter, you know?
Agents heading north toward the White House. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed this way.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency, keep pushing forward and blindside these bastards.
at the White House.
Hey, thanks for the help out there. You should check.
By the way, Agent, head downstairs and check in with the quartermaster. He can get you set up with some division gear. You're gonna need the edge.
Hey there. Up for learning a new skill?
Okay, I got that. Why is this here? I don't care about setting a waypoint. What the fuck, this stupid tutorial. Alright, store, add-ons. Level 40 boost. We'll boost up to 40.
After the green poison outbreak, we worked tirelessly.
Agent, wait. Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Hey, Agent, said it was safer for us if not upgrade to your tech. You should.
Hey agent, hey agent, hey agent, hey agent.
Detected.
Okay. Got that. And we gotta get our guns. Wish there was like account-wide loadouts or something, so you just didn't have to do this like this, but or it would also be better if, hey, you know, we lived in a world we had an API and just that API could do it. Quality of life over there from Destiny, huh? Amount of weapons I've saved up is God, it's dumb. I should move a lot of this stuff off into like a different character though. Characters 2 and 3 should just be storing a lot of the stuff because it's not being used. Probably put like every named gun like character 2 and like put like every other piece of junk in like character 3 or something. Kelso had to leave, did you know? Chat, what do you know about Kelso having to leave, huh? What do you think? Is she trying to farm Countdown and be like employee of the month? Or what? Should I be worried? I mean, like I kind of set the quota around here, you know, with Countdown. I do a lot of it. Save the old loadout. have the loot. Hide the 50 cal. Share the blueprints.
Crafting station, but I don't have it.
524 is the magic number. Let's not look like a bum. My fingers just zoom into this UI. I've done this so many times now. Oh, I got some new shaders. No, this is here. Okay. All right, skills. Oh, we're looking good. Now, this is the first step of the day. Add. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can just like remove them instantly. Let's see. Let's fast travel here. On call status is good, so then I should see this instantly. Nice.
Agent in need of backup. Backup request accepted.
That's very smooth. Now we gotta shoot dudes in the head and then the body, because determined.
To the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain. Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Kelso had to go.
Agent, priority assistance available.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks close.
Well, now we're gonna be stacking up as many exotic components as we can, chat, and get more blueprints along the way. That's the agenda for the next while, especially with the 3x Shepherd thing. Supposedly going away a little bit faster than I thought.
I'll get on that gun.
Is this hot shot? No. Hot shot's only for sniper rifles. This is a headhunter build. Hot shot's like a gear set for sniper builds specifically.
Serious trauma.
All clear. I repeat, compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Someone hiding there?
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area.
Yeah, this is just a headhunter pistol build
Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
with all the
Careful with those.
bugged and broken talents in it.
Kill everybody in here. Hear that? Noise. I'm not dying to help with the ammo count.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Force that third closet spawn. Get close to the door. I need to do that for the first closet. There's like this whole thing about this game where like in some missions you can force it to not spawn things far away from you by looking towards the closets that are closer to where you want to go.
Loaded with DC-62.
Also, I was thinking about it, chat. What I don't know what shade rank I was the other day when I started doing these projects, but like it actually does seem like it hits you like with a lot of shade levels.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side.
Yeah, booty shots.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be
Either you're gonna
proud.
pop their helmets, or
We're
you're gonna
alive
like
today.
bypass their armor entirely, or that'll happen.
You are no longer in a group.
Oh. The amount of endorsements that you receive on answering other calls has been tripled. It's this Game Pass event that's supposed to be going for a week. But then someone said something about the events timeline, right? This right here. The Shepard 3X experience, that ends in a day. But I guess I've gotten 86 levels out of it, so it's boosted experience. So that's like shade levels from doing this, I think. So I've already done 86 levels with this. You would bald fast? What do you mean? It's like the best speedrunning mission. That's why I do it. It's like a good solo speedrunning level. Like, if you ever wanted to like learn how to like speedrun this content, this game, like mission content, that's like the best way to do it. It's this mission.
Accepting backup
There's
request.
predictable spawns. There's some little techniques you can learn and practice. The Game Pass thing, it's a level 40 project. And if you've done it on one character, then it's done for the day or whatever. Like, you need to make other characters. That's why I keep farming. I keep making new characters and doing it.
Vital signs critical.
Got a visual on additional
Chungus in the
hostiles
closet's
in the
not a good
memorial
sign.
compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
But yeah, 24 hours on the bonus levels from it, but I don't think that has to do with the shepherding part. The shepherding part is what we really care about. The bonus levels thing is just, I guess, like free shade ranks for doing it. So I guess, yeah, we still have a week to do this.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Second shot missed.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial in.
I should put like a
Can't access data on this location.
little
Stay alert.
speedrun timer on the screen or
What are you walking
something.
into?
Every single one of these runs would be like 5 minutes or less. The best ones have been like 4:20.
Heads up. Isaac just
I haven't really looked at all the times in all of them, but
Can't afford to let the True Sons
somewhere around there.
You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Well, the Game Pass project says you have like triple Shepherd gains for like a whole last another week. The event timeline says you have triple XP for like 98 shade levels or something. So I think one is an actual like, you know, character experience thing, so you can get your shade rank up, and then the other one is actual like Shepherd thumbs ups that you get or whatever per level or per endorsement.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep us from being able to transport those borders.
Serious trauma detected.
Let's do that one.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you! You flush yourself. Right down here.
Yeah, from what I've seen, it's like there's an automatic endorsement that takes place.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Did that work?
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated
Shepherd
a
thing,
massive
and then
cache of chemical
you see
weapons
endorsement. We're at
and
9
eliminated a stronghold
thumbs.
near the campus.
Endorsement's only +3.
Proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
So we're at 12 out of 15.
Endorsement received. You have received an endorsement. You are no longer in a group.
So that +3 from the endorsement is kind of big. Right, because like the whole point is like the thumbs up system. You should see it on my camera, but the thumbs up stuff is how you get like the thumbs up that you get from like endorsements and stuff. It's how you get your Shepherd rank up faster.
Accepted.
Oh, I think it's this, right? I never pinned that, but it's the redeem command if you haven't done the cash thing.
Agent down.
Every single content creator has the exact same cache code. So if you've done it before, you should be good to go.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Someone out there? Over there!
I hear you. Throwing a frag. Target near.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Oh shit. Not again.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial in.
Oh, I just teleported my guy instead of the mission. Rip.
Isaac can't access data on this location.
You hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not dying to help with the other town.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You've got to find a way to close up that tunnel.
You got the cheapest version Div 2? Can you still Memorial? Yeah, this is the mission that you're on, that I'm on right now. This is from the base game. This is a standard mission that's been in the game for like 6 years.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62. That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
A mission like this raised faction or something. I feel like there could be all sorts of ways to improve this game, but here we are. If you're talking about content, you're talking about missions, you're talking about adding more replayability. Like missions like this, like little short grinder missions, like these are pretty cool.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus.
While we all doing this mission, it's it's just a good XP farm for like a
Hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used
the Shepherd project.
Flight Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side.
One of the shortest missions in the game, yeah.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
This project gives so much XP.
You have earned the title of Shepherd. You are no longer in a group.
Looking good with the gains though.
Incoming backup request. Backup request acknowledged.
The short mission, I do it in like under 5 minutes, pretty much every run. Every mission completion's like a pretty good amount of Shepherd XP. Just helping complete that project faster because we had to level up Shepherd like 8 times.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need
You saw the NDA stuff I was talking about, Fonte? Hell yeah. That's what I mean, right? Like, think about what you saw in like the little streamer preview shit, and then think about what you just saw now. Looks pretty ridiculous, right? What pistol is this? It's called the Harvest. What NDA Dune stuff? There's people who have like leaked what like endgame Dune PvP looks like when you're playing sweaty. I've seen what that looks like, and it's like so different than what was on the Dune streams when like all those streamers were being paid to show it off. Oh shit. That's my combo.
Agent incapacitated.
Completely different game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior.
Builds feel squishy. I play all red, so every single one of my builds would be squishy. And yeah, part of that is the fact that you are taking a break from the game because you're not used to the subtle differences in this combat versus other games you've been playing. A big part of killing and not dying in this game is knowing how you're gonna fight the enemies, what they do, and like, you know, hitting your shots and stuff. Every single one of my builds is basically high damage, no health. The only health you need comes from, let's say, that shield I whip out from time to time. But also dead enemies don't do damage, so that's another thing too. You learn a mission or you learn a piece of content you've done enough times in this game, or you've just been playing for a while, you get warmed up to the way the game is again, the NPCs, how they move, how they react to you, and how they react to you shooting them and stuff, and that completely changes how you fight. So, like, sometimes you'll see me run at mobs and try to bait them into a melee animation, and then I pull away as soon as they do that. They do that. I don't get hit by their melee animation, but then that stops or interrupts whatever they're doing, right? Like, that's like one example of a bunch of different subtle things you can't do. The fuck with the AI and like how it interacts with you, right? Like I can push this guy, he went for melee. So yeah, that's can't force that spawn, can't force this spawn. Did force the spawn. Your alt? I make a level 1 character and I boost them to 40. But anything that's the character that's calling for backup, I guess it technically does not matter what level it is. As long as they can access the mission, I guess. Or like the call for backup system. I don't think it actually matters.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
Yeah, so that's about squishy builds. Like every single other thing I do is I play a red builds, right? So gun builds with like the minimum requirement, the minimum like survivability you would have. The best way to augment your survivability is to have a shield. So, whether it's like a full shield for a pistol build or like a half shield for like most like gun builds. But then like how you position yourself in a mission or when you're fighting mobs also matters.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
And then if you were gonna build for some survivability, it's like on a gun build, the most survivability I would ever have would be like solo running like memento bag. Memento bag, so that like my bag would give my shield like another blue core and a yellow core. And you don't receive a request, so what you have to do to receive your own request is add your account as a friend and then remove your account as a friend. And that should guarantee that you see it. That's the tech I discovered the other stream. You gotta add it as a friend, then remove it as a friend. And then do a call for backup, you should be able to see it. I see this one every time.
Backup request accepted.
You don't add and remove as a friend every run, you only have to do it one time that day. Basically every play session. The start of every play session, right? So like I had to do it at the start of today, and then I'm good. Now I just keep doing the mission. The difficulty doesn't matter too much. I think like the difficulty affects the amount of XP you're gonna get from the completion, which might have some influence on the number of like shepherd thumbs up you would get or something. I don't know. I haven't really fully tested it, but basically I run this mission on challenging. I dropped it down from heroics. I didn't want the 2-man scaling, and seems fine to me. Turmoil? Yeah, Turmoil. If you're strong enough to one-shot stuff, or you're basically overkilling stuff, then Turmoil is pretty much best in slot for a loader like this. Where's the beard? The front fell off. It's about that time of the year. The front just fell off.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Yeah, good old Headhunter builds, man. I've been playing Headhunter pistol builds since like 2020, but like they made them really broken. Turmoil. And determined.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area...
Round 2 anniversary. I mean, next year, March 2026. That would be like the 10-year anniversary of the Division franchise. So Who knows what they're gonna do?
Careful with those rounds. You want to kill everybody in here? Hear that?
Is that character getting experience? A little bit from my kills, but I don't have him inside the mission zone, so he's not getting like the mission completion experience. I mean, I could do that, but then the problem is that
Can't afford to let the true sons
the other
escape.
character is gonna have to teleport forward to the boss room, so I just keep him outside the mission. And my other character, my other account is like 12 or 1300 shade already, so I'm not really concerned. I made that account back in 2021, and honestly, it's paying dividends even today, which is kind of cool.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That's what keeps them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
It's funny, just like flicking, like hitting the guy in the leg, and 2 guys die. Looking fresh, thanks, man.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you! I'll make sure you rot down here.
Why are you running? Why are you running? I look younger, you know, I am Romanian, so like, I'm basically a vampire, and then I also, you know, I game all day, avoid the sun, so like, yeah, I just don't age. Basically immortal. Works to being a full-time gamer, I guess.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus...
The named rifle, which named rifle?
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated their stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
New Shepard
And
rank.
Bill, like I said, it's a headhunter pistol build.
You have received an endorsement. You are no longer in a group.
I only go to Shepard 8 and make a new character every time. Going past that seems pointless because all you really care about is reconstructed caches. The first couple levels are where all the money's at.
Accepting backup request.
Vitamin D pills, yeah. I mean, you kind of need more of those in my system. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I live up near Seattle, right? So like, it's not like we get much sunlight up here. Having like a vitamin D supplemented somehow in your diet is pretty much like a requirement.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Longer than the Underground Ninja Bike, can you get it to us to drop? Yeah, you can. Literally, just go play Countdown with targeted loot on backpacks, and it'll eventually drop. And you should be able to eventually get it from exotic caches too. Still my screen.
Trauma detected.
I'm gonna be on this mission, grind this project like all damn day today. I spent like all 900 of my exotic components earlier at the start of the stream, so I gotta get more. I'm trying to plus 30 all my enjoyable gun builds.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Caught some movement there.
Stop yet. Look.
Wait. There's one more. It's a gold guy with a helmet.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area beneath you with increased security. Isaac can't access data.
Oh yeah, earlier I did like a countdown match. I got 2 memento bags in the same run. I gave one to somebody who needed one in my lobby, and then right afterwards got another one.
Careful with those rounds. You wanna
It's
kill everybody in here? Hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not
it's actually pretty funny how that all works out.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to
What's
let
up,
the True
Key?
Sons escape with those. You gotta find a
Doing
way
good,
to
man. How
stop
are you
them.
doing? How you doing? Chat, how you guys all doing, huh? It's a Sunday night into a Monday morning, right? I never really know 'cause my schedule is absolutely cooked, but I think that's right.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent
I think
down.
that's right. Monday morning at work. You know, honestly, same, man. Same. I'm at work. I'm in the mines. Well, I mean, Countdown is the mines. I'm in the other mines now. And new branch opened up. 1 whole week left of this project for farming exotic components and blueprints.
Isaac pulled upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That will keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
You get a regular pistol from a cache? No, that's a raid exclusive. You have to do the Iron Horse raid. You do the Iron Horse raid one time, you get a project, you do the project the next week in another Iron Horse raid, and then like, then you have the gun, you craft it.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
This gun that I have on right now, you can't currently get it. If you're level 3, I wouldn't worry about about what you see on people's builds or anything like that. Like, you literally should just be playing the game and like doing the story, all that, and just trying whatever it is that drops for you. You get to the story, and then you're not gonna worry about builds until you're like, oh, I didn't hit the guy. You're not gonna be worrying about builds until you're like end game level 40. Like, all the build stuff you see is just a distraction until you're done with the story.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dug a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure.
Oh, got another caretaker.
Did a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated their stronghold near the campus.
I can open all these.
Saved a lot of lives today.
Shepard rank reached. Another agent has endorsed you. You are no longer in a
Burnouts. Orbits. Darkness. La Raza. A dare? I thought I already had that. Night Watcher. You have a bunch of items in your vault, and you don't know what to do with them. Honestly, what you could do to make things easier on yourself is first figure out what build you need to assemble, which the first thing is usually going to be, hey, make a striker build. Second, let's just assume you have 4 character slots. You could probably go to your, you know, character slot 2, character slot 3, and just like scoop up a bunch of that loot and just like categorize it. Like put all your extra weapons you don't care about on character 2, and then put like your all the armor pieces you don't care about on character 3 to make a little space so you can breathe a little bit. So that future you can solve that problem, because current you has no idea because you're trying to remember the game. So that's honestly like the best way. You probably have some stuff that's decent in there, but like you won't really know until you're like 100% familiar with like what build you want to have again. So just make it future use problem, you know. I first watched one of your videos years ago, the M1A all red build. Yeah, that was me trying to like teach people the math of the game. And like classic M1A was like the gun to build around. It was like the gun to build around. That's pretty cool. Building stacks determined headhunter. Starting off, weaken a few enemies before you start killing them. That's one way. Another way is probably starting off with an exotic holster, Dodge City exotic holster, and trying to like one-shot something if you can stack it up high enough to be able to do that. Also focusing on killing the dudes that have less health in the first place. That's about it. Yeah, that focus M1A life back then, bro, I like lived in this game with a scope. I just headshotted everything with it. Got a couple of new blueprints.
Should really find time to clean and oil these tools.
530 out of 567. Okay, we got a swap. Send that one to stash. For some reason, these ones also don't go. And this character can be deleted. Matching my accuracy, well, that's like it's not that's not really something you compare yourself to me with, because like that's like, okay, you know, ex-pro PC player fucking making builds and and hitting their shots. But like I was gonna say, like, you know, the builds like are gonna work, but then like gunplay is always something you can always improve on, no matter who the hell you are. There's always, your goal should always to try to be like 100% accurate in this game, or any shooter really. But that's the thing. It's like, you know, being dialed in with how you know, input your aim into like controller or mouse and key, and then always striving to just, you know, just getting better, hitting your shots. That's the fun. Yeah. When you're watching whatever gameplay I have, or like whatever builds I have, it's like
for granted. We expected coffee in the morning.
Especially for more precise weapons, and you're like on console or something, it's like
HD emergency channel. Flash priority.
You probably won't be able to brute force your way through content the way I brute force my way through content sometimes. Because
We are in need of immediate assistance.
I always throw myself in some dumber positions just to see if I can. But that's also where like game knowledge comes in too. Because you do certain missions or content enough times, you know how the AI reacts. So you know that if you tell them that you're in a certain corner, that they're gonna start flanking a certain direction to force them to move out in the open. Then you just take your shots, or you'll help try to like funnel them in. Make a skill build. I have skill builds. They're all basically support builds that I should never play. I ever seen one of those loadouts says crowd control, you know, CC is in my job, or healer is in my job, or ongoing directive is in my job, or this is in my job. All those loadouts are named like that.
The White House is under attack. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
I've got eyes on a division agent heading north toward the White House. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed this way.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency.
I competed in a bunch of battle royales, but the one that I was actually paid a salary for and competed internationally on LAN was PUBG. Like my stream started with H1Z1 Battle Royale. Then we played a lot of Division 1, both in the Dark Zone and in survival and stuff, and that's what got me partnered on Twitch. Back in like 2016, and then PUBG came out in 2017. Played that a bunch. Being like number 1, number 2 NA, like leaderboard for duo play. It's a bad spot. Being the number 1, number 2 NA like duo team, basically got us signed from Cloud9. That was cool. And then from PUBG, I come over to Division 2. But then I'm just in here shooting bots all day. It's fine. It's fine. It's good something to do. All my sub alerts are basically like different people that have said something about me on streams. Yeah. Like one of the resubs is unbelievable. Wow. You know, whatever. That's from like when I clutched up in a pro lobby. I basically like 1vx'd a bunch of other people remaining at the end zone of a battle royale match. And won that map for my team. That was one of the few times where I'm like actually popping off like on the comms, you know what I mean? Like you clutch up and then you're saying some stuff.
By the way, Agent,
See a little energy come out of me. But
he can get you set up with some division. You're gonna need the edge.
and then this, that alert that you just heard right there, that's one of the division devs talking about me on a stream way back in the day. That's like Bruce. That's Bruce talking. It's really uncanny going to the. Oh my god, this tutorial. It's really uncanny going to the original clip for that because like I've heard it so many times on the stream. Wow. Now that's not from me on a tournament, but hey, you know, it would be cool. But anyways, yo, Arpizzle with the 7-month resub, welcome back. Appreciate it. Also, Figs dropping 5 gifted subs on us, trying to wake up chat a little bit. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, and then we got Snow Girl with the 200 biddies. Appreciate it, thank you. Yeah, some of those alerts go kind of crazy, all the sub ones. Some are like they're all related to like the streaming like some way. Like, you know, one of the game devs talking about me, Caster's talking to me in a tournament, and then like that one that went off really loud, that was it's a throwback to like my Division 1 builds. So I always had infinite attack link builds in PvE, right? So like you're glowing yellow, so it's like, okay, you're going Super Saiyan, you're powering up, like that sort of thing. For any DBZ fans out there. And then Kilovolt with the 3-month sub. Good morning. Thank you, man. Welcome back. Looks like EU's waking up. I basically have an EU streamer, but on West Coast time. It's crazy. But living on the West Coast anyway. I woke up at like, what, 6 p.m.? Start streaming by like 9 p.m.? Something like that. Pretty silly. Let's fill this out. I don't really know why I do this every time on a new character, because I really just need the 15 damage. The rest of these really don't matter. What's up, Robo? Good morning. Everyone's pumping up that little hype train. Well, I'm just here just trying to find my gear, man. I'm trying to set up my build. Where's my harvest? Too many guns, you know? Just too many. Something I probably should do, though, is make a checklist to have, like, every, I don't know, gun in the game. Even if it's not, like, rolled well, but, like, the whole library. Just have that on, like, one character. So I can shoot them at, like, the shooting range and be like, oh, look, there's the base damage. Because this game doesn't want to... This game doesn't want to expose the actual base damage number. It's only like an approximation. I'm just not a fan of that. You know, I don't want to have to like go to the shooting range to figure that out every time. Let just let me see it in game. It's there. Which one is at the very bottom?
Agent requesting backup.
It just takes so long to sort that out. Oh man, we got Arc Raiders coming up too. That is the... We got Dune Awakening coming soon. We got Arc Raiders coming soon. I'm not gonna have a whole lot of time to sleep. It's bad. It's real bad. Like, it's good, but then it's bad, you know what I mean? Like, I sort of hope that Arc Raiders chills out a little bit and, like, comes out a little bit later so I can actually enjoy Endgame Dune Awakening for a bit. That would be cool. That would be cool. Stop the cap. I'm not capping, man. I want to play Dune Awakening for like a little bit. And then Arc Raiders after with no guilty conscience. You know what I mean? Like, I hate having all these unfinished games. I have historically, across the last 10 years of streaming, not had this problem before. I finish everything I play. And then now it's like I just like play a game for a little bit. It's like, oh, it's not fucking, you know, game of the year. I can just go play something else. It's stupid. There's too much. I want to at least go play a little bit of Dune Awakening and go and, like, I don't know, fly around and shoot people. You know? That'd be cool. Be cool. All right, so fresh character. We're at 530 blueprints. I wonder how many more I'm gonna get.
Still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity.
I don't know if you can actually have all 567 of them.
We need you to secure the city. Anna,
The game says I'm still missing like 5 ARs, 6 ARs, 7 ARs, 7 ARs. 7,
Got
1,
reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with
3.
the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation.
When you hit rank 99 for the Shepherd event, does the collection slow down? I don't think so. I think the project is what dictates the project is what dictates everything. Like I says, I've done 93 levels for this.
Anna will help you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer.
We'll see, I guess, when this gets filled out.
Hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats.
Shepherd XP.
We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your
Actual
altercation with the True
XP.
Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city.
Dark Zone
Anna will help
XP.
you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer.
5x XP.
Increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city.
Oh my god, Manny, shut up.
Will help you prioritize the
Please.
threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. Reports of increased hostile activity in DC.
Dude, this Manny voice line shit is such a meme. This is so stupid.
Anna will help you prioritize.
Oh my god. Wardrobe loadouts and gear loadouts. You know, I don't think I've ever made a wardrobe loadout.
Increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure.
But yeah, there's a lot of them.
Anna
And they're
will help you
separate from your gear
prioritize the
loadouts.
threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats.
Anna will help you prioritize. Anna will help you prioritize. Anna will help you prioritize. Oh, Kelso's gone. Anna will help you prioritize. Oh my god, Manny, stop it. Stop.
Will help you prioritize the threats.
It's fine. It'll stop at some point in this mission. You know, it will eventually.
We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats. Still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC.
The sausager would have been.
On Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city.
How do I still have dialogue on? I wanna hear the NPCs whenever they chatter. I don't care about this part of the dialogue, but the actual NPC chatter is important for isolating when
We need you to secure the city.
have people.
Anna will help you prioritize the threats. Still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in
Anna.
DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city.
I'm securing the city, man.
Prioritize the threats.
I'm securing the city.
Still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC.
I wonder what people who have never seen this game before think when they see this shit. They're walking to like my stream or something, the audio bug is going off, dudes are getting one-shotted, like.
We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats.
That's funny.
I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity in DC.
I forget which door it is, but at some point it'll stop. I thought it was this door, but
Need you to secure the city.
it's the next door after this
Will help you
room.
prioritize the threats.
Next door after this room. Not this one, but the next one.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
Once we clear this and teleport, it should fix.
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
You from the Shepherd event with your friend, yeah. But you wanna add them as a friend, remove them as a friend, make sure you're not in the same clan as them, and then have them call for backup. And then you should be able to carry him or have him carry you for the Shepherd thing. Like, I'm carrying myself right now. If you look at the bottom right, I have a second account named Solid Alt. You can see it, the laptop open on the left of me. And I do a call for backup on that account. That account is not my main account's friend or in the clan, so.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Request acknowledged. You have joined a group.
Solid is playing with himself, yeah. Sorry you guys had to hear that on a Monday morning at work, but it's still late at night over here. It's just how it is, man. You want to farm Shepherd right efficiently.
Isaac pulled upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Yeah, the alt can't be on your friends list. The alt also can't be in the same clan as you. And underneath desk cam for 10 tier 3 gifted subs. Damn.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
I don't know if Twitch is ready for that, man. That's like a sub only cam stream on like Kick or something. That's too much for this platform. The webcam through see-through chairs meta that lasted for like 24 hours, I think, and then it was gone. That was pretty crazy.
Go on ahead, back up. The team from the campus is taking position.
It's kind of nuts, the kind of stuff that happens on Twitch when you see what's going on through LSF or something.
Weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives.
12 out of 15 on run 1.
Endorsement received. You are no longer in a group.
Do this, do that.
Accepting backup request. An agent needs assistance.
Does he get shot by an arrow? Of course he did.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, the True Sons will be a direct threat.
Chat, have you ever tried playing with yourself in this game? Oh my god.
Shit, over here.
When we get an exotic bow, this isn't that D2. Okay, this is a better D2. Okay. No bows allowed.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Chat, is D2 better than D2? Or is D2 better than D2? I hate that all these games have the same, like, abbreviation for people.
Weapons free.
We'll be talking about D2. I'm just like, Diablo 2? The original D2? Hello? Is D2 better than D2?
Vital signs critical. Serious trauma detected.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
A two-sided dice, so a coin, yeah.
Well, I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Flip a coin. And two-sided die, I don't know how that would work. It's just a coin, right? Infinite Lincoln Memorials, yep. The OG farm level. I'll be honest, I think I've ran this mission like probably a couple thousand times. I think if I had a way of tracking that, I feel like the amount of times this mission's been ran across like the 6 years this game's been out.
True Sons have turned the memorial into a
This
base.
is like the grinder mission.
On this location.
My one-shotting everything? This is a pistol headhunter build. And headhunter is a talent that goes in the chest, and the whole point of it is to chain headshot kills, and
Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those.
the damage skills up pretty good if you can just do nothing but get headshot kills. Yeah, so this is like one of like the top, like the headhunter talent I'm referring to, right? If you just started like a week ago, there's like two ways you play like a damage build in this game, right? It's either you play a crit build or you play a headshot build, and the headhunter talent goes to the chest slot, and it's like pretty much like the definitive like headshot based build, like talent to put there.
According to the schematics, Isaac pulled
And the whole point is like pistols, rifles, sniper rifles. Any single shot type weapon that hits really hard for a bullet is a good candidate for it. So like that's like the basis for it. It works with like 3 different types of weapon classes. I think right now, like I've always liked playing with a pistol because there's a raid pistol that came out back in like 2020.
That should keep them from
Where like you get a headshot kill with a pistol and it like makes heads explode. That one's pretty cool. But then they added this one, which is like more game breaking because I don't have to aim for the head all the time. If you're talking about perfect determined, you do not want to use perfect determined. You want to use regular determined. Yeah, this is like the perfect example of something that honestly is like it breaks the balance of the game. Like it's the reason Headhunter's allowed to be strong is because it's, you know, it requires skill to hit headshot kills all day, but then that skill level is taken away by determined, which guarantees a headshot. And the talent is bugged. And then it's further more ridiculous when you combine it with an item that you can't get anymore, which is like the knee pads I have on. That makes it so I can get like 2 kills with 1 bullet, basically. But it's in the game, so run it. If you can build it and play it, you can run it. You should run it. Pretty crazy.
You have earned the title of Shepherd. You are no longer in a group.
Yeah, the gun that the gun you're talking about that has perfect determined, in theory that gun should be the better one if the game was working properly, but it's not, and that's unfortunate.
Backup request. Backup request acknowledged.
I don't have a build guide or anything like that, but I don't just go over my build on stream, but I basically explained it. Headhunter in the chest slot is the talent that matters, and it's not like you need to look at every individual brand set or anything like that. Like that talent specifically is what I'm trying to like guide you towards. Is like that is like that. Read that one, look at it, understand it, and you can make a build based off that talent simply by what I told you, which is Headhunter, and all you need is weapon damage and headshot damage, and then you pick any gun that hits hard or bullet. You won't be able to copy my build, you know, 1-to-1 because I have at least 2 items on my build right now that you can't even obtain as a new player because they're not available in the game anymore. Or like event items, or like basically like event items like April Fools and another gun from like a summer event or something. But yeah, it's literally just weapon damage and headshot damage and that talent, and then any gun that hits hard per bullet, it'll work. So I can play the ethical version without turmoil and without determined, and I get knocked here because this guy didn't want to die.
Agent incapacitated.
Restart the combo and then we're fine. Another Chungus? Okay. Alright, Tyler, I'm multi-stream on Twitch and YouTube, so like I'm talking the general sensitive field if people ask me about it. They're new. But yeah, Headhunter is like... Headhunter is the most powerful chest down in the game for a headshot build, so it's, you know, that's why the damage goes up so high. But it's supposed to be based on like skill and proper aim and stuff, and the game breaking part is like the other interaction with 2 other talents that trivializes what a headshot build should be all about.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all
Perfect Headhunter, the whole point of Perfect Headhunter is just like how fast you build your combo. It doesn't have an impact on the ceiling of how much damage you do. So like a lot of people will be like, hey, you have Chain Killer in this build, and it's like, I have the talent, I don't have the Perfect Headhunter, but you don't need Perfect Headhunter. Because that's the whole point of Perfect Headhunter is just how quickly you accumulate your Headhunter stacks. Right, so like, let's say I one-shot a red bar with my gun, and then if I had Perfect Headhunter, maybe I'll have enough damage to one-shot a purple. Or maybe my gun's not strong enough, and I won't one-shot the purple, so I have to kill another red. Perfect Headhunter just helps kind of like bridge that gap a little bit. But since we're so goddamn strong these days, like I don't, like Perfect Headhunter doesn't really matter.
Stay alert.
You're more concerned about just having the talent on any sort of brand set on your chest that you can slide in. And there's so many new brand sets that have so much damage these days. Right, like you got the Douglas brand set for pistols, and now you have the Eminence armaments, right? And that's like 85% weapon damage across 4 pieces of gear, which is crazy. How good is Streamline? I think Streamline's not that great. I think Streamline's bait. I think that, especially solo, because you get so much value out of having access to your skills that like saying that you're not gonna use skills the whole time for only like 40 weapon damage, that's not really that much. With that said, right, if you play a Headhunter build, then you could use a Tinker Mask down the road and have a pretty broken loadout. So that's my plan with it. Does the Determined proc itself? Yeah, that's why it's bugged. That's why you just keep body shotting.
Gotcha. should keep them from getting more of those
Level
orders.
7,000. That's the Shade Watch level, yeah. So that number top right, it sort of represents like a combination of like time played plus how much time was spent actually farming experience, especially during some of the points in the game's timeline where there were like XP exploits or whatever. So like it shouldn't matter to you too much. Like what you don't want to care about is like anyone you see that's 1,000 plus has all the stats from the Shade Watch. Anyone that's like 2,000 plus basically has a little extra base health, and everything past 2,000 is just like basically time played. It doesn't really matter. Like that Shade Watch level, that 7,000 top right for me. That Shade Watch level, I had it about basically like at 4,000 like 5 years ago. Back when like the expansions and like the raids and all that stuff were like way newer.
The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
And that was back when we were all grinding for the raid that was going to be coming out. So
I know they would have used those weapons on us.
had this game had like another, I don't know, 5 expansions, like, you know, not only whole DLCs, but like full-blown expansions with like raids and all that stuff, like I'm sure I'd probably have like way more levels and stuff. Like I don't know, like what we have now,
Eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
if you've been playing since day one, would be like kind of like
You saved a lot of lives today.
casual by today's standards. Like there's people like tens of thousands, but it's, like I said, it's like it just represents time played. It doesn't really mean anything else power wise.
You are no longer in a group.
Yeah, I'm farming the same mission over and over. This is a project that is going on for another week, right? This right here, this Game Pass event. This Game Pass event project is basically what I'm farming. I make a new character, I boost it to 40, I do the project until Shepherd rank 8, and then I delete the character and repeat. And that's because I'm getting a bunch of exotic components and reconstructed caches, so as an endgame player, this is a pretty good thing to do right now. Is this PvP question mark what you're watching right now? No. Does this game have PvP? Yes. Is it bad? I think so. Anyone that's played both Division games will pretty much tell you that Division 1 PvP was better, and that Division 2 is more of a PvP game. So, and as somebody who, you know, again, competed in other games that were actually competitive, yeah, there's no way I could say this game's PvP is good by any means. There's other people that like it because it's like some casual, like, you know, tussling in the sandbox on the playground type of thing. But like, when Arc Raiders comes out in like a week or something, and you're looking for PvP, I'm just gonna say, man, that's the promised land when it comes to PvP third person. That should be way better.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving
But
south. There's
if you want to have a good time killing some mobs and like making some builds, you know, getting your grind on, this is a damn good game for that. I mean, if conflict's the closest thing to balance in this game, it's still not really like a mode or a form of PvP this game has that like is really worth praising relative to other things available on the market, right? So like you just want to live in the Division universe, like yeah, I guess you could just play Conflict, but this game still has gimmicks even if like things are normalized. It has a lack of movement. And a lack of like, I guess like a applicable like skill gap really. And PvP should feel more skillful and not feel so gimmicky, but what I'm doing right now, it's either you have, I think like chat, you can still make free accounts right now, can't you?
all clear. I repeat.
Or it's free weekend over.
All clear.
That can't be all of them. Check the interior.
It's free
while I
weekend
connect
over.
people to maintain the perimeter.
Yeah. If you want a little bit more balance by Conflict, yeah. I mean, if you're completely new, you should probably not PvP in the Dark Zone because your gear is just gonna be. If you're an XPC third, you would like a a full armor build, like you're not gonna stand a fucking chance against people that have been playing for a while. But in conflict, I mean, I guess you could shoot some people. It's just that at the end of the day, you're still playing an ARPG with guns, so like, you know, how you do your loadout and how the game decides to balance that loadout against everyone else's loadout. That's the.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial.
That's a lot of work to get some pretty like mid PvP action.
Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
What can't you solo in this game? The raids and the incursion. Everything else pretty much soloable. I mean, the people that enjoy conflict, I would say they enjoy playing Division and have nothing else to do in the game, so at least they can like shoot each other, right? At a baseline, you know, it comes down to just like people want to play a Division game, and there's just like nothing that's Division, so that's why everyone wants more attention to some part of the game, right? Everyone wants more content. Everyone wants more Division. There's not more Division to go around. Yeah, people that are doing what I'm doing, they'll like, I've seen the Caretaker. I see a new Caretaker drop like every 8 hours, or every 8 Shepherd ranks. Right, so within like an hour, I basically generate another Caretaker and just delete it because I don't need it. But there are people that aren't playing with 2 accounts, that are doing the Shepherd project, that like could drop you a Caretaker if they don't care about it, if you wanted to collect it or something. Or you could get the end game, you could activate the call for backup thing, or respond to call for backups and try to grind one out yourself. You have a whole another week of time to do this whole thing.
Getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you! You lost the rot down here.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
You just start over extra old level 40 is overwhelming.
Stop them.
That's one way to do it.
Those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle.
Solo in the incursion, yeah, but like a normal person in chat right now isn't gonna solo the incursion. Someone asking if you can solo those things is not gonna be the type of player that's gonna go solo those things. You know what I mean? Like that's like some speedrunner, multiple loadouts, multiple investment, like full understanding of the game type shit. Like that's not what normal people do. So in other words, you're not soloing the incursion. That's like saying, you know, hey man, can I do the raid, you know, low man or whatever in 10 minutes? And it's like, well, there's a few players out there who could, but that's, you got a lot of work to do to catch up to that in terms of gameplay. Did I drop a Caretaker, or are we still, we're not there yet? Which one is it?
Accepting backup request.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons force.
What I say about Caretaker as a new player, you still have another week
Direct threat to the campus.
to get the end game and like do the project yourself if you wanted one, or you could keep doing calls for backup and see if people end up deciding to just drop their Caretaker for you or something, because plenty of people are farming the project not for the Caretaker but because they want the exotic components and the reconstructed caches. That's like literally what I'm doing right now. So that project, this project for the Shepherd stuff is still going for a week, so like a whole another week of
Way to open that gate.
people playing and generating these things. I'm sure other people probably just start dropping them for people. And And if you don't get one drop, then like the other alternative is get the end game within the next week and do the project and kill other people. The Shepard system. The character is not even that good, but it's one of those like exclusive timed items that, you know, you get, put in your stash and forget about, I guess. Some people like playing the G36. I think it's terrible personally, but it only gets talked about because it's a new weapon. It's a kind of exclusive-ish, and the Talon is a popular one. The gun's accuracy is pretty bad, so. Talking about like the full package and like how it affects your gameplay, then yeah.
All clear.
I am not going to care about a caretaker.
All clear.
Check the interior while I get Henry's.
Is the campaign instead difficulty? Yeah, it's like on story difficulty. You pretty much want to blast the entire game on whatever the campaign difficulty is on, and then worry about scaling your difficulty when you're in the game. Because like when you're level 40, you know, if you feel confident in yourself, you could probably go straight into like challenging difficulty. That'd be like the highest you should go. It's challenging like a pretty good difficulty to like start farming loot on, and then heroic is only like once you're like actually kind of geared.
The truce have turned the memorial into a base.
Like definitely do not get the end game, do not get the level 40 and immediately queue like heroic countdown. You're probably gonna get booted from a lot of lobbies, but if you queue it to like challenging countdown, you should be fine. Like there's such a massive difference in how much easier it is to do challenging versus heroic. You spend more time in Washington, New York? Definitely Washington. I remember like when the other expansion came out like 5 years ago. And when Warlords of New York came out, we literally all like got the new level 40 endgame, and then if you wanted to farm gear at level 40, it was like, alright, go back to DC and like go farm like the Dark Zone, or go farm target loot at like a control point or something. That's what I was saying. I literally remember streaming Warlords launch, and people were like, hey, is this New York? Why are you not in New York anymore? And I'm like, oh, well, we did the DLC, or we did the expansion story stuff, and now we're back to farming. Back in our old content. Yeah, you definitely spend more time in DC in this game. Or Countdown or Summit or something than you do anywhere else. It's just the nature of how like the game is designed. I don't know. It's like, you want to farm control points, you're going to farm DC. You want to farm Countdown, like you're going to queue from DC. You're going to farm Summit, you're probably queuing from DC. Orange marker for the Shepard thing. So I have a laptop to my left, you can kind of see on my camera, and a second account on that laptop, and so I do the call for backup on that account, and then I see it on this account. And the reason I see it consistently on this account is because I added that account as a friend, and then I removed it as a friend. So you basically need 2 accounts or 2 people. Otherwise, you had to do what everyone else is doing, and if you're not going to team up with somebody, then you just queue for call for backup matchmaking, hope for the best.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Alright, another doors.
Today, we dealt a great blow.
And we got the caretaker.
We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Alright. I already have that one. I'm on PC. I always play mouse and keyboard. Even if you ever watch me play other games, like Elden Ring, I play that all mouse and keyboard. I'm one of those maniacs. I do everything on PC, mouse and keyboard. I think the only time I ever have a controller plugged in is like a racing game if I'm taking it seriously. Or more seriously than I would with like mouse and key. Yeah, I play everything on PC, mouse and keyboard.
There's a helicopter prep for us.
The next time I would probably be with a controller would be when GTA 6 comes out. If it's not on PC day one, then I'll be on the sticks then. Wow, Virginian sick. Backfire? Just Striker. Just played Striker with a backfire. Like, I don't know. I've tried some like weaker loadouts and it seems kind of pointless. Like, honestly, just Striker backfire is fine. Like, I try playing other builds, be like, yeah, you know, this is possible, this is possible, this is possible. Like, you know, ongoing directive or something. But, like, at the end of the day, I go play the countdown and then realize that, like, the team doesn't have any goddamn damage. And it would be better if I was just the guy pumping out damage, right? So then I go back to just, you know, back to just doing a whole lot of damage with Striker instead of watching everyone shoot marshmallows with while I'm playing support. That's just kind of what happens. Just is what it is. Like I have a few other builds that are not, you know, all damage, and I have them because they are things that I should promote for people to run. But as far as my own loadouts are concerned, all those loadouts are called like healer isn't my job, CC isn't my job, support isn't my job, this isn't my job. Striker Hasbro? No, you don't even need the Hasbro anymore. You just play Backfire Raw, you don't need Hasbro. They added diminishing returns to hazard protection stuff, so like, or to hazards. So basically, if you bleed yourself like 3 times, you'll be like immune to bleed for a while. And yeah, that makes it. It makes it pretty easy to just play. To just play with Backfire and not have. Taking away the bleed from Backfire doesn't work. You're talking about like in your build, like hazards, like there's just no point. Like you can be immune to it, so even when you use the new exotic mask that comes in the DLC, where like you bleed yourself and it procs the stacks on the mask, after a little bit there, like the mask won't do anything because you're not bleeding anymore. The only time that bleed is kind of dangerous to you is like when you have glass cannon on. And it's not about the new mask being bugged that people have been saying like, oh, it only has like 1 stack. It doesn't matter how many stacks the mask has. It's the Backfire bleed. It's gonna just not. You're not gonna bleed yourself. Like I see in both my Twitch and my YouTube chat, I mentioned the mask. Mostly the mask bug. Like the mask being bugged or not, like does not affect the fact that it's pointless to run it with the Backfire. The Backfire, you're gonna be immune to bleed. You're gonna be immune to bleed. So then. If you're not consistently bleeding yourself, then you're not consistently proccing the mask, even if the mask is not bugged. And then people are saying the mask is bugged because they're saying that, I guess the number of stacks or something that it's supposed to give you isn't right. You only get 1 stack instead of the full 12. I don't know. Even if the mask wasn't, what I'm trying to say is that even if the mask was not bugged, let's say the mask worked perfectly, it's still not worth using. Like the mask, like it's just not, there's nothing special about it compared to like what other exotics you could already be running. Also, just making a build just to say that you're making a build with the mask. Like there's better options. Like for example, for Backfire, it's like you're still better off running a Coyote. With Backfire, you could even try running like a, what's it called? Like the Centurion holster. But like you have to do some really weird stuff to like keep your Backfire stacks with the weapon swapping buff. What does handling do? Handling is accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and reload speed all in one. So like 10 handling is 10 of all of those things. It's an all-in-one kind of stat. It used to be like way worse. It used to be like a quarter of all those things, and then it buffed it at some point to be 100% of all the things. Okay, well, we can do this character, right? Inventory is empty. Yeah. Time to make another one. Which of the 3 DC settlements would you live at? Probably either castle or not theater. Castle or the theater. Not there's the one on the west side. I forgot to look at the map. Hold on. let me look at the map when I get back in the game. I'm just, like, I know Castle South, but I forget which one's left and which one's right. Because technically, like, if you wanted to defend yourself and to isolate yourself from other people you don't trust, then some sort of fortress that has high ground is a pretty good idea. So the rooftop one, yeah, the rooftop one I think is like tactically it makes the most sense. Talking about like something that's defendable and able to isolate itself. So I'd probably pick something like that. I guess I had to pick between the 3. So I think like the campus, or not the campus, sorry, the other one,
We expected coffee in the morning.
The castle. It's not really that much of a castle, and it got bombed, and then they finally cleaned it up.
We survived.
Or mortared, I guess.
Incoming alert on the SHD emergency channel. Flash priority.
The base of operations is under attack. Hostile forces.
So I deleted character number 4 because every time I make a new character, I get to do that project I just did. So basically, I'm farming the project, and part of that process is to make new characters, so I can do the same 8 levels of the Shepherd project over and over again. So that's all I'm grinding right now. Too lazy to farm all this? You're gonna farm in the dip to Arc Raiders? Oh well, yeah, I mean, we're all going to Arc Raiders because like you're trying to get on the PvP while it's hot, you know. I just look at it like I want to have all my loadouts updated and juiced out of their minds so I don't have to worry about it later. Because whenever something big like this drops, like, it is nice to just have everything sorted out. And you come back at some point when something new drops and you hit the ground running.
I've got eyes on a division agent heading north.
The castle settlement, it has to do with the story and I guess like old seasonal content. Pretty sure. The castle was all fucked up when the game first came out, and then eventually became an actual functioning settlement through the seasonal storyline at some point. So in your case, maybe you have to do like old season content, like have that happen for you. So I've been playing the game and been along for like the stuff as it's happened, as it was new. So I don't know how disconnected everything might look or feel when you're like a fresh player right now. Yeah, I played everything way back when it was. This is whenever everything was like launched is when I played stuff. Big face, what up, man? Your red shade points? Either weapon damage or crit chance first. Probably crit chance first, because like it's probably pretty easy to farm a decent striker set that already has like tons of weapon damage on it these days. So I'd probably say start with crit chance first. If you're making a crit build anyway.
You're gonna need the edge.
This crit chance is gonna take you longer to come across on all your gear. And you want to be as close to 60% chance the crit chance as possible anyway on like an actual crit build, so. So yeah, it should be a lot easier. Like, let's say you're making a striker build, right? You're fresh for low 40, you're making a striker build. You farm challenge and countdown. You're looking for striker pieces that have like 15 weapon damage on them, so you can put the 12 crit damage on them. The 12 crit damage or like the 6 crit chance based on how what you've saved in your recal library anyway. But I know that until you have like perfect crit chance mods and like you have your attachments, that like getting your crit chance to 60 is gonna be a lot harder. So everyone should start with a crit build. So I'd say it's probably better to go 10 crit chance on your watch first and do weapon damage and crit damage after. I think when the game came out, it was the other way around. It was like I did weapon damage first, then crit chance and crit damage after, and headshot last.
When you got a minute, come and see me at the White House. I'm working on some new equipment and could use your help.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Oh, Kelso had to go again. Kelso had to go again. Oh, let's just do these. That's your question? Now you're back. I hear you. Let's see. You played Div 1. You just got Div 2 finally. Is it worth it to play everything? I mean, you're new, so you should play everything. You're new, and you never played it before, so you should absolutely just play the game from level 1 and just, like, focus on main missions. Focus on main missions only, and then also on top of that, we need more XP in DC, then you can also do side missions. Then at some point in there, the game's flow is a little bit different, but you go from playing DC content into playing like actual like New York content. If I was to do it all from the start again, like, right, I think like the main missions go kind of like this, and then they have you do like the strongholds, like this one, and then like this one, and then like this one, through like 1 through 30. Like I don't know if you want like a full story playthrough, but like it would make sense that if you know are completely fresh, you play that way, right? Do all the story content. Then technically speaking, there's like this like Coney Island mission stuff that led into the New York expansion. Somebody out there probably has made like a chronological list or something of like, you know, if you're trying to understand what the hell is going on story wise, that like you would play DC content into like Coney Island content into New York content into, you know, whatever else is there into Brooklyn expansion, I guess, if you wanted like that kind of like narrative story playthrough. No, this is an alt. I just keep making level 40 characters. Every hour you're gonna see me delete a character and make another one and just like start blasting like a memorial gang, 'cause I'm farming that project while answering whatever questions I can. Hold on. You need to play all the DLC to play Brooklyn? I mean, technically not. You can boost to 40 and go right into it. But if you haven't played the game before, you should play everything from the start. So you should know what the hell you're getting yourself into and what is going on with the story in some capacity. Like rushing the end game, it's like not like the end game's gonna go anywhere, right? And like you just bought the game, so like why not just play it all before it becomes like just a loot farming sim, you know, and making builds. Like you should probably, you know, if you're completely fresh, I'd say get into it and actually like try it. And like, you know, start level 1, get slowly introduced to all the mechanics and have some idea of what the hell's going on before you're just doing the same old endgame stuff that all of us are doing. Because I mean, like your first playthrough is only the, you know, your first playthrough is a one-time deal. In like how your experience goes in a game like this, right? Your first time you're playing a game is the first time it'll ever feel, you know, new or magical to you, so you might as well play from the start. You've completed main game only, you haven't done Warlords or Brooklyn, then go from main game into Warlords. Then do Brooklyn afterwards so that it makes more sense. And that would be a decent approach for you. Oh, my stash is bugged. Ooh, supposedly, this is interesting, chat. I don't know if I can confirm this, but some people are saying that named item caches have turmoil in them.
Safe area entered.
Now, let me see if I can find a source on that.
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Let me see if I can confirm that. I just read it in my Discord, but who's saying it comes from the named item caches? I'm looking. I don't see any source. I mean, I actually heard the guys said this. How do you get everything from my last character? So I put it in the stash, and the stash is account wide. And so then this is like my entire, like, you know, armory of like weapons and things. So I can just put all my gear in here and then just pull it out on whatever other character, right? So you can like share loot and resources and stuff between all 4 of your character slots. TD6. Just shocking out. The stash is across all your characters, yeah. So it's this one, okay. Every single time I make a new character, I'm like worried that I might have deleted something. I'm doing what I'm doing right now, but we're all good. This is the most tedious part about this thing I'm farming right now, right? I gotta like sift through and pick up every single piece of my loadout for this build I'm running. I guess another thing I should do, speed this up a little bit more, would be to, I'm gonna go to like my other characters and move 300 items out of my stash. Let's just do that now. So another one of the major benefits of having multiple characters in this game is pretty much like you use their inventory space as additional stash space. So if you have way too much stuff, like kind of like how I do, like character slots 2 and 3, I guess would be like a good example of like, you know, they're just mules. Like they're gonna hold extra stuff for me. Stash is up to 450, but like, you know, you like to collect a lot of different things. Have different builds, have access to like all different god rolled weapons of like different types, and like, you know, you're gonna have a lot of stuff on you.
Priority objective available.
So this guy's inventory has nothing in it.
To debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Yeah, let's just move all the guns. Now where my guy puts all these guns, I don't know. Then how many armor pieces do we have? That door and backpack filled, yeah. Old Providence stuff. Yeah, I don't really need that anymore. There's a lot of stuff we really don't need anymore. I used to collect like every red brand for like every DPS build like 5 years ago, especially like the good rolled ones. No, these days. It's Virtuoso. Oh, I'll never use that set. Foundry, nah. True Patriot. Oh my god, this is True Patriot. This is from the Freedom build. For anyone that was here in 2020, they would know what I'm talking about. You haven't played in years. What's good now? New DLC came out like about a week ago. Or this just past week. That's why everyone's playing again. Aces and eights, tip of the spear. A rigor set. Interacting with deployed skills gives skill damage for 10 seconds. I don't know why I would ever play that. Keep those. Okay. Cavalier. True Patriot. Oh my god, that's so much stuff. Umbra. No, honestly, when Umbra came out, I feel like this is like such a whatever set. I think people usually use it in the Dark Zone or something, but like PV wise, yeah. What's up, Rambo? Yeah, time for shepherding. Yeah, I'm actually trying to clean out my stash a little bit. Cause like all the shepherding I'm doing, I'm spending so much time looking at my loot. I'm trying to move more like irrelevant pieces of gear to a different character, so I don't think about them anymore. Perfect overclock. Old Fenris. Used to care about that back in the day. Perfect versatile. Anything we can about this or this or that or that. Twitch drops. So the way Twitch drops work is that, like, you know, you watch streams, they go in your Twitch inventory, and if they're in your Twitch inventory, you click on them to claim, and also you got to make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Ubisoft. Right. So that's one thing, right? Your Twitch and your Ubisoft are linked together. You go to your Twitch inventory, you make sure you have everything in there, you claim them all, and then you should be going to the stash in the game to check the mailbox for the Twitch drops. Now, sometimes there's some sort of delays or whatever on how people get them, but that is all kind of like on the either the Twitch side or like the Ubisoft side, and sorting out how like they go from your Twitch inventory into your game, right? So where's the inventory? It's it should be linked right there in that drops command. It should take you right to it. That's how you would know. All right, inventory full on this guy. True Patriot was fire when they first added it. I don't think True Patriot's ever been that hot, honestly. I feel like True Patriot's always been like a thing. It's like, yeah, it's kind of cool. Like, it's got the 3 flag buff, but like in practice, when I think about like, again, playing at like the highest level of the game or whatever, like, I don't think anybody's, I don't think the power it provides is relevant to how we all play the game. Like, the only time I've ever unironically built True Patriot was for the mag size increase at the time, because it was
I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
It was
Said it was safer
part of
for
like
us if
a
he's not here.
bug thing that we were doing. Basically, like, there was this bug with the mag size increase, and it allowed us to have infinite rockets in like the second raid when the raid was new. So we had fucked around with that for a little bit after the raid had already been done, and I called it the freedom build. We just had like infinite rockets just shooting away. It was pretty funny. Douglas crit piece. There's no way we keep that. Petrov skill haste. We have a lot of those. We don't need the Eagle's Grasp. We don't need those. That can stay. We don't need Sokolov anymore. Cheska. That can stay, I guess. Raleigh don't need that. So many full red pieces from... These pieces are all 5 years old. Natural, like, kind of like god rolled parts. Leave that. Virtuoso. Foundry. Multiple negotiator chess pieces. Why do I have a third one? I don't know. Aces. Future Initiative. Umbra. Yeah, maybe some more Heartbreaker pieces would be cool to look for and mess around with. Glass Cannon Wyvern. Nice. I'm not going to play with it, but nice. The Empress piece. The old spotter chest. Focus chest. Why'd I have crit chance on this? I have no idea. Perfect spotter. Bellstone chest.
Backup request.
Perfect intimidate. Mods on Elmo? There's no mods to put on Elmo. Every exotic gun in the game has its own built-in mods. Every Elmo has 15 crit chance and like 15 crit damage and a 70 round mag and whatever else is on there. What's this? Reroll Walker chest. A yellow glass cannon chest. Perfect braced. Perfect unbreakable. That was level 30. This is long overdue, but it is what it is, chat. You know, we gotta make a little room in the stash. We gotta make a little room in the stash. Forge. Improvised. Is Picaro's holster... I don't know. It feels like kind of weird that they nerfed the damage on this. I guess people must have used it a lot. Utility a good item? No. Maybe it was good 5 years ago, but it's gone now. Yeah, I'm looking at this, like, I know people like having, like, the weapon damage tiers and the skill tiers. I see that this used to be 15, now it's 10. It bothers me that the bar's not considered full here. Like, I kept a couple of them, but... Old Cheska holsters. Do I have, like, a full one? Walker, Grupo. Cavalier, Foundry. Some negotiators. I'm keeping my measured assembly stuff because I haven't really tried it. I already have these ready to go. I'll keep them in there. Skill haste. Hazard Fox's Prayer. I don't think I need that. But... Shining Monkey. Snow Machines. It's funny seeing all the Providence gear, Cheska pieces, Grupo pieces, Walker pieces. Those were all the DPS brands back in the day. And they were all like, you know, basically like all crit build and headshot build related, just like maxed out most of these slots. Yeah, we did move away some of the gear. But I actually use this one? Doubt it. Eclipse Protocol fire players camping spawn closets? What about it? It's just part of the game. What's up, Beersy? Relaxing weekend? I mean, it's been a weekend of no sleep. Chat, for anyone that doesn't know, that's one of the devs in chat right now. He's around. Feel free to harass him about info for Div 3. Surely he'll tell you. Surely, yeah. I mean, they're working on Div 3, and that's all there is to say, man. You know, my prediction is March 2027, but that's the earliest I could think of it being out. That's the earliest I can think of. I'll get the snow machines in there. Okay. Anyways, I cleaned out my inventory a little bit, or my stash, so that looks a lot healthier, doesn't it? Stash 162. I think that's pretty healthy. I think that's pretty healthy. Alright, back to this character. Surely at 6 letters, which means it's coming in 2026. It has to. You know, if you asked me like a way back, I would have said 2026 was my prediction, and then like I think like this DLC got delayed like a year, so I was like, alright, let me push that prediction back a year. But yeah, 2027, absolute earliest. I don't think it could be any other than that. It'd be insane if it was earlier. Cool, I'd be down, but alright, this character still has to do things to make him not look like a bum, so hold on. Hold on. Is Div 3 confirmed? Yeah, it's been confirmed for a while. It's just between confirming it and actually having it coming out, that's like, you know, that's years. That's a year's difference. The problem is that they announced Heartland and Resurgence and Div 3, and people thought Heartland was Div 3 when it's not. So you got people saying that, oh, Heartland got canceled, which means Div 3 got canceled, but that's wrong. Then there's the Resurgence mobile game, which is kind of like Division 1, but on the phone. I played it on stream when it was in a test, and it was pretty cool for a mobile game, but still pay to win, because that's how mobile games are. And that got like delayed or something, but I don't think it's canceled because like, I mean, it was a pretty functional looking game. I just hope that they pull a Diablo Immortal, not pay to win wise, but you know, in terms of like giving people a desktop client or something, because everyone's gonna emulate it anyways when it comes out. That's another Division game to play. And then the tablet controlled drone, that whole idea got scrapped because they couldn't find a way to make it balanced. It was supposed to be pretty OP. And I still remember to this day that when I remember hearing about the tablet drone, I was like, okay, when that game's dropping, I'm buying a tablet. I'm going to buy a tablet and I'm going to like manage the tablet drone and the gunplay all at once. Think about that shit, dude. Imagine having a tablet in front of your setup and you're starting to like do drone stuff and then you can go back to shooting people. God, I'd be down for that. I would need like another camera to show them how I'm like, you know, manipulating my tablet drone while I'm killing things. That'd be funny. All right, let's log back in over here. Yeah, man, you totally got hacked, right? You totally got hacked. And totally isn't trying to get turmoil knee pads. Speaking of exclusives, though, what's the deal with these exclusive items that everyone wants but can't get? So, turmoil knee pads, Lexington, or whatever. Is there gonna be some kind of plan to decide that in like the loot table at some point, or? Because like, you know, so many people actually want to play with all this like OP broken stuff that's come out but they missed out on.
Agent in need of backup. Backup request accepted.
Use like a mobile tablet thing for Watch Dogs and Battlefield, really? Someday maybe. Yeah, there you go, chat. There's a possibility. There's a possibility.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if
Am I playing Arc Raiders on release? Oh, 100%. Like, I haven't been hyped about a new PvP shooter in like years, dude. Every other game has been like pretty mid by my standards, and then Arc Raiders happened, and I was like, you know, I'll try it, sure. And then I was like, okay, yep, this is the game. This is the game.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound.
So I feel like
Moving south.
anyone that's a third-person shooter and enjoyer is eating pretty good right now. Right, you got Division for your PV.
to find a way to open that gate.
You got Dune Awakening happening soon for a little bit of like survival PV, PvP, whatever. Then you have Arc Raiders for more actual PvP. How do I feel about season modifiers? I mean, Momentum is kind of like the best one there's been because that was last season, right? And so going from Momentum into a season where we just have like more crit chance, right? Like I think everyone would benefit from running around faster all the time. So when we get to run around faster, it's kind of hard to go back to running slower. And that's kind of like always the case with like a lot of these games. Like when you're really strong, your only limiting factor is how fast you can get through stuff, movement-wise. This franchise historically has not really been big on movement, so having more speed is always fun. Like even like, you know, the DPS part of it, that's cool too, but like the movement speed is like the most important thing because we're naturally so damn slow in this game,
I
right?
repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the
So
perimeter.
yeah, I think going from playing Momentum, where we're running really fast, to playing this season modifier, it's like cool that we can reach 100% crit chance, but it doesn't really matter. Like I'm on a headshot build anyway, so the modifier has no impact on me. On a headshot build, the modifier is like a detriment because if enemies have the blue circle, they have like more survivability or something like that. I guess it's crit resistance, so it doesn't matter. But
The true sons have turned the
yeah, these are fresh characters. I'm just carrying myself on the project.
Isaac can't access data on this location.
When I'm on my main, the modifier stays on because, like, you know, why not? It produces more, you get more projects or more journey progress or whatever, but extra crit chance is nice, but like, yeah, I don't have the modifier on now because I think the modifier sucks. I have the modifier off just because this is a fresh character. I need to do this a couple times and then I'm going to the next
Can't
character.
afford to let the true sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up
What
that
build is this? This is a Headhunter pistol build. Like at least 2 unobtainable items right now. What this spawn here? What you're watching is like pretty much one of the most broken combinations of talents in the game. I don't know why Determined isn't fixed. BRZ, please help. Please change Determined to actually, you know, work the way it's supposed to work, which is like a not some busted body shot like headshot talent. I don't have to like even try. And then Turmoil interacting with it is wild, dude. 1 bullet, 2 kills. Headhunter damage on body shots. This is like the most broken power like combo in the game. So I know there's a lot of us that there's people that obviously like it because hey, they like being powerful, but then it's like as far as the combat balance of the game is concerned, like the only reason we're allowed to have Headhunter be so strong is it's supposed to be more of a skillful talent. So like the interaction of Determined bypassing some of the dumb enemies in this game, the ones that have like no heads, I think that part's cool. But then like I should have to like headshot things constantly and then blow my Determined stack on like a target that can't be headshotted, so I can, that would be like a proper way to make it balanced and also useful.
Take a position inside the memorial.
It should be a talent that it gives you insurance over like you missing a shot to keep your stacks, and also it should also be used to bypass things like, you know, dog armor or something when like I feel like that's the best way to do it. I know. And then Perfect Determined would also have to be that but better, right? So like Perfect Determined currently is the weaker version, and that makes no sense with the way the game works, right? Like the perfect talents is supposed to be better than regular talents, period. Like that's the design. But in the current state of the game, this is the only regular talent that's better than the perfect version. If Arc Raider Shadow drops on June 6th, then it takes priority over Dune Awakening. Even though I'm a huge Dune fan, it doesn't matter. Gameplay-wise, Arc Raiders is peak. Like that game is so much better. Like combat-wise, PvP-wise, like pacing-wise, like that's like one of the best PvP third-person shooters I've played since H1Z1. Like that's like there's no way we missed that. And I'm hypercritical of every game I ever played, and I've streamed for 10 years. Like people that have been here long enough, they know.
Backup request acknowledged.
I don't glaze games for no reason. I am a very, having played so many games my entire life, I'm a pretty hard person to please because I care more about like, you know, purest like PvP experiences instead of hero shooters and extraction shooters and stuff. But
The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
I want more competitively balanced games. That said, Arc Raiders has the cinematic quality, has the fun gunplay, and like isn't a hero shooter, and like even though it's an extraction shooter, it should be it should be a damn good time for everyone involved.
In the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Oh yeah, I mean while we're, you know, we have a dev in chat that everyone's gonna start throwing requests at. Why don't we have more countdown maps? If it's gonna still be like the 8-player match-made activity where everyone comes together and farms together, why doesn't that have like more maps? Has that ever been like discussed? It's like that's like this game would benefit greatly from being more social. Countdown, I think, is probably the best example of a game mode that got added after launch that, even though it's very rewarding, it's also like that social element of the game isn't really present in like 99% of all content. It's the only time anyone can just matchmake and play with 8 people. And that mode, I feel like, is probably a pretty good example of something successful that got added that everyone's enjoying in some capacity, or you know, it's just farming like together.
All
So
clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
That can't be all of them.
that mode would probably benefit from more maps. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I feel like that's the easier thing to add on. The summit mode, like, yeah, that one's pretty rough. Like, the idea of procedural level generation is a good thing, but like in the case of summit and in underground, like it's kind of like a tile set that gets added. Like they have a bunch of tiles they've generated and they just like string them together. But then if I think about which one was more fun and didn't feel as repetitive, I'd say probably underground was better than summit.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
And then also another point that, you know, there is to make about Countdown and why I think it's like pretty cool, you know, again, the social element, it's like, you know, our whole game would probably benefit from like, you know, when Division 3 rolls around, if like, instead of having a solo like light zone that's all yours, if we had that whole like open world patrol space where you just run into people and do shit together. Think of how many times you hear people say, hey, is Division dead? Also the crap, it's like, well, you know, if you just could just have like people roaming around places and run into them, like that would probably help. I mean, right now it's popping off, but like if you've been here the last couple of years when I've streamed this game to do my seasonal stuff, man, every 3 months it's like I drop in, I do my entire season on stream, and people be like, "Yo, is this game dead?" Like this DLC obviously revitalized it a bunch too. But like, the public perception of the game has always been like, up until this DLC drop anyway, that they think it's dead because they don't find people in matchmaking for whatever they're doing or whatever. And as far as like just good open world casual play, like that whole like kind of open space, being able to do like world events with people, that kind of vibe, I feel like that should be looked at. I've always praised Guild Wars 2 for having a really good open world, kind of like event-based, like grind loop or whatever. I feel like that should be studied for like inspiration to like what to do. Because you could have like, I mean, obviously it depends on like the tech and the limitations of how many people you can have, but like, I don't know, imagine running around the open world, right? And you got like, I don't know, at least 8, 12, 16, 20 people running together in a fucking ball or something, and then like they have to do some mechanics together. But it's still like open world content, so it's not like, it's not like a raid, but it feels kind of like a raid, but like it's just kind of like a drop in, drop out kind of thing. Like, that's so fucking cool. Like, I remember when I went to Guild Wars 2 to like check it out after however many years since launch. A couple years ago now on stream. I saw that and I was like, dude, how is there not more games that are like doing this? Like, that's really cool.
Good work. Go on and head back up.
People like their open world, but like, you take the Guild Wars 2 event approach, steal some of those ideas, you make the light zone all about like that, and then, I mean, shit, that would just be cooler. Like, I don't want to just have my, as much as I solo grind this game, it's just how the game is designed. It's better to play, grind a lot of things solo. You have full control of everything, but it's more of a multiplayer title. People are gonna be way more involved with each other if like they can just casually run into each other and just get shit done.
You are no longer in a group.
I mean, it's the same as like Destiny, where it's like the MMO light kind of experience, right? Like, it's not like a full MMO, but like the MMO social aspect is pretty valuable. Even Diablo 4 technically does it. That, again, it's the MMO light kind of thing. It's not really like an MMO where like, but the MMOs have a really good set of design ideas and content and stuff that you can steal from. Like, I feel like there's so many good ideas that have been explored in some capacity in those genres, but like we don't have them in our genre, right? That's the big thing. Like, I feel like you don't really have to reinvent the wheel when like you have so many things to steal from.
Accepting backup request.
And then as far as like, worrying about timers and stuff, it's like, it's because like you don't want to spread your player base too thin between activities, right? So you have to think about like, can I restart this? Good. Wait. Huh? Restart this on the right difficulty. Okay. Set normal top left.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces.
Yeah, I mean, the game's gonna need crossplay 100% and cross save, and then the whole idea of an API probably should be looked at, at least from like an inventory management perspective, so we can get some of that going. There's a lot of like quality of life and almost like mandatory like requirements these games have to have these days. It's more like these are always on kind of like big multiplayer titles like Division, Destiny and stuff. It's like, yeah, kind of. The floor kind of got raised and like the requirements gotta have what people expect.
Vital signs critical.
Oh yeah, one of the coolest thing about playing X-Defiant was the fact that we had like basically first-person division maps. that was fucking awesome, dude. Playing Division for a long time, you go play X-Defiant and check it out, you realize that like they had like a bunch of Division themed maps.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
You there? Act dogs, left.
I should have loaded that.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
Well, the thing about Division 2 is that they made the mistake of splitting the Dark Zone 3 ways, and the devs know that. They fucked that up. Like, there's like, they got like no going back. It's just like, well, that's the choice they went with, and very quickly you can see that was not the right choice, but I would expect them not to do that again. I would expect them to do one shared Dark Zone, hopefully
Heads up.
big enough to satisfy like the variety of people that would want to go in there.
Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those.
And hopefully
We've gotta find a way to close
not be 12 players, but like push that player count up a little bit. There needs to be way more people in there to justify like we need Division 1, but like, you know, we need Division 1, but like better.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
As far as the Dark Zone's concerned, obviously this game made a lot of grounds on the PvE side of things, but like, whatever Division 1 did, that was magical for its time, but like there's got to be a way to capture that again.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those boarders loaded with DC-62.
Oh, I turned it way too fast. No skill building PvP. I mean, there's gotta be skills being used. The question is whether or not everything is PvP wise is balanced at a reasonable level. Because there's always a meta, but like it depends on how things are being balanced. Like, you know, skills should technically kill you, but then like how strong a skill is in PvP should be directly correlated to how, you know, skillful the player isn't using it. It shouldn't be free. Right, that's the problem. A lot of things people use, you know, things are pretty low skill in this game, pretty damn cheesy PvP wise, especially. I interrupt it. I guess I did.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up...
A day-night cycle?
I can't tell you how...
I mean, all these games have a day-night cycle, but what about the day-night cycle in that game, specifically?
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure.
Like, what did the day-night cycle do for gameplay in that game that you're bringing up?
Into the stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Endorsement received.
I mean, this game obviously has a good environment, has its own
Longer in a
like
group.
weather and stuff. But what did which game was it that you brought up? Let's see. Where did I see that in chat? Heartland's day-night cycle. Okay, I don't know what that did over there.
Agent requesting backup. Backup request accepted.
Also, another thing to consider too with how the way the Dark Zone works in Div 1 versus, well, at launch anyways, versus how these games end up being is that, like, the Dark Zone was like the end game place to farm loot. And loot inherently has value while you need it, but if you're like geared and don't need loot anymore, your whole goal is to just basically kill people and take their shit. So like the whole game loop kind of falls apart if it's a persistent world type of thing. At least if it's like a session-based Dark Zone. Because the other thing too is, like, I don't know if you guys have played the mobile game. The mobile game actually has a 30-minute session-based Dark Zone, which I think is actually kind of better. If everyone goes in there from the start and everyone's on a timer, then it's like, well, yeah, people can go on a kill squad and go clean it out, and then people can find a way to navigate it and like try to get their loot out and stuff, right? Just like an extraction shooter, basically, because like Div is basically the first extraction shooter, but it did it in a persistent server kind of environment instead of with an RPG like layer over it. Why is PvP in Division 2 so bad? It basically comes down to how the game works and like the balance of the game and the limitations of having a Dark Zone, so like 12 people and stuff like that.
Repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry.
When you think about the insane amount of variables in making a build, right? And you think about how that interacts with other people's builds and like how the general combat is played in PvP, it's like it just evolves into this level of movement and then face trading with an AR at like 5 meters. Like it looks pretty dumb. And that's all a side effect of, like, you know, how the healing mechanics work, how do the gun talents interact, how do the armor and weapon talents interact, how is the balance of between damage and survivability. Because like in the Dark Zone, people run like, you know, 6 blue cores, but because like your weapon damage is reduced to like, I think like 25% of what's possible in PvE.
DC-62 detected.
Get generic gear when you're in the Dark Zone. At that point, that's just survival. Right, that would just be survival. You start the Dark Zone, you start survival, you have to go earn your gear throughout the match of survival, right? Shut the door. The thing, like, if you're playing a game where we can farm our gear in the Light Zone and the Dark Zone, it's like, well, the more stuff you can farm in the Light Zone, the more efficient it is to just avoid all players and just go farm there. Like, if the loot is the main objective, because you want to have all the cool stuff, then you're gonna do the thing that is gets the most results. Like, I think about Div 1 and this entire life cycle that I played through, and then like, yeah, like, it kind of lines up like that. The Division 1 and 1.0 was basically this initial play into end game, go to the Dark Zone, start farming there, and holding shit down. Like, I farmed DZ 5 and 6 in launch week with all the boys, man. We were all up there. People would eventually come up there, we all flag rogue and like kill them and stuff. Like, it was just like how it was. And like, then you know, I felt like getting a little more PvP and start just getting some Dark Zone shenanigans. You know, you dipped on down to like DZ 1, 2, and 3. Start pulling people up with you on a manhunt or something. The old flagging rules, I think, were a little bit better. Just shoot people and just go rogue.
Position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons.
How's this looking?
and eliminated a
It's
stronghold
getting there.
near
It's getting there.
You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Another agent has endorsed you. You are no longer in a group. Backup request acknowledged.
Diablo 4 for a month. Did you? Are you talking about like, playing it recently, or are you talking about like playing at launch? Because yeah, every single big multiplayer game like that, especially as a grind, it's like you got to play launch. It's just, you know, when it's fresh, no one knows much about it. It's a good time. A team versus the entire server. That's exactly what I'm talking about, man. Like that's what made Div 1 Dark Zone special. And then like in Div 2, it's like what, a 4-man versus 8 people. That's the whole server. Like what is that? That whole vibe is missing.
Hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Who's there? They're here! Got a casualty!
Missed a stack there.
Serious trauma detected.
I don't have my build posted anywhere, but it's a headhunter pistol build, and 2 of the items cannot be obtained right now. Limited time items. But if you want to make a build similar to it, you're looking at getting headhunter in your chest. That's the core talent in making a headshot build. Oh, turn too far to the left.
Assistance needed. Agent out of region.
Oh, we're dead.
Vital signs critical.
Lost our stacks and they're all elite.
Agent vital signs 0.
And Terminal has no single target damage until you're stacked up. A 3-hour meeting? Yeah, good luck with that, man. Much better. Okay. The loot's ruining everything again.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior.
Almost 4 a.m. You forget you have kids like this. 4 a.m. Hey, if you're going to bed, have a good night, man. If it's the first time chatter, dumb question, but have you tried running Sarah over Lincoln? That's a side mission in Brooklyn, isn't it? I honestly haven't really tried seeing how fast this can be done. I just know that Brooklyn's always been reliably fast for me. Also, my alt account doesn't have the DLC. So I don't think I want to buy the DLC on a second account to test the shepherding mission there.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. Access data on this location. Stay
What
alert.
chest we use a striker? Either using Obliterate on a Cheska brand set or using a Striker chest. And the way you choose between those is knowing how tanky the content is that you're going to run that day. If you're doing a heroic 8-man countdown, like you run Striker chests. You're doing like challenging, just like run Obliterate. The whole point of Striker chest is to basically double the amount of stacks you can get on Striker. But then things have to be tanky enough to justify even having that much power. And so that's why you want to lead with a shotgun. Striker inherently only gives you like 65% damage, then you should definitely be using the backpack to go up to like 90% damage, and then when things get really spongy, you throw on the Striker chest on top of that, and you go to 180%. But you have to manage your stacks. If you're not building your stacks fast enough, it's useless. Like, I've seen a guy slide into one of my Shepherd lobbies on this mission on challenging with full Striker, and I was like, this guy's gonna do no damage because he's not gonna be able to build his stacks up fast enough to do anything. Yeah, skill up like blew the fuck up. I mean, he's got the voice for YouTube though, and like, so like that's a big one. The time make a nice long video. It helps a lot if you're the type of person to have like that kind of like, just like good voice and I don't know, good communication skills, I guess. Like for me, it's like I didn't sit here and melt away while grinding trying to have a conversation, but like, you know, whatever I have to say on stream is like interrupted by having to shoot things in the face from time to time. I'm more of like a, you know, my background as an engineer, it's like, yeah, man, I'm just more of like a numbers guy. I shoot faces and do math sometimes. Or data analysis.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
Skill Up came from this game in Division 1. He was the guy who, like, I blame him for making, I blame Skill Up for nerfing headshot damage in this game. So I'm biased against him. Because he was the main voice for being like, yo, why is headshot damage multiplied with crit damage, man? Like, you know. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, it's skillful, dude. Like, hello? So how does a guy named Skill Up hate headshot damage in Division 1? You know what I mean? That's, how is that your name? Skilling up, but you can't hit headshots. You know, that was like kind of like the thought process I had back then. It's fine. It's obviously not healthy for the game if you can stack both. I think that instead of them being separated or them being added together, that headshot damage and crit damage in this game should have really just been rolled into like the enemy design as just there's precision spots on every enemy, and then like you should hit that to do more damage, and it shouldn't get out of hand. Because the whole concept of crit is a little annoying. Just have like base damage, or sorry, just like a damage increase just passively by just shooting stuff, versus like what gunplay should be about, which is to you know, dial in your aim a little bit more on the parts of the body that matter. Because like you think about I guess like Destiny enemy design, right? You'll shoot like, I don't know, like I guess like fallen enemies in the head, their head pops off, their soul leaves their body or something. You shoot like a different spot on like the Vex dudes, and like they blow up with like the Vex shit like everywhere. Like they have nice visible weak points, and everyone that wants to be better at the game would noticeably see that and aim for it. Now obviously we have a game where we just have like mostly human enemies, but then there's even the dogs that don't necessarily have a headshot weak points. They do have like armor bypass locations on their body that just kind of exist. But I wish that whole process was more consistent across all enemy types, because of like how
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the
precision
memorial
gunplay
compound.
kind of takes a hit in this
They're
game.
moving south. There's a gate between you.
Agent,
Like,
you'll
I don't know,
need
another way
find
to
a
explain it would
open
be
that
like,
gate.
before Determined existed, right? So this talent that's allowing me to headshot while hitting body shots. If this talent doesn't exist, and if Turmoil didn't exist, then you see the weaknesses of a headshot build a lot more, because you know, all these guys like, yeah, I should be killing them really fast with headshot build, but as soon as they have a helmet, which none have spawned right now, then like I don't do headshot damage to a head, so like Determined pops the helmet for me, but if I was playing with a different pistol, then I should sit there and do like 0 damage for a while trying to crack their helmet. That whole process I think is annoying. Or if there's like robot enemies on this map, then again, if Determined wasn't in play and Turmoil was in play, then you just see me shoot for like 0 damage for a while, like popping the alarm off.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
Last season we can get exotics after 100, so that whole system of getting bonus loot after seasons past 100 was like unique to that season. We never had that before. That was basically like a bonus round, bonus loot type of deal because the DLC was coming out. But historically speaking, we never had that before. It's also why there was so many that's why everything was so generous. There was like, you know, very small chance of raid exotics, and we had the bugged exotic caches for a bit there. It was broken to hell and everyone abused it, yeah. It was very abused, yeah.
The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
We'll probably have
An area
to probably sort that out before they do that again, because people would literally just like logging out, logging in,
Stay alert.
sharing like a million caches. There was some crazy stuff going on. Some people were automating it so hard they're like causing like login server queues. How many like caches they were generating.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape.
Wait a minute,
those.
Chappie, he retired from
Gotta
gaming
find
a
way
long
close
time
to that
ago.
tunnel.
Cause I mean, as far as you know, streaming is concerned, it's not like it's not a consistent job, to say the least. It's not stable, you know. I mean, you're playing a game, you're covering a game, the next thing you know, the game makes a mistake, the audience doesn't care about it anymore, and somehow your audience doesn't transfer to you to the next game that might be relevant. So it's a very inconsistent type of thing. Now, you know, you might luck out, you might be able to make it work somehow, depending on like, which games you played, or
According to the schematics,
having
Isaac's
transferable
upstairs.
skills
You can lock that
from
tunnel
game to
door
game or
from the control
something.
center. That should keep it from being able to transport those mortars going to DC-62.
Enemy contact!
Or maybe you find something else that interests you and you start covering that more, and going down that route like you did.
That should keep them from getting more of
This
those
project is giving me so many shade ranks. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't need them. I haven't watched the number go up.
Enemy is too close! Take this, fucker!
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
This one.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive
Can't
cache
endorse.
of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
This shepherding is going a little bit slower here.
You are no longer in a group.
Why is this going slower? That's the thing. I'm pretty sure Shepherd XP and like the actual XP might be different. I mean, or maybe it's going slower because we finished this. Maybe it is XP. Yeah. It might be because of the XP. Because we did all 98 levels of this. Let me just do another one normally, I guess.
Incoming backup request. Backup request acknowledged.
I used to go to EDM events and like trance events and stuff live way back in the day before streaming, and then once I started streaming became a goblin. Basically don't leave my house anymore. Streaming's bad, man.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces.
Wait, I used to go to like
They maintain this outpost. True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
clubs a lot and different trance shows and different like EDM events over here.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
I wouldn't mind going to more of them again, but timing is questionable and I'm gaming half the year at least. Where'd you farm, Striker? Just go to Countdown, slap on some target loot, pretty much get a full set in like one run. But then like if you wanted to make it more, you know, you probably want to do is a few Countdown runs where you're farming Striker, because in a perfect world what you want to do is you want to farm Striker pieces that have like the full 15 weapon damage on them, so that you can use your recal library and just slap onto their max stat.
Vital signs critical.
And not waste like resources optimizing Striker pieces or something.
Agent incapacitated.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check
Matchmaking for raids. Okay, so for starters, that's a terrible idea, because matchmaking doesn't give you what you need in a proper raid team. Now, what you're actually asking for is a party finder, an in-game way of finding a raid team. That's the problem. This game can't just take you from matchmaking, you know, a general mission to doing a raid, because like raids have different requirements. Most of the content in this game is brainless. You just kill stuff and you move on from point to point. A raid is not like that. Right? Think about it. If you live in like Europe or something, you matchmake a raid, and then like some of those guys aren't speaking English. You got some Russian players. You got some like, you know what I mean? Like you got people from all over the place in your match-made raid. You're not gonna have a good experience. That's the whole reason why the typical one button press slap me into a raid team thing is not gonna work. But what MMOs do is they have party finders. That's like pretty standard. You put a group up, you say you're looking for DPS players, looking for somebody to fill some roles. You know, you can say mic on, English only, here's a Discord link, blah, 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 whatever. That needs to be in game, so you know that whoever's playing the game actually is like up a listing for like, hey, we're doing this right now. We need people. So when you're on that day, then you would know, right? That's the problem. That's what everyone wants, but like they don't communicate it the way they should. It's also why the whole like, you know, people always just say they want matchmaking raids. Like everyone wants an in-game way to know that they can do a raid, right? Like that's understood, but it's like matchmaking is the wrong solution to that problem. Party finder is the best thing you can do, Because then people can be like, oh, this many people are doing this raid right now and like looking for bodies, so
Pulled upstairs. We can
you
lock
can
that
find
front
people
door
that are
and
interested and
That's
try to make it work and stuff.
Put those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Do I think raid should be in this game? 100%, yeah. Raid content is the best kind of PvE content you could possibly have. And raid world first races are also an excellent marketing opportunity for the game. Like, think about how crazy the stuff gets for like Destiny. Like I got both world's first raids in this game on PC. That's why my name's in the White House both times on the White House wall. But then like, when those happen, those are really good like events for the game. Like, you know, get them streamed, to get people from other games to come and try them and stuff. Other streamers promote it. Like, that's basically like where the the development cost of like the raid should, you know, justify. Like it should be justifiable as like almost like a marketing expense, because it's gonna like, the problem is the game is not like a good raid culture because there's no like party fighting like that, and the raids are, you know, 5 years old at this point. But looking at how the raid stuff is over in Destiny, it's definitely a lot healthier over there. They keep making them, they get better at making them. They make raids, they make dungeons, they have like, you know, their day one contests or whatever, and then like. But the thing is, there's just more support for that stuff over there, and that game has a healthier raid culture, so it works in Destiny. It's something that needs to be developed further over here, because like it's pretty bad. Like over here, it's just kind of like people might run it, they get their gun, and they're never going back, or there's like no really much of an incentive to try to go back, or there's no party finders, so like it's also an 8-player activity. So yeah, that's a lot harder. So I got +6. I think this is going slower. The bonus loot, the bonus shepherding XP was huge.
Agent down.
I'm trying to. I wonder what we should do. Like, I could do directives. I'm trying to figure out like if it truly is XP based, because like it's been so fast with the project thing, but like I don't. It might be. It might be. You can put directives on anything, and what I mean is like I'm trying to figure out, like I think there is a correlation between like XP gain from the content and like the shepherd, but I'm not sure. Because then it would be like, okay, well maybe we should try looking for other XP sources if it's gonna be like that, because you know, control points or maybe open world activities or whatever, like those can be better for. They do LFG Division Discords? Yeah, but that's in Discord. The problem is that, like, any game like this, especially MMOs, they have that in game. They should, obviously the game should have crossplay, but like, on top of that, they would put that in the game, and that's what people that don't know where to go would want it to be. They want it to be in a game. It makes sense to have it in game. It's how you maximize the number of people that could actually raid in the first place, is by having it in game. So, like, obviously, you know, you're involved in games like I am, of course you're gonna use Discord, like, you know, like, I stream, I use Discord, of course, but like there's plenty of people that, you know, don't watch streams, don't go to YouTube videos, they don't do anything with the game, so buy it and interact with it while they're playing it, right?
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
It's like the whole party finder thing is the closest thing you would get to like raid matchmaking that needs to be. In a game like this, to have a better, healthier raid culture, basically. I think a lot of what is different about this game and why it doesn't have all those features that we know from other games is that I don't think they have any other games that do what this game kind of needs to do. So all of it's just like a learning process for them.
We have you now.
When you think about Division, it's kind of like it's had some multiplayer capabilities, but it's also like that whole like Ubisoft open world design is still kind of present, right? From all their single player games.
All clear.
One shot these
I
anymore.
repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
A service streamer just carrying other people to raids. I mean that helps, but that's not the solution. There's other streamers that do that, man. I think there's a guy that just does nothing but community like raid carries, like been doing it for years. There's at least one or two of those people. That's their entire thing. I shot the wrong guy.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
This track.
There's an area beneath you with increased security. Isaac. I don't know what you're walking into.
Careful with those rounds. You want to kill everybody in here? Hear that? Okay, noise. I'm not dying to help with camel power.
DC-62.
Yeah, I think that'd be before Division 3 comes out.
Isaac just ID'd those
If you guys can find some way of making like a party finder a reality in this game,
You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
it would be a good idea to have that figured out so that when and probably share with the people working on Div 3 at the same time. That feels like a core feature. Like obviously cross save, cross play, and a party finder. Like all three of those things. At the base level probably should be there day one. For Div 3, if not also somehow included this game if possible. Div 3 confirmed? Yeah, they're working on it. They announced it a while back, they're hiring for it and stuff too. But if I had to pick like some baseline just like functionality stuff that needs to exist, it's gonna be that. Cross save, cross play, party finder.
Pulled upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from their control center.
There's gotta be some like logical way to build a party finder to help get people playing together and stuff for harder content. Instead of the whole one button match made thing. Like honestly, I think like matchmaking is fine for like, you know, a good chunk of content, but then like the actual like, you know, most end game difficulty type stuff should be handled through party finder.
More of those mortars.
That would help like the quality of like the type of groups people get. At least early on, like, you know, we're at the point where people mostly can carry each other, but I still remember what it was like seeing like match-made groups in early like Wallonia and stuff when no one had gear and like people were just like, there's a huge gap early on when people aren't geared, they don't know the systems yet, and no one's around to carry them either. This Rager thing is making them so spongy.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we
Does that did that.
True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical
Endorsement's only
weapons
+1
and
now.
a stronghold near the campus. You should
So
be proud.
I think the way this works
New Shepard rank reached. You
is
have
that we did it
received
so much that we got all the boosted experience. When they say that this ranks you up faster than Shepherd XP, the triple XP from this is actually a thumbs up. I just endorsed my guy for +1, but other endorsements in the earlier when this wasn't maxed out was +3. So this is like literally just tied to like how many. Like the Shepherd grind right now is much slower than it was earlier. So I definitely blew through a lot of those. It's going to take much longer to do what I'm doing now. The other correlation I'm not sure of is if there's an activity that pushes this up faster or not. Because it's just based on assisting. So like, what if I do... Because that's what I don't know, right? Because the Shepherd experience is based on thumbs up. The event thing for triple is done for me because I've done it all. So now it's just like do the project as much as I can to like get the exotic component stuff and the boxes. But then, you know, how do you maximize the number of like Shepherd rank thumbs ups, right? Like endorsements obviously matter a lot more now. If I do a whole another run, I don't know how much I got for like one run. I'll try it again. But it's definitely slower now that I did the thing.
You are no longer in a group.
So I'm gonna take the directives off and then pay attention to it. Yeah, the Shepherd XP is definitely dictated by the thumbs up, little thumbs up bar.
Agent in need of backup. Backup request acknowledged.
Add a bad button for everyone in group play that stands in front of you like a tum-tum blocking all your damage.
The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
What's the Shepherd event? It's a project that it's not tied to the DLC. It's just tied to the fact there's a lot of new players and people on Game Pass and stuff. The whole intent of it was like a product that rewards you pretty heavily for carrying people.
Got a visual on additional
Using the
hostiles
Shepherd
in the
system,
memorial
the call for
compound.
backup type stuff.
They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
And
Closed from here.
for the first like 98
Need to find a way to open that
Shepherd points of XP or whatever, I guess, you get like triple levels. So like instead of 98 Shepherd thumbs up, I would get like over 300 of them or something, whatever that turns into. So I would gotta level up like multiple characters. So I've done the project across like I guess at least like 11, 12 characters now. And so I've gotten like, you know, hundreds of exotic components and like reconstructed caches. It's been pretty good. But now I no longer have the boosted experience. I'm trying to figure out like what actually, like how does the system even work? Because outside of like this event, I've never bothered with it. The conditions for getting a thumbs up, which is worth, you know, a chunk of XP. Okay, these are too spongy, I guess.
Agent down.
So I still got life back here.
All clear. I repeat, the compound
Oh,
is
sloppy,
all
but it's
clear.
fine.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Yeah, Shepherd XP wise, what we're at 2 out of 7. Normal mission completion, I guess, was +3. Maybe it's just +1 now.
Caught some movement there.
Where do you think they've gone?
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area beneath... stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
And the Shepard rank cash in after the event ends? What do you mean?
You wanna kill everybody in here? You hear that?
As you're doing the event, it
I'm not dying to help us.
the bar goes up because it's giving you like it's giving you triple Shepard XP. So like I was watching like an endorsement was +3 on the circle,
Isaac just ID'd those
and now an endorsement's +1 on the circle.
Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those.
So it's just like those 98 Shepard levels from the event, they are the equivalent of, I guess, like 98 times 3. Wait, what, 290, 294? 294 thumbs up. That's how many I've gone through already. And that's divided by, like, I guess, like how many. You get to rank 8 that many times across how many characters, like. I've helped one person? What do you mean I have? I have. The majority are from carrying myself, but like, while I figured out the system, definitely match made into a few of them. And it's never been anyone that's actually that new. It's always been like some other guy that has like been playing the game a bit. This game, €3 on Steam. I mean, the base game might be. You have to check because there's 3 different platforms for it. It's either on Ubi Connect, it's on Epic Games, or it's on Steam. But there's other content you would want to buy eventually if you're committed to playing the game. Like Warlords or Brooklyn DLC. So if you're gonna hard commit to playing the game, then you're looking at probably buying Gold Edition if you actually feel like you're vibing with the game. That's what you want to do. But hey, if you never played before, yeah, $3, pretty cheap way to get into it. The amount of DLC though is not that expensive. It's like, I think like if the base game is $3, like I think like Warlords usually sells for like, I don't know, $7, and then new DLC is like $15. So like I don't know, it shouldn't be that crazy.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside.
Yeah, right now it should all pretty much be on a pretty big sale. So if you want to dive in, you can Game Pass it, I think, or you can buy the base game, see what's up. You're basically looking at like kind of like Diablo with guns a little bit.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons.
But I mean, if you're gonna play this game, if this is your kind of vibe, I mean, you're probably going to want to go right into having all the DLC. All right, let's see. So we were at 2, now we're at 5. So we got +3, and then +1 from the actual manual indoors, so +4. But I think that if and that was just challenging. I'm pretty sure, yeah, like it's just gonna go slow.
You are no longer in a group.
It was definitely faster for the first however much. Stop playing the game back when you grabbed the Nemesis? Damn, that was like 6 years ago. You missed out on the first raid. And all the other stuff from the old loot system. Warlord 750. Yeah, I mean base game 3. expansion 750, DLC 15. You're basically looking at $25, $30.
We've just received a distress call from New York.
This changes.
There's been
That's
an
pretty much
attack
all
on
the
the
actual
division,
like game
and they
content.
requested immediate support. Meet me on the White House South Lawn.
Anything I can do for
There's a
you?
helicopter prepped for us. We need to leave now.
539. So all I need is base game plus Warlords for Brooklyn. That would represent all the actual in-game content. Then the only other difference is whether or not you care about your one pass later. But that's actually like all the functional content of the game. Then that's why I don't know what the bundles are like Coalition and Ultimate. Ultimate just would pretty much have everything. The alt account doesn't need to have anything. It could just be the base game. If you want to farm in New York. Or not, if you want to farm in DC, I mean. In blueprints now, I have 539. Just trying to figure out what am I missing? It's like a gear set I'm missing. I have those. Okay, I don't like that one there. There's 2 gear set backpacks I don't have. Cavalier's one of them. Wait, why am I missing a gear set glove? Huh. I'm trying to sort out like what am I still missing in here? Like there's are there only 20 gear sets or 21 gear sets in this game? This bench is a little weird. I guess they added a new set recently, and maybe that's the other +1. So I have 539. I've got a guy in my Discord that says like the most you'd have is like 548, so I'm missing 9. 6 would be a Cavalier set. So what's the other 3? Whisper, Mozambique. Grown Great. Lightning Rod. Proxy, that's a chest. Backpack. Proxy, Backbone. Brutus, that's a sniper. Big Show's an LMG. Carpenter, I think that was like another chest piece. Combustor, chest piece. This is all from the Game Pass event? Yeah, it is, yeah. A Shepherd rank is the thumbs up stuff. Well, if you fill the bar up, when your Shepherd rank, when you fill this bar with the thumbs up stuff, your Shepherd rank goes up by 1. So the triple XP for it was like tripling the number of thumbs up you'd get. So like endorsements were +3. And I guess like completing something was like another +4 or something like that. Or completing something at least was like a +3, and then getting thumbs up a +3, because I remember doing the first one, I get like 12 out of 15 every time. So I don't know. There's some correlation between like just doing the objective for the person doing call for backup, or that may or may not be tied to the amount of XP that activity gives. Like, I don't know if there's a correlation between like actual XP gain from the activity to thumbs up you get, which is XP for this. Ooh, Curious Alley with a Prime at 38 months. Thanks, man. Welcome back. See, now you get to have our jammer emotes, our jog, all that good stuff. But yeah, I don't know if I'm still needing to do more reconstructed caches, but we pretty much got a majority of the ones I don't have. I just know that I'm missing a gear set from an entire season. I guess another thing we could do is that emote's still the best. Classic. I'll go to my main real quick. I'm gonna do a control point on it. I need modifiers to map activities. You go to your map, you press Z. There should be a way to add directives.
Priority objective available.
Incoming backup request.
Oh.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer.
That's a lot of missing
Kelso had
items.
to go.
That's right.
Said it was safer for us if she's not.
Don't know the kicker.
Priority objective available.
Safe area detected.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Kelso had to go. Another Zero Hero. At some point, it wouldn't be a bad idea because the game has changed a lot. So I'm not opposed to the idea. There's just like there's a lot of like stuff I should do. The problem is that I mainly stream, so it's like where's the time to do all that? I have to like wait. I have to wait.
Priority objective
These little things slow down a little bit.
Safe area entered.
Yo, JRA dropping the 20. The 20 months. Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
I should be able to pull this out. Yeah, there we go. Let's try this. And now I just want to see if let's just do like that control point. Why not? That's a good one. Are there any more blueprints I didn't get from control points? Like I should have them all. It's my main character. Did I shave? Oh, just the front fell off. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I had to clean up a little bit. Yeah, it just fell off, man.
Detecting high threat enemy patrol.
Oh, Wiz, good morning. Yeah, I've been doing the Shepherd thing so much that I actually think I don't know if I can optimize it more. Or how much more I can get out of it.
You wanna see what? Yeah, wing them.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Medical assistance needed.
Nice using this gun that much. I mean, all the exotics I burned went into things that made sense to burn them on. Plus, I have a surplus of like, you know, another 200 sitting in countdown. So, like, it's fine. It's fine.
Reinforcements incoming.
The call thing? Yeah, that's why you should pair up with people. Just want to farm it. God. The problem with turmoil. Your combo's not going? That's fine. You mess up a combo and it's like hard to recover a little bit, but don't mess it up, it's fine. This right here, this is like classic farming strats. I'm just camping a sewer. Like back before we had Summit, back before we had Countdown, back before we had Expansion, back before we had DLC, like control points that had sewers were BIS, dude. That was you just like run it and blow up the mobs, reset the control point, or like you could even have like a checkpoint at the bottom half of a control point and like To rehost them.
Supply room access unlocked.
So the blueprints for these come from the control point box or like the completion? I don't remember. I assume I have them all. I'm just checking. You're thinking of playing this game? Is it worth playing currently? I mean, it's a good time to get into it. It's on sale. More content dropped. Everyone's enjoying it. If you're into PvE looter shooters, this game's like pretty cool like that. So yeah, okay, so we're missing 6 from this set, and then 3 from something else. Is it more the caches? Guess another suggestion. Yeah, we should probably do the Shepherd thing some more, at least with the exotic components, right? Like, is there anything better than that? Like, exotic components? I mean, we could use a few more. Kind of dumped a lot of them. Shepherd stuff is slower, but still lucrative. And then we have enough for a bunch of these. $43, $819, $224. We have 195 exotics worth of currency right now. So that's a nice little bit of cash under the mattress, you know. Yeah, the Shepherd Project repeatable. That's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing, man. That's why I've been doing that all yesterday too. It was good. I guess TwitchCon EU just ended, huh? It did. A third raid? I wish, man. That's all I gotta say about that. I wish. Raid content, incursion content. That's where like a lot of the games builds and stuff really come together. And that's where it all comes together. Alright, so I want to go back to the Shepherd thing, I think. I don't think I have other options. Clear out this inventory. I really want exotic components. That's probably still the best thing I could do. Considering how many I just spent. And we plus 30 this and that. I guess the other thing that we could plus 30 would be the Habsburg backpack. We should probably finish that at least. Helping keep my favorite game alive. Yeah, you know, I've been doing that since day one. You know, I stream it for at least once every 3 months. When there's something to cover, I'll be like, all right, let's blast the whole season out. All right, let's bump this up. It deserves it. But we are not in the same boat as some people, man. Some people have like 30,000 exotic modes stacked up. Like, that's some crazy shit. Oh my god. Habsburg thing. I mean, I mess with it. It's like this right now, but then there's a few variations. Like I have like an inch bike version, like a you do full hot shot, you can do Habsburg. Yeah, I got both of them as drops in Countdown. Looted and looted. And they were like a week apart. I tweeted out the images. I'll have the dates there too. Excited for Dune Thursday? I mean, yeah, Dune's gonna last like a day because Arc Raiders is gonna show up. You have 30k farming Countdown? Yeah, I'm like 43,000 right now. I also have farmed a lot of Countdown lately. But I did it to farm everything else, not just Habsburg. So I've got a couple hundred sitting there. All this game, dude, this year, for everyone that's been gaming hard this year, man, there has been so much going on. There's so much going on. Like, I put out so many hours worth of streams. And it's crazy. It is crazy, dude. How busy I've felt this last, like, month or two. Like, it's crazy. Oh my god, the stash is so bugged. Gotta relog. Arc Raiders does have a solo queue. It does have a solo queue. Like solo preferred servers or whatever.
Agent, priority objective available.
Safe area detected.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Ah, yes. Kelso did have to go. Alright, let me sort this out real quick. We'll get back to the grind. My stash works? Yeah, okay. We're good. Gun, other gun, pistol, turmoil. Oh, but then we need to pull it out. So mods stay on there. I need to manually do this. Does Perfect Headhunter work with Bighorn? You're talking about like the alternate fire on Bighorn? I don't think I've ever tried that. I also don't think Bighorn can go and scale that high. So I want to assume maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Try it, but as far as Headhunter is concerned, pistols, rifles, and snipers are kind of like the big three categories to play with that. Because every single one of those classes has a weapon that has high base damage compared to like everything else.
Priority objective available.
Safe area entered.
Agent, I need to
Alright,
debrief
plus
the
30
ship.
out of our mines, and
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
if we do more shepherding stuff, our next reward is more exotic components. So like, yeah, I think even if we don't have the triple shepherd experience, this should still be worth doing. We just don't have the immediate dopamine hits from earlier, so it's going to be like more grind, but still the rewards are fat. This is still good. So I'm still going to run this. Like, I don't think I can optimize how much faster I can get the shepherd ranks. Like, I think I don't know if anyone's ever like studied how fast you can level it up or something, but like we just care about going from shepherd rank 1 to shepherd rank 8 for the project. Shepherd XP or Shepherd XP bar resets every time you join your session. It takes about 10 minutes of gameplay to fill up the bar and get an endorsement automatically. Earn experience, earn endorsements, earn ranks. Wait, so it is tied to XP then. Shepherd XP bar. So it is tied to XP. Singing? Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, that's the plan. I'm playing Dune day 1, and if you want to see Dune's endgame in any capacity before Arc Raider shows up, I want to say that my stream is probably one of the best places for that, because I'm a fucking degen when it comes to endgame grinding, and getting there fast. But then, like, yeah, like, if Arc Raiders drops, I'm going to be on that shit for real. 3-time Shepherd, I already did that all. I did this so much, I'm actually done with it. I don't get triple anymore. I got all the boosted XP, so now it's like back to normal. And so what I'm trying to figure out is if I need to farm like hard XP in the game to get Shepherd up faster. Because I don't know, I can't tell. Like I do a mission, I do Blanket Memorial and challenging. then I get like however many thumbs up in terms of like Shepherd XP, and then I get the endorsement, another one. Then I leave group, make it again, get another one. Did I complete the entire game already? What? Which one? This one? or what? Like my hours in this game lately, last couple weeks have been pretty crazy. Oh, the expansion? Oh yeah, we finished that shit like days ago. I finished all the missions the first time, like the first couple of hours. Then we did the hunters. Figure out the hunters. That was so fun. That was fun. But yeah, we're done with that. Hunters were like the biggest part of the DLC for me. Because when no one knows the solutions to stuff, it's like cool to like, you know, try to help figure it out. So we did all that pretty fast. That was like the first 2-3 days of the expansion. Tips on Catalyst. Play with people who already have gotten the Catalyst that can drop you one. That's the best thing that could happen. I never got one as a drop myself, but I played with somebody who had already gotten one. And they got lucky, got one again. And dropped it for me. $9 points per session, 3 additional endorsement. Without XP event, is 3 points max plus 1. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that. So I was noticing that too, Arno. So like, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it felt like I would do my first run and always be at 12 out of 15 for the first level. So now it's like less than that. But then you're still getting the reconstructed caches, and at the end of the day, you're still getting reconstructed caches and what's it called? Exotic components. So still worth doing even at like reduced or normal rates. So I'm still gonna do that. And what else was I gonna say? What I'm trying to figure out is how much the XP in the mission matters for the Shepherd timer to give you your endorsement or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Because doing the mission is like plus 3 thumbs up, let's say, right? 3 points. And then you do the other part of it, you get the 4th point. Like, I don't know. It's weird. Like, I don't know how it's correlated to the gameplay. If it really is XP based or not. But it's also like a system about carrying people. So, like, I guess you have to play with people for like about 10 minutes a pop and then and get your endorsements or something. I don't know. It's weird. Like, I don't know. Because technically speaking, if you had call for backups from people that were like, you know, doing story content level 20, there wouldn't be no in-game experience that would be worth it. So then it might not matter what kind of content you run. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's literally just tied to doing some activity to completion, a mission, maybe some open world stuff. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I still have no idea. But I'll just do with what works, and that is going right back to Lincoln, I guess.
Backup request accepted.
You got your mass and 8 runs for Catalyst. Clanmate did over 22. Someone else in my chat said they took them like 45 runs, and someone else dropped it for them because they couldn't get it to drop for themselves. So yeah, the Catalyst is
We need you to
crazy.
secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to
Yeah, I
the
do targeted AR loot and Countdown. Do targeted AR loot and Countdown, and if it doesn't just drop by doing that, then you'll probably get one from an exotic cache from Countdown.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
You know, so the guys in my lobby.
From here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
This game's still alive? Yeah, man. Is Countdown safe in hardcore? I don't know. I've seen the occasional Countdown guy in my hardcore lobby, or sorry, I've seen the occasional hardcore guy in my Countdown lobby, and like, I don't know if that's safe. I don't know. Because there'll be like hardcore players and like a softcore player lobby, right? It doesn't make sense.
Vital signs critical.
Bro, what is this guy doing? I don't mind having another person in my lobby that wants some Shepherd experience, but at the same time, you kind of need to, like, you know, play out the mission, kill some of the helmets for me or something. Nice.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
This level 20 guy needs shepherding. He isn't the shepherd. Yeah, I don't know. He's in my lobby. I don't know if he knows where to go. Like, I don't mind. Like, I can blast. Like, it's not a big deal. I got 3 players scaling on now, so like whatever. I can still one shot. As long as I hit the right targets, I can bypass helmets.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. Isaac can't access data on this
Post the
location.
link. What is that?
Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
XP bar, 2 endorsements per session. I was just reading that. Yeah, exactly. I literally just had that on my other tab. I was trying to read that, trying to figure it out. I don't think the second endorsement matters because if I get 3 from a mission completion and 1 from an endorsement, then why wouldn't I just reset the session?
Isaac just ID'd those shells.
Right, like if I get exactly +4 per run.
Escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Much better. Chungus. Where's the Shepherd Brick Speed Bar? Well, I assume they meant this. Well, I guess that's a thumbs up circle, so I don't know. Is there like an XP bar for when you get your thumbs up? Like, alright, I think it's just that. I think it's just the thumbs up is the Shepherd XP.
According to the schematics,
It's the wheel, right? Like it's.
you can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those boarders loaded with DC-62.
Look at the headshot kill. Oh my god, this guy's here and fucking up my spawns. That's fine. There's just Lincoln. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the UI, but yeah, I don't know.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you. You locked yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
Oh my god, he's stealing my kills, dude. I need my stacks. Kill like that. So what's this guy using?
Good work. Go on ahead back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
That was enough.
We dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We
I got
confiscated a
+3,
massive
and then
chemical
I do
weapons
this
and
and
eliminated a stronghold
endorse.
near the campus.
Then I get +4 total, so then +1 from the endorse. So
New Shepard rank unlocked.
I'll endorse the other guy because he's here,
Another
and
agent has
then that.
endorsed you.
Okay.
An agent is no longer in your group. You are now group leader.
So yeah, I guess if we just do this really fast, and like let's say we get +4 per run, so it takes 4 runs for level 1. I guess, and where's my call for backup? It's not showing up here. Oh, it's coming the wrong session. Huh. Stop that then. Gotta do the whole process again, I think. I think I'd be like out of this group, yeah.
You.
Let's do this real quick. Let's do all this, kill mobs on my end over here. Cool. Now we're friends. Now we remove from friends just to make sure. Now we go over here. Now it shows up again.
Backup request acknowledged.
I think a mistake was that I didn't leave that one lobby with that guy.
Another agent has been promoted to group leader.
I see you.
You to secure the memorial and remove True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Taking out Fox's prayer for Cheska? I mean, I don't need the extra crit chance. I get more damage from Fox. Only reason to run Cheska there is if you don't have like perfect gear, don't have like high enough crit chance.
Compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way.
Yeah,
to
it depends on
open that
which
gate.
striker variant we're talking about. Full striker, I'm just using Fox. Not full striker, then yeah, I'll have a Cheska chest. My whole build roll crit chance is not. Your watch is 10 crit chance, your gun is like 15. Then you get another 18 from the crit chance mods. Then when you're playing Countdown, every other person already has a coyote, so I don't need one. Oh, look at that. That's a VIP badge. Hold up. I gotta clear this checkpoint real quick.
All clear.
This man's got the redemption.
Compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them.
This guy's got the redemption. Look at that.
Well, I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Serious
see.
trauma detected.
Alright, did it work? Or do I get this in Twitch chat? Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There you go. You should have the badge now. Flex it in chat, dude. The big 250K right there. Oh, look at that.
Got strange reading here.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area
The rules for crit chance, the only rules for crit chance I have are coming from the 3 red crit chance mods.
I know what you're walking into.
None of my striker pieces have crit chance on them. They have crit damage.
Careful with those rounds. You want to kill everybody in here? You hear that?
I still basically have 50% crit chance
DC-62 detected.
on that loadout.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons.
I'm not missing
Fortunately, the True
36.
Sons escaped with those. You gotta find a way to close up that
The
tunnel.
weapon has 15. The watch has 10. The mods are another 18. There's another 6 built into the exotic holster that I use. And everything else I get from other people's coyotes, because it's for countdown. You never need more than a max of 3 coyotes on a team. Having crit damage from the mods, it doesn't matter. Cheska's 8% is not going to make up for 3 mods on your gear.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to exploit those mortars loaded with DC-62.
The knee pads don't matter. If you play your build, I'll play mine. I'm just saying, it doesn't matter. Having another 36 crit damage for 12 crit chance does not matter in my particular loadout, because every bit of crit chance I still get from other people's coyotes, and I'm using exotic holster, which you are not doing. There's nothing to test. There's no point in testing both. If you want to play your build that way, go for it, man.
Good work. Go on ahead back up.
If I had like an organized team, guess what I would do? I'd have crit damage everywhere and like basically no crit chance, because if I have 2 other people guaranteeing me mid-range coyote and long-range coyote, that's 35 crit chance from their buffs. Which then means I only need 25 on my build. But then I have 15 on my gun and 10 from my watch, which means I need no crit chance rolls on my gear. So I could have crit damage everywhere. But we're not playing with organized teams, so I aim for about 50 crit chance without a coyote, assuming that someone else is going to provide that anyways, because it's countdown.
And eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
So it doesn't really matter.
Proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Like back when this expansion came out in 2020, we ran 3 coyotes in our pre-mades, farming for loot every single day until the raid. Every single one of the builds basically had like crit chance, or sorry, crit damage and headshot damage on every piece of gear, because all the crit came from the coyotes.
You are no longer in a group.
How many hours do I have in Division 2? Like 2,700. Majority of them came from launch. for Division, well, for the base game and for the expansion. Yeah, my build is for the average lobby of Heroic Countdown. Like, right? If you understand the situation you're playing your build in, then you can make your build and do whatever you want with it, right? That's the whole point. I basically use full striker with an exotic holster and a Fox's Prayer, knowing that at least one person always has a Cody buff. Just how it is. Like, if you're playing solo, then...
Request accepted.
Bro, I don't think you understand, like, the... Okay. Just play your build, okay? Like, it's not a big deal.
Vital signs critical. Agent down.
Let's see you.
Like, it's a fucking countdown build, it really doesn't matter.
Hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Better not be those high.
Yeah, character is always maxed out. It's always maxed out.
All clear. I repeat, compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Yeah, this is what Headhunter looks like with a... This is what Headhunter looks like with, like, 2 broken talents. Because I thought I got 3 kills, I'm like, huh?
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a bait.
This is what broken talents look like.
Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Careful with those rounds. You want to kill everybody in here? You hear that? Pump this noise. I'm not dying to help with Yellowstone.
You playing up Lincoln Memorial, this is like almost,
Heads up.
this is like a good example of like a mission you can do is like, so let's say you're doing Soul Heroic, you want to learn that really faster.
You gotta find a way to close up that
A
tunnel.
short mission is pretty predictable. And fuck. Okay. Why am I aiming high? Just aim for the body. Yeah, if you wanted to ever like treat this like an aim trainer, this mission plus speedrun practice, I guess, for solo is pretty cool.
according to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from
I finished my triple XP thing, but I'm doing it on multiple characters. Because for me, the Shepherd stuff is exotic components and it's reconstructed caches. I think I have almost every blueprint. I apparently am missing the Cavalier set, so I'm missing 6 blueprints from that.
That should keep it from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you.
Delta Force? I don't really think that game's super worth playing. I've seen it. The next extraction shooter that I'm going to be playing, I think is like genuinely good as Arc Raiders. Arc Raider is the game. Arc Raider's the game. Your stash in this game is shared down. That's how you put like your builds on different characters.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position in...
Build easy to put together. 2 of the items in this build that I'm using right now don't exist anymore. They're like event items. So like if you were trying to literally copy it, like, you know, item for item, word for word or whatever, you wouldn't be able to. What you can do is, I can't endorse this one. What you can do is get Headhunter on your chest and then use that with any sort of pistol or rifle or sniper and get results, because the talent on the chest is how the damage scales up. That's the single most important part. Shepherd 5. But when you play Headhunter, you get the aim, and then there's enemies that have helmets and stuff, and then that's kind of where the Determined comes in. That takes away the element of aim, which makes it simpler to continue like killing things. And then Turmoil, which is also bugged, makes it even easier to keep the stacks going and the chain killing going, because if your damage bounces correctly, it can bypass all the dumb things in this game on enemy and PC design. So if the guy on the left has a helmet and the guy on the right doesn't, you one-shot the guy on the right, and then the guy on the left dies too. And you don't have to shoot his helmet. Right, like this guy right here. I'm not going to shoot him. He's got a helmet. Let's see if we can find somebody that will cause him to die by damage split. He's too far away, so it's probably not going to work. This guy right here. I don't know how much range this thing has. Not enough range to split.
Got a visual on additional
Pop the helmet.
hostiles in the memorial compound.
Right, but that whole deal with helmets or with like robot dogs.
It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
That guy had a helmet. He died of turmoil, right? Like, didn't have to pop his helmet. That whole interaction is what dramatically increases clear speed, but it's kind of a bug interaction. And also an unobtainable interaction because the knee pads came out back in April Fools. Caretaker is just a gun you're going to collect. I don't think a caretaker is worth actually using.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
That can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter. Sons have turned the memorial into a base. Stay on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
Careful with those rounds.
What's the piece that gives you both weapon talents? That's a mask that doesn't come out until like the end of the season. So it's called a Tinkerer mask, and it's going to combine the two high-end talents of the weapons together, right? But
Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical
it's not in the
weapons.
game yet.
Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta
It'll
find a
be
way to
pretty
close
good
up
for
this
builds like this. Well, not for the pistol version, but the rifle or sniper version. But that's about it. I don't think. Like if you're gonna combine it in Tinker with Streamline, I don't think there's a whole lot of scenarios where it's worth doing so, except for Headhunter. Because you gotta stack a lot of weapon damage to you gotta stack a lot of weapon damage to raise the ceiling of how much damage your Headhunter does at max stacks.
That should keep you able to transport those borders loaded with CCTV.
What I miss?
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you! You locked yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here. Bullets for now.
Headhunter Vigilance? Headhunter Vigilance together is pretty standard if you want to play high ends.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
But you can also do a build with Headhunter, like with Hunter's Fury.
I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we
Just
would've
kind of
ended
depends
up
on whether or not you want quality of life.
I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons. And
So that time I was able to endorse. I still have no idea what triggers this.
Proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Endorsement received. You are no longer in a group.
Caretaker, the problem with Caretaker, it doesn't matter how hard it hits if like you can't make all the shots hit the target, right? The accuracy of the gun is so bad. I hate that the most about it. Now, if you play closer to your enemy, then accuracy is not a big deal, but yeah, I wouldn't if you have no better options, I mean, shit, if you're like new and that's just your only god roll AR, like it's gonna be fine, it'll work. But there are more consistent options, like, you know, telling people to run an Elmo is just a nice, simple way of getting them a gun that has good attachments on it, good mag size, all this other crap, easy to use, good accuracy. Honestly, like the fact that it's easy to use and has a huge mag and everything makes it easier for most players to basically do more damage anyways because it's so free. But then once you want to go into like actual, like, you know, if you care about more burst depending on what content you're doing, then like, yeah, you're gonna look into like getting a Lexington or something. However, you can't get a Lex, so then like, what other options do you have? You can try FMOS, you could try F2000, I guess. You're gonna try a police M4, you might as well just run. You might as well just run like the what's it called? The Elmo anyway. Calling for help on PC. Okay, so what you're watching right now is I am carrying myself. And I found a way to guarantee calls for help with my second account. So this is something that people can do if they have a friend, is if you know somebody and you're trying to, like, I'd say, I don't know, shepherd each other for the project, you could basically add your friend, remove your friend, and then like have your friend like do a call for backup, and you should see it like instantly. So on my left on the camera, you can see I have like another screen open. That's my laptop. So I'm essentially just carrying myself over and over and over again on the same mission. Repetitive, but efficient.
Serious trauma detected.
All clear. I repeat, compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
What's that noise? Yeah. We just took a casualty.
Say half the damage didn't count on the last guy.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
With the way that I play Elmo with my exotic holster weapon swapping thing, I basically get rid of shock bullets. I actually hate the shock bullet effect a lot. It's good against like a hunter, right? To have CC in general, but the animation for shocking I think is terrible for like solo and group
Detected.
DPS towards the target.
Isaac just ID'd those shells as
Because like you could have somebody just like shooting where the head should be or how the enemy's moving, and all of a sudden it starts like doing like a weird wobbly dance, and like the head starts to go between his knees or something. Like I hate that so much. Turmoil? Yeah, I got Turmoil on, but that's because Turmoil is best in slot if you do enough damage to like one shot multiple people. It's broken as fuck.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep us from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
So yeah, Turmoil is, as far as a headhunter build is concerned, it's basically locked in. It's best in slot in the knee-pad slot because of the interaction it has, and it's pretty game breaking. Yeah, however they did the math on it, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
Who uses cover? People that can bug themselves out to have smart cover out of cover. I heard that's a thing.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would.
I heard that's a thing. There's some way to bug out your cover buff to be out of cover with it.
How relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated...
How many caches do I get total?
You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Let's go over here.
New Shepard. Has endorsed you.
Agent, we've just received a distress call from New York. There's been an attack on the division, and they've requested immediate support.
All right,
We need to avoid House South
539.
Lawn. There's a
Let's
helicopter
see if this
prepped for us.
works.
We need to leave now.
Using the profit? No, the profit's terrible. 540. Okay, so we only need 2 more, and then I think we have everything that I can get. This one? 541? 541. So 542?
Agent in need of backup.
542. So I think that was the last one, right? Like I think I have every blueprint. So then do I do this? Well, I should do it for the exotic components, but I should do this more. Maybe like put like 20 reconstructed caches in my inventory. Like I should probably open one and see if there are any extra ones, but I probably have all of them.
Looking for something special?
So I got a guy on my Discord that plays this game so much that he has like everything blueprint wise and stuff. There's a season where apparently I didn't get a gear set. Otherwise I would have 548 up here. Apparently. Or 550 if I somehow got some temporary ones. I don't know. The broken Picaro? Wait, what happened with your Picaro? Do you have the one that says that's like it still has 15 damage even though it's supposed to be 10? Is that what you mean? There's another example of legacy gear chat. It actually exists. There's some weird stuff in this game sometimes. Alright, so I think the new play here is we only do the project until Shepherd 6 for the caches. Shepherd 7 is exotic components. Shepherd 8 is components and gun, I think. Is Lexington Terminal available? No, it's not. That's the other thing with this game is that they haven't been... The amount of blueprints in the game doesn't quite match the amount of gear in the game. And so that would actually help a lot of people out, right? Like getting some older stuff at least, you know, through this method maybe. But what's really good about these blueprints and why you should do this is there are like dark zone specific items that you can get blueprints for. So all right, craft the Dark Winter, right? Like that's cool. I already have had millions of these, but like if for some reason I didn't have these, then like in the blueprint from those boxes is kind of nice. The orbit. I don't know why this is called Profit Blueprint, which is the profit. But yeah, this is the reason why reconstructed caches are huge. So, collecting all the blueprints is nice. I think I have basically every gun in the game from naturally farming it anyways. But like, having all the blueprints is cool. Having the blueprints is cool. So you know, in theory, I could like delete a bunch of guns, then just remake them if they were ever relevant. Like. Where'd the beard go? I fell off, man. The front fell off. Last run was so slow. Oh, yeah, we gotta open all this. That's everything, right? Yo, chat, did Wids actually delete his turmoil? Did he really delete turmoil? He's so mad. Oh my god, he actually deleted turmoil. He actually deleted his turmoil by accident. Wids!
If you notice suspicious activity, report it to the nearest JTF member immediately. Do not intervene or risk causing potential harm to yourself.
He just ripped his fucking pistol build, entire pistol build. And lost his, I mean, the pistol build's the other farm, but he just my boy just ripped his turmoil and his whole ass pistol build. He's like doing what I was doing. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's awful. Like, losing that turmoil is bad because that thing's meta as hell for those builds. Losing the harvest, I assume you had a harvest. That's bad. How long am I streaming for today? I've only been on for like 7 hours. Not a big deal. I'll be on for at least another 8. Minimum, probably. I'm gonna try to be on for a while. Alright, this character does not have a turmoil equipped anymore, so we can delete it. This is why you gotta be safe with your gear, guys. Don't pull a Wids. Don't delete your turmoil. Oh my god. How you get a turmoil? You go back in time until to April and you play the game back then when the April Fool's event happened. Otherwise, you can't get it until someday, maybe in the future, where they decide to re-release the item or something. I don't know, but it's like this, like There's a few items they've added lately where it's like if you're not on, you don't get to have the item. It's kind of annoying. Cause like, I mean, I've been covering the game at least once a day every season or whatever, but there's stuff that just like, if you weren't there for it, you can't get anymore. But like, yeah, I don't know. It's stupid, but at least I, you know, for the people that have known me for a while, I more or less am the alarm for Division stuff. I stream it once every so often when there's stuff to do, and they're like, hey, is this game the same content? They see what I'm doing, like, okay. They know. Terminal knee pads are pretty dumb. Alright, another run, man.
We took things for granted. We expected coffee in the morning. We expected free Wi-Fi. When those were taken from us,
Incoming alert on the SHD emergency channel. Flash priority.
The base of operations is under attack. Hostile forces have breached our southern perimeter. We are in need of immediate assistance. Repeat, need immediate assistance from any nearby agents.
But yeah. Terminal knee pads. Dismantling them when you have like only the one copy. God, that's awful. And I definitely agree that like those type of items really should not be that like time limited. I mean, they should fix the bugs with them too. It's totally unethical to have a build like that compared to how the rest of the game works. Like, you know, if you see how many of these runs I've done with the pistol, or you can do the same thing with a rifle and a sniper, like it's unethical levels of power for the highest difficulties of the game.
I've got eyes on a division agent heading north to the house. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed to
Odd run's great.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency, keep pushing forward and blindside these bastards.
This game looks boring. I mean, watching it is different than playing it. I'll say that. I mean, I'm just shooting bots. Once you play the game and understand why I'm shooting the bots and all that stuff, like, I get it. Chat, is Division 2 boring to play? I mean, when you have stuff to do, it's pretty damn fun. But yeah, I mean, I can't blame you for thinking it might be boring, because, like, the PvP is pretty shit in this game, so, like, that would be the thing to watch, right? If it was good, right? If we had Division 1's Dark Zone in this game, it'd be different. Division 2's Dark Zone is split into 3, it's only 12 people, so, like, if you only care about PvP, you're not gonna feel right with this game, but if you want PvE, the PvE is good. Otherwise, I mean, give it a week. Wait for Arc Raiders, play that for PvP. That's what I'm gonna be on. That game is fun as hell to play and fun as hell to watch. That's a match made in heaven right there.
By the way, Agent, head downstairs and check in with the quartermaster.
Arc Raiders is where we're gonna be at. If that thing drops out of nowhere, we're on that. We're on that for sure.
Up for learning a new skill?
I don't know if you guys were there when I played it for the tech test. I've got 60 hours of VODs on my YouTube channel, like they're saved there, so it's good stuff. Scrapping PvP in this game, they won't. The Dark Zone is just part of the IP. It just is what it is. The question is whether or not they can actually make a Dark Zone that's cool.
After the green poison outbreak, we worked tirelessly to stabilize the country.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Alright, let's get our level 40 boost watch thing. Let's get our sharpshooter.
Entering safe area.
Ignore the rest.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
And do this so we don't delete any gear. This is what I do so I make sure I don't delete my stuff. Chat, remember when Wiz deleted his turmoil? This is what you do so you don't make that mistake. Okay, you gotta take your starting gear, probably favorite it, make it a loadout so you can swap off of it when you delete your character. Oh man, my inventory looks so much better like this. It's so much easier to find everything. Stash not full of a million pieces of like spare gear. When did he delete it? Like maybe within like the last hour. Hey, he fucked up. He deleted his entire pistol build, including turmoil. By accident. Which is crazy. Oh my god. So this is why you take precautions. You know, this is why you take precautions. He basically cleared a run, and it was like probably the last run, and then he fucked up and didn't go to the White House, and yeah, he just fucked up. He was too busy probably talking about Caretaker and got like spaced out and deleted his stuff. Basically.
Good to see you. I can help you craft, but I'm out of
It's a
supplies.
pretty big loss, honestly. Wait, how would I even save caches from this?
Come over here, agent. Take a look.
I'm gonna delete the character. I think I can. Switch this. But yeah, he basically cleared his last run. He got a caretaker. Was probably busy like talking to chat. You know, I mean, like got distracted. But losing turmoil when you can't farm another one is bad. That's so bad. Considering how things are going for me on my loadout right now, right? Like, losing that is bad. That's so bad.
Incoming backup
Here
request.
we go again.
Backup request acknowledged.
Alright, get them exotic components, boys. We're down bad on them. I wanted to plus 30 all my stuff, and then I just ran out. And then I realized that I gotta grind even harder. Where are we at? 142.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
God, I don't know what is about shooting stuff in this game. I don't care how fucking repetitive this is, but like, just just shooting like this. I'm just trying to like,
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial.
I'm trying to like prioritize targets and flick to them and stuff. I don't know. That's fun. Am I doing the same mission? This is a good mission for the Shepherd Farm that I've been doing. This is one of the shortest missions in DC. And so I have one account that's doing a call for backup, and this account is carrying that other account. And I'm basically just farming Shepherd levels. There's a project that's a limited time project. It's only going to go for like another week. It is incredibly rewarding. Exotic components and reconstructed caches that have blueprints in them. So basically, it's very, very worthwhile. And so then, in terms of trying to farm that product faster, I figure, hey, we'll speedrun this mission. It takes me, let's say, 5 minutes on average. Maybe a little bit less. I know the mission inside out because I've run it like hundreds of times. And you know, like within an hour, I have like, let's say, 80 exotic components and a bunch of these
All
caches.
clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get
So either I do this, or I go farm Countdown, I guess, or find some other source of gear grind. I guess like one thing I haven't done is I haven't done Countdown for smart cover mods. There's no way to craft them either. So smart cover mods could be good. What happened to Chappie? He retired from streaming years ago. Just like, doesn't really game. I think he just like works whatever job he's got and goes to the gym and stuff. Like, it doesn't really game.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area
You'll like rarely show up in chat from time to time, but yeah, he took getting told to get a life literally. That's funny. But I don't know, he's on his hustle somewhere else, you know. You know him. Well, yeah, I mean, New World was about, so he stopped when New World was about to come out, but he was like, you know, deeper into like crypto stuff, and
just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape.
then got into like NFT stuff or whatever.
Way to close up that tunnel.
He was all about that stuff. That's not bad.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Who's Chappie? Chappie was like my teammate and friend. Like that gold pan back here. Where's my stream deck? There's gold pan back here. He's got one too. You know why? Because we won a tournament together. We streamed Division 1 together. We like ran the Dark Zone and like survival and all that stuff. We know each other from H1Z1, playing against each other, and then our story of like playing together started with like playing another battle royale called The Culling. And basically, before Division 1 came out, we played The Culling. I ran into him in a solo lobby, and we were the final 2. I killed him or whatever, and then it was like, hey, you know what? Let's like link up. We know each other. From H1, obviously we're both battle royale players, and we started doing that. And our first day of playing together, it was nothing but fucking wins. Like we were fucking gaming, dude. It's so rare to like duo with somebody and just like hit that stride, just right off rip, and just like absolutely tear lobbies apart. So that's where that all started. That was fucking cool. So we went from like having that day of like playing The Culling to like, all right, we're fucking gaming together, let's get it. And then then Division 1 happened. And then like, you know, yeah, like, you know, he got partnered, then I got partnered, and like Then PUBG happened. I was like, yo, chap, they got this sick like leaderboard here. We gotta play PUBG. Let's duo. And then like me and him climbed to like rank 1, rank 2 NA, like just holding down leaderboard and stuff. Then we get signed, and like that's like the entire like whole start to that. Like then we started playing a bunch of other games together, but a lot of people obviously know him from the Division days, right? Div 1. And then survival speedruns, like me and him duoed the 10-minute run, and then I said that like, yo, we need to basically get a certain spawn to get the 9-minute run. Then once you get the 9-minute run, you're done. Like that's it. That's the best you can do. Because so I was at work when he got the 9-minute run. I was like, had that stream up on my work PC or whatever, and I was like, yo, you gotta get that one safe house over there. And then so I was watching it wreck. I was basically like just like telling him what was going on. But yeah, we basically came up with like the optimal route from the east side of survival to get to the dark zone and extract instantly, and then I was like, yo, you have to get that one safe house, and then once you get that one safe house, you're good to go. Then just run it back the way we've been running it, and then GG. The clip where we teabag butter, yeah, I still have that clip. Guys, you guys are ready for this? Hold on, it's still in here somewhere. Is it in here? Oh, it's in first ascendant chat, right? Oh, yeah. Classic, dude. That's a classic right there. Conan Exiles, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what a great game to stream. What a great game to stream back then. But yeah, that's where I teabagged butter in Conan Exiles. And you had like, you know, there was a dong slider, so of course I maxed that thing out. Yeah, I played a little Seed with Chappie, but I wasn't into Seed as much as he was. I mean, I saw my old speedrun on YouTube too, and then he does his. I mean, you just look up like Division 1 speedrun like 9 minutes or something, you'll find it. I think mine is like unlisted. Let's see. Visibility. How do I search this? I still have mine somewhere. Oh yeah. Here's a duo 10-minute, but mine's not. Mine's like a private video now. The old 10-minute run, start the east side, basically haul ass, pick up like the bare minimum, get the dark zone within like 5 minutes, get like the 2 shade tech or whatever it was to like do the flare gun thing, and then just like reach like duo our hunters, or solo hunters, I guess, or like focus fire them or something. I think it was survival though, is the timer. It rounds it like down or something. So like that's why 9-minute was like the only possible thing. Yeah. So like that's why it's like 9-minute on the dot for a solo is the, or it's 9-minute on the dot is like the fastest you could possibly do in game with the in-game timer. It's not, it doesn't track it on a per minute or per second basis, or per second or per millisecond basis. So you just had 90000 whatever. It's like, where's the... Those are 2-man was 10 minutes, and then we had that solo. He did the solo 9 because it was at work, and that we were just like, someone's gonna have to do it. I haven't aged at all? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a vampire, man. I'm Romanian, I'm a vampire. What else do you want? I don't go out in the sun for a reason, man. Too busy gaming. This is a headhunter pistol build. Look, holding the clip, yeah, probably because the camera quality is like, and the stream quality is like way worse back then.
Accepting backup request.
The return coming in 3 days? Wait, Fonte, what are you talking about? Did Chappie say he's playing, or? Use a Regulus? I mean, if you use a Regulus, like, yeah, you could do that. Regulus is actually kind of slower than this gun. Determined is broken as hell, so I'm gonna abuse Determined as much as I can to get it fixed, because I'm fucking sick of this low-skilled bullshit-ass talent being bugged. God damn. The Regulus is the true king of pistol builds, but no, they have Determined in the game.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open.
They just ruined the Regulus, man. Where's the AoE coming from? From another bugged item called Turmoil that you can't get. So yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. I wish that Determined and Turmoil kind of weren't a thing, or if they were, they needed a more balanced way, because yeah, it's what's the bug? The math behind Turmoil is fucked up, so like I basically do almost like full damage to 2 targets instead of cutting my damage in half and split it across 2 targets, so that's part of the part that's bugged. I don't think that's bugged is the constant chaining of Determined, because Determined is supposed to give you 1 guaranteed body shot that is a headshot. So what should happen is you headshot, trying to keep killing shit. And then let's say you have to body shot something, well you can transmit your headshot damage to their body for that 1 stack of Determined that's supposed to go away. So if you use perfect Determined on like a Prophet, you would see how it's supposed to work. Because perfect talents is supposed to be better than regular talents, but it's the other way around for this particular talent. So basically, Determined procs itself. Determined procs itself.
All clear. Compound is all clear.
And so, since Determined procs itself, you just have infinite like body shotting into headshotting if you have enough damage. And if the target that you're fighting, you know, has a head and not a helmet or like a or whatever. But then Turmoil combined with Determined is really broken, because let's say there's 2 targets, one has a head and one doesn't. You kill the guy with a head, then you do equal damage to the guy without a head and 1-shot him too, without losing your stacks. So
The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
that's what I'm just doing on challenging, but like I do it in heroic too. I'm just being lazy.
Can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
This guy is claiming that he got Turmoil, knee pads, and a named items cache. But he maybe just didn't notice. 'Cause he got it during spring. That's one guy. One guy saying it. I don't know, chat. Any, if you guys are countdown farmers, hey, you know what? You got named item caches. Somebody somewhere might hit it. Just saying, that might be a possibility. Big, if true. I feel like he bought it during the summer, the spring sale though, so like he probably didn't notice that he had it or something. But like if it truly popped out of cache,
DC-62 detected.
if it truly popped out of cache,
Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
you did it after DLC for Matador. Wait, why did you want a Matador from the named item cache? You could also just farm, if you farm what I'm farming right now with the Shepherd Project stuff, you can get a blueprint to make one.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That's just being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
God, I'm hungry. What's new? A new DLC dropped a couple days ago. That's the big part. Oh, now it's just another season. Well, then DLC is the major hype around this particular time period in the game. So that's the major reason to get back into the game. Buy the DLC, check it out for yourself. Some new mission content, new open world, some new hunters. The hunters were really fucking fun to figure out. Obviously now they're solved, so now it's just like YouTube guides, so it kind of depends how much you want to like figure that out yourself versus just follow a guide. But because like to me the DLC, honestly, like 800 thing, like actually figuring that shit out day one, that was cool. That added a lot of longevity to like the overall content of the DLC for me.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle.
Yeah, the UV Light Hunter, that was cool. Visually very interesting.
Today, we dealt a great blow to
The Pizza Hunter thing was wild though. That shit drove me insane. The Pizza Hunter thing was wild.
You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
The amount of time we spent losing our minds running around the map trying to figure that out, only to just have to go into the room and do it. It's crazy.
Endorsement received.
So 4 out of 15 after 2 runs. Is it going slower? It was a skid, you know, it's just my my vampire genes, and also the front fell off. The shepherding, you go to your SHD thing at the top of your map. Make sure your on-call status is on all. But then, like, I'm farming it because I have, like, an extra account. So, like, I found a way to, like, trigger it. Yeah, then this exists. So, like, this is stupid. I'll be right back for a sec. I need to refill my drink. Have I got 98 total? I have, yes. So now the XP is way slower. Earlier, I was basically getting like from Shepherd 1 or Shepherd 0, I guess, to Shepherd 8. I was doing that in like, let's say 8 runs, like basically within 50 minutes or something. And now it's taking longer. But then what I want to do is I only want to go up to like Shepherd 6, basically wherever the project stops giving you the guaranteed like caches, because the caches are what I want. I want the exotic components plus the caches, like that's both pretty big. But yeah, I want to make sure I have all the blueprints. I'll be right back though.
agent in need of backup.
Ooh, okay. Oh, there was something else I forgot. God damn it, one sec. Okay. Sorry for. Oh god, shocked it. I can't even switch my scenes right now. There we go. All right, chat. We're back. Well, the first break we took in 8 hours. A little snack, a little bathroom break, refill the drink, and we should have enough energy to keep going for at least another 8. Easy. Now let's get the farming going. Did we do this carry on this one already, or I think we were just getting started? What I miss, boys? What I miss? How you guys doing? Are they gonna bring back turmoil? I mean, they need to. One of the devs was in the chat earlier, and I said some stuff about it, so hopefully they address that. That's pretty cool. Like one of the
I need to debrief with Schaefer.
basically the game director was in the chat earlier,
Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
and so like I also believe that like, yeah, this game shouldn't have exclusive gear like that. Like it should not be time limited. Like if it's gated by content that you can do at any point, that's fine. But like just because y'all just bought the game doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to, be able to play with something that came out like a month ago. Like that's stupid as hell. So yeah, I think they should bring them back, and I also think they should fix the bugs with them too, so that like they're not just so goddamn overpowered. They're broken as hell. Like it's actually game breaking, but there should be no reason why you don't have. There should be no reason why you don't have access to them. You, if you're a new player, returning player, whatever, you should be penalized for not logging in 3 months ago. You stop playing because you can't get the item. I mean, when you watch somebody like me play with them, right? Like, yeah, it feels pretty fucking shit. But like, wow, like, what the fuck is that build? I want that. Oh, I can't have that. Well, fuck me, I guess, right? Like, it is pretty bad. But that's also why I'm gonna play with it and abuse the fuck out of it, so everyone knows it exists, so that, one, they get fixed, and two, they get out of the game. Unbelievable. James with a tier 1 sub. He just came here and just dropped the sub. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Welcome on in. Coming in big. But yeah, I definitely agree that if anything should be exclusive, it should be exclusive to a piece of content, not to like, oh, you didn't log in. Like that is crazy. That is crazy.
I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased
So let's start up the farm over here. Oh my god, this is such a classic.
Here the city. Anna will help you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity
on heroic, I guess.
since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city.
Used to watch me years ago and love the game. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't been a whole lot of worthwhile stuff to cover in the game for a while, but and we're gonna be streaming it for a little bit while. Like I think we've got another 3-4 days to stream the game before before Dune Awakening shows up, and then Arc Raiders will show up. So
increased hostile activity in DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island.
we got a couple more individual streams in us. I really should be making YouTube videos, but like I don't know. It's just the struggle of being a streamer. There's Twitch drops, like, people gotta get their drops. This is my main thing, so like, I gotta be here. Claws out. Technically, it's a Darkstone thing, and if you're not gonna do the Darkstone, then it's a countdown into named item caches angle. And then also you could do what I'm doing right now to eventually unlock a blueprint for it. Appreciate you can craft it.
We'll help you prioritize the threats. I'm still interviewing Schaefer. We've got reports of increased hostile activity
but yeah,
in DC.
there's gonna be a lot of third-person gaming on this stream over the next like couple of weeks. Honestly, like I've been trying my hardest to farm every living thing in this game to get super caught up, have like all the juiced builds that I want to have.
We'll help you prioritize the threats.
And then we got Dune Awakening, and then we got Arc Raiders, so
We've got reports of increased hostile activity in
crazy.
DC since your altercation with the True Sons on Roosevelt Island. We need you to secure the city. Anna.
You did log in April at some point, but like the wrong date. Yeah, it was a very limited time thing.
Visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound.
I really like check my Discord actually.
There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Somebody
To the memorial and remove the True Sons forces.
in
They maintain this
Division?
outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
I can't check, but I remember in my own Discord, it's like somebody brought up like, hey, don't forget to like log in and get your knee pads. I'm like, yep.
Accepted. You are now in a group.
They're just like,
Trauma detected.
I didn't know how good they were. I got them on my arc. Well, I got them. I threw them in storage or whatever.
Agent out of action.
I threw them in storage or whatever, and then yeah, that was you know, I come back now. I'm like, yeah, let's start fixing all our builds. I said, what the hell?
Agent vital signs 0.
Hold on, let's reset.
We need you
But yeah, the whole bug interaction with Headhunter is what makes them good.
The True Sons will be a direct threat
Like
to
if the
campus.
bug wasn't there, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But then if you're really strong, then they're still technically good, right? Because in theory, like if you're doing twice as much damage as the enemy has health, then it makes sense to use turmoil. That would be best in slot.
South. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need
Why
to
am I
find
running
a
with a
way to open
pistol?
that
Because pistol is like one of the 3 weapon types that can hit really hard per bullet, which makes this build work. I could probably switch to rifle, but sniper's a little bit slower. But yeah, I've got 3 different styles of builds. There's different variations of all of them that are all like, you know, basically headhunter builds. A headhunter build basically means just like one-shotting, like chain killing to the face.
Vital signs critical.
But then if you fuck up your combo, then it takes like a very long time to, you know, bring it back. Like right here is like my single target damage is really bad, so we fucked up the combo. So now it's like, oh, I'm just poking him to death. Hotshot build is a headhunter build, so it's the same thing. It's just slower because you're sniping. Like you're better off using a pistol or a rifle because you can be more mobile.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Snipers are slower. Like this is all fucked up.
Serious trauma detected.
So turmoil is fucking it up. If I don't keep the combo going, turmoil makes it hard to recover.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them.
So what I could do if I want to play this difficulty is actually go rifle, get more damage, or just bring out the Regulus, but then I don't get to bypass helmets and stuff. Not as easily. It's just like, I don't know, there's a few variations. Striker Eagle Bear. Man, I wish the Eagle Bear was as good as it used to be. That thing is... Alright, that's not gonna work.
Agent
What am I
incapacitated.
gonna do? Like this difficulty with turmoil? Fuck that. I'd use a rifle for turmoil here, or just use a pistol and challenging, it's fine. The expansion, well, the DLC that came out didn't really change anything.
Forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Like the expertise cap went up. There are new seasonal items. or seasonal brand sets, gear sets, or whatever. Like there's a smart cover you can get from the DLC. There's like a new gear set, I guess intended for smart cover.
Got a visual on additional
There's a
hostiles
new
in the
brand
Memorial
set for
compound.
pistols, which I'm currently
They're
using.
moving south.
New brand set for pistols is kind of like the big significant thing that made pistols pretty strong.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
But I wouldn't say anything like changed too hard. It's just there's a few more options that just showed up. No, I mean if you're like soloing or something, I don't know, like Eagle Bears, like all these guns, like I'm just saying that like the Eagle Bear basically has like worse accuracy than it did in 2019, right? Like the 30%, the talent says it increased accuracy by up to 30%. It used to be 100% back in the day. Right, what else is missing? The thing's missing is like 100% reload speed, like 50% damage. Like there was so much the Eagle Bear had. They butchered my boy, you know what I mean? They butchered my boy. Doesn't mean it doesn't work. Everything works, but like it doesn't. It's not like the top AR. Right? I'm so grinding. Wow, Luca, where you been, dude?
All clear. I repeat, the compound
Where you
is
been,
all
dude?
clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
No. Playing with Eagle Bear these days, like I was playing with it earlier. I tried every single AR and I was just like, sad. Sad that Elmo exists. I have a Lexington too. You're talking to a character making moves? Oh yeah? A Tinder date? Your coworker from Tinder?
Damn it. The true sons have turned them
How am I
around.
joining my alt? So you add your other account as a friend and remove him as a friend one time in a particular day. And then it guarantees that you will see the call for backup instantly.
What are we walking into?
Something we discovered yesterday. I spent like the first 2 hours trying to troubleshoot it and then it was like, oh. That's all it needs.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Trying to make moves. Look at this guy. How's the DLC? I mean, if you like playing the game, you're gonna buy it. That's the reality. You like playing this game? Call up the $15. Check out Brooklyn. New content, some new stuff to unlock. More importantly, some pretty cool hunter stuff to do.
We can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those orders loaded with DC-62.
It's $15, man. I'm just saying, like shit. I remember having a $20 bill at Five Guys recently. Like $15 is nothing compared to the cost of other stuff. Is it still possible to farm blueprints? Yeah, I'm still farming blueprints. I think I might have them all at this point.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You just friend and unfriend the alt. Yes, that's exactly how it works. Friend it, then unfriend. Well, you know, friend it, have it, accept it, and then unfriend it afterwards, and then boom, good to go. Fucking everything. I'm getting so lazy. Luke, I'm trying so hard to get determined and turmoil fixed, dude. Oh my god. There needs to be some respect on headhunter builds, man. They gotta be, the headshot aim stuff gotta be respected.
Go on and head back up. The team from the
It's
campus
gotta
will
be
take a position
respected.
inside the memorial.
It's gotta be fixed.
Stop them. I know they would have used those weapons on us.
Is the summit still worth playing? It's good if you want to farm
I
like
can't tell you how relieved I am to have you
a
on our
checkpoint
side.
on like legendary,
Thank you.
because it allows you
Dealt a
to
great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated their stronghold near the
Summit can be
campus.
scaled to legendary and with directives, so it is in theory like probably the best place for XP per hour if you do it right, I would imagine.
You are no longer in
Or one of the best, I guess, if you can farm a certain checkpoint a certain way. And the other reason I guess to farm it would be maybe like getting yourself a bighorn if you don't have one. This is legendary, it could eventually drop.
backup
Like I
request
guess
acknowledged.
legendary summit with AR targeted loot in theory should let you get a bighorn much more easy or easier to get than like just doing a legendary stronghold. And technically, legendary loot quality is a little bit higher on average, but like
They maintain this outpost. The True
worrying
Sons
about
will be
legendary
direct
loot
threat to the
quality
campus.
shouldn't matter too much in a game where basically you just optimize every piece of gear to max.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Out there.
I swear there's like more mobs in that closet than I thought. But yeah, I think that determined should just be like a one bullet of insurance. One bullet of insurance, basically, so you can keep your head under stacks. And then perfect determined should be like at least like 2 bullets.
Serious trauma detected.
That would be a pretty balanced way to do it. Kind of like how a hotshot backpack works, like where you miss a shot, you keep your stacks. Like determined should just be that, but for headhunter, basically. A way to deliver headshot damage to the body for 1 round after a headshot kill or something,
Agent down.
and then have like the perfect version let you do that like I don't know twice or something.
All clear. I repeat.
Because the way I look at it
Is all clear.
is that
No, that can't be all of them.
the more OP we get,
The interior will
the
I
more
can-
valuable terminal becomes, and then still determined also would still be super valuable. They fixed that. It's just like the cheesy part of it is that it takes almost no aim skill to do this much damage consistently. That's the part that's stupid. But having it determined be like a thing that we can use to essentially bypass some of the bullshit that comes with having to play a headshot build. That part's cool. Helmet enemies get killed by turmoil. Determined lets you
Damn it.
deliver maximum damage to like certain things.
There's an area beneath you with increased security. Stay alert. I don't know where you're
Master
going.
Kami coming out with a prime. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hear that? Stop this noise. I'm not dying to help a camel pound.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel. according to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those.
The tips for jumping and challenging. Got ninja backpack, striker. I don't know if you want to run ninja backpack with striker, but that, you know, that'll get things done for now. It's fine. And the reason I say that is because the striker backpack is pretty much always worth having. Taking your stacks from 65% to like 90%. You know, 25% more damage benefit from having a striker stacks up.
That should keep them from getting more of those.
So then with Ninja Bike, it's a backpack. I think that you would be better off running with like a different loadout with. But that one is fun for people to play around with builds if they want to. But specifically, like in the case of striker, I think that you should avoid using any other backpack with striker. But if you play Coyote, yeah, that's perfect. That's the perfect choice. Just like that is one of the better exotics to run with the striker set for sure, because you need the extra crit on a crit build anyways from that, right? And you're playing with an AR, so like you're basically gonna be at like close or medium range, which means you either get the 25 crit damage from the Coyote mask, or you're getting like a 10% crit chance, 10% crit damage. Which then means that, like, with Coyote, that the rest of the crit chance you're going to target for the rest of your loadout is going to be a max of, like, 50%. Now, one thing with this season is that we have, like, up to, like, 10% crit chance on top of our max. So you probably want to have, like, the modifier for the season off for a bit to see, like, where your full crit chance is on your stats page if you don't know, but that will throw some people off. Excuse me, that will throw some people off. What's up, Fallen? Good morning. So, like, striker, AR with like a Coyote mask, right? 4-piece Coyote, including the 4-piece striker, including the backpack, and then usually a chest to chest with obliterate. That's like kind of like the cookie cutter striker build that everyone tells people to run, more or less. But plan on making build guides. Yeah, I have an entire list of builds. I have like
Endorsement received.
I have a notepad on the screen of like how much shit I got to put on YouTube because I haven't made any updated build videos in 5 years for this game. However, it takes me a lot longer to do that because one, I have to stream for the Twitch drops being on. Two, I don't just like show my inventory and like show some basic stuff in the game. I like to try to do some math and stuff so that I like, you know, there's some kind of numbers behind what I'm doing and it's like understood in some capacity further than just like, hey, yeah, this build's good, copy paste and go right ahead, right? Like I want people to kind of like learn how I think about it and stuff. So like I don't know, let me show an example of what I used to do like 5 years ago. This is like my old spreadsheet. This data is like out of date, but like I was running some numbers, okay? Like I know the damage formula. I tried to explain it in my build videos 5 years ago if you see those on YouTube, but a lot of things multiply. On the left, I basically like would do like different combinations of different talents, guns, whatever the build has in it, whatever. And then I was looking at like, you know, how much, you know, DPS is doing, like red mobs, purple mobs, like yellow mobs, named like enemies, robots, whatever. Like this, it's over the top. I would probably not do like this in a video in the future, but like this is an example of like some spreadsheet type shit that I do. I haven't done anything like that for the current builds, right? So like I gotta look at that. But yeah, the last build videos I did for me was like, or was the two right with Warlords coming out. There was a LMG build and there was a rifle build. And in both those builds, I was trying to push the knowledge we have, you know, learned about the damage formula and how it changed with Warlords. And then I was like listing off tons of different like gear options that were like multiplicative in nature so people could use. Yeah, the LMG one was the first one because the LMGs were busted for a little bit. And then the Casual Biggs with the Prime. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Welcome on in. The rifle one was basically the last one I needed to post because like, okay, well, we got Coyotes, we got the Y'all mask, we got the Fox's Prayer, we got the Contractors. Like I made people aware of the classic M1A being good, and of like the named items with multipliers being good. That was like the intent, was like trying to like get people to think about the numbers and then like know that that gear was there and stuff.
Another agent has endorsed you.
But now things are a little bit different.
You are no
We all know Striker is insane. That's how it's different. But yeah, I have been thinking as I've been streaming this game like for the past couple of weeks now, of like how would I want to present, let's say, how damage works to people in a not so heavy on the math side of things. And it's like, basically I've thought about it like, you know, what if I told you that like, okay, this is where the base damage is on your gun. What if I told you, okay, this is how your total weapon damage and like, let's say AR damage adds up here. I told you that like, here's your crit chance, here's your crit damage, here's your headshot damage, here's your total weapon damage from Striker or whatever, and then here's like, you know, your out of cover damage and all this stuff, right? Like, it's just I make like a list of the stats and try to like tell people what's important, because like I basically want to take as much of like the game and condense it down to here's what matters, here's all this other bullshit that doesn't, just fucking forget about it, don't even think about it, right? So like that's how I make my builds too. All my builds are basically red builds because I kill things with guns all day every day. And so like when I look at items on the ground, it's just like if they're not red, I don't even give a shit about them, right? That's the same, like it helps a lot with like even looting stuff in the game. If you're focused on looting stuff for a particular build and you know like what pieces you're looking for, you can basically ignore almost every other item drop that isn't those things because of the nature of target loot and how you farm in this game. Like, and you learn a few other things you should be looking for if you don't have them, but like, if you know what you're looking for, you can more easily filter all the bullshit loot out of your, you know, out of your mind and just delete it. So like, I want to do that, but like with, you know, how I want to try to explain a build that I have, so that people think about the game more like the way that I do, and not just feel like, yo, Striker's good, I'm just gonna run that and just copy this guy's build. Like, I hope people take away something about the damage formula, and like, it's not that complicated. You just have to understand what the stats mean. Because like, so the way I've always looked at it, and this is why I don't share my builds like on stream directly, like, yeah, just copy this, copy that, or have like a screenshot or like a build clip, is that I look at it that if you can, like, if there's like a better way to present it, then like more people hopefully can see the game the way I see it or something, and like learn a little bit more about how it works, or so that like more people think about builds in a certain way or a different way or something, and like everyone gets more knowledgeable and more comfortable with it. What's all those drops here? Mosquito, just leave it. Because if the more people thought about builds the way that they should be thought about, then hopefully that more people would not only succeed at the game, but like want more depth in the game too. That's like I think that's like something that kind of holds back some of these more mainstream loot games, is that they're too scared to innovate their loot systems, because they're too scared that like people can't learn them or don't want to learn them or something, and like, I don't know, there's just gotta be some better way to get people to like enjoy like loot games more, at least in this genre. Because there's like a fine balance between something being accessible and understood, and then like part of that's also how it's taught, or like if the game's not teaching you, then hopefully like the guides you find hopefully teach you in some way, and hopefully they're not just like, yo, this build's insane, copy paste this, but like, you know, I don't know, like I want people to be better with like making their builds and understanding why a build's good or something, so that, let's say you're giving feedback, like the average person giving feedback to the devs about what a game should have or how it should improve, like is hopefully pushes the genre forward a bit. Because like, I don't know how many people in this chat right now have played like Path of Exile, but like, you know, I look at the itemization in that game and it's like fucking crazy. If you ever played like Last Epoch, right, like these are different like top-down ARPGs that have like super like in-depth stuff, at least to some varying degrees, but like those are more engaging loot systems, or more engaging like loot chases, than what we have in this game.
Isaac just ID'd those shells.
And so like if there's like some way to bridge the gap between
True Sons escape with those.
people playing and learning this loot system and getting this genre pushing towards like a little more a deeper loot system than what we have now, that would probably be honestly just like for make like a better game. Because like I don't know like how many people are new in this chat versus people who played in 2019, but I have old build videos from 2019 that show you what the loot system used to be like. It was like actually really deep compared to what we have now. You had up to like I don't know, 3 stats on a mod, or like you could have like talent or 2 talents per piece of gear. You could have like multiple stats on gear. You were like aiming for different number ratios of like, oh, I have this many blue stats and this many red stats, and I can unlock these talents and these will start working. Like it, there was so much more depth to it, and it was built in a way that was like pretty interesting to figure out, but obviously not very casual friendly because people just expect to have maxed out bars. And I think that if they had kept up with educating their player base on how that loot system worked, then like we would still be on that loot system in some capacity, but you know, a better, more refined version of it. It was pretty fucking cool. And like I'm sad that this game's like, you know, if you've been here since day one, like you know, it's easier to make a build in this game and like pretty easy to get into it, but like I can't say I'm exactly proud of any of my builds in 2020 and beyond comparing to like what we had in 2019. Like those builds are sick. Like when you earn the build and it took a while to get, and like you come up with like these different combinations. Like that was like a cool, pretty unique loot system to like learn and like make a build in. So there's gotta be some way to bridge that gap of like, you know, this game's audience and like getting them to be more informed on like, I guess like I don't know how a game like works. There's gotta be some way like for the game to do it, and then on some level it's like if the game's not doing it, then like at least like, you know, content creator builds can hopefully try to do it. Or yeah, that's tough though. It's a hard problem to tackle, getting people to like enjoy a loot game, but when it's like deeper, it still is like both accessible but also more interesting. I don't know, it's tough. It's tough.
Massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Yeah, it's tough, man. But we're so many years into this one now that I don't think that's gonna change. Just gotta wait for Div 3 and hope they try to innovate on it. Because that's the problem that we had going from Division 1 to Division 2 in the first year, was that everyone got comfortable with this like optimization station and whatever that they had in Div 1. They come to Div 2 and they're like, oh, what is this new loot system? And I don't get it, and where are my god rolls at? And I feel like we're gonna repeat repeat history with Division 3. People are so used to like having target loot, having perfectly rolled gear, and everything being so easy that they're gonna go to Div 3 and be upset. And then after a year, maybe like whatever innovation they might have in their loot system, they might just throw it away again. That is like I don't want to see history repeat itself. That's the thing I'm most worried about. Div 1 Dark Zone cheating? Yeah, they had like too much trust in the client side of things. That's why people are like flying around the Dark Zone. But I'm pretty sure even people to this day are still cheating in the Dark Zone in Div 1. How do you mute Manny every time you log into the game? You go to your settings for audio settings and turn your voice dialogue to 0, I guess. That's probably your best bet. Yeah. Did you guys know that Kelso had to go? Did you know? Did you know they're interviewing Schaefer? It's pretty much the DLC meme right now. Did you guys know? Alright, everyone, what's on your Division 3 wish list? Type it in chat. Luca wants to know. What do you guys want in Div 3? I want too much. I already made a list last time someone asked me that. You know, cross save, crossplay, party finder, raids, dungeons, consistent update schedule, expansions. Yeah, there's a lot of basically mandatory stuff.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
These one-shots are insane. This is unthinkable in Div 1. You're watching like one of the most broken builds in the game currently. You know, it's something that needs to be fixed in a way. What's the crit chance cap in this game? It's 60%, but the seasonal modifier lets you go to like between 70 to 100%. You have it on. Wait, what? I actually, so we have the game director for Division to show up in the chat earlier, and I was definitely telling him about how, like, yeah, that party finder needs to happen, and also, like, I even brought up Guild Wars 2 events, like, in the open world, as, like, y'all need to steal from them, and he, like, actually knew the game, like, he had played it, so I was like, fuck yeah, hopefully that results in something, because, like, Guild Wars 2 open world event cycles are so fucking cool, man. Getting people to run together and, like, you know, I mean, it's an MMO anyways, like, talking like hundreds of people running around doing, like, you know, big groups like 50 splitting off to do an open world event. Just run around in the open world and do stuff together. Like, that's cool. Obviously the scale of this game is smaller, but, like, it can still do that. Like, imagine that the Light Zone was full, like, a, you know, like a multiplayer server where you just, like, run around and, like, do stuff with people. So, like, I don't know how many people in chat have played Guild Wars 2, but I feel like that MMO's open world, like, does used to be, like, that concept of what it does needs to, like, be stolen by so many games like this. Weapon attachments having stats on them. So that's where actually I think it should be different. I think that, I don't know if you guys have played Breakpoint, Ghost Recon Breakpoint, or other third-person shooters that do this, but I think something that's missing in this game, or that can make the combat more interesting, I guess, is like, I think that you can move around in third person, but then, like, you should be able to, like, look through, like, your actual proper iron sights or scope or of your choice on your gun, so that the shooter part of the game is more respected. And Breakpoint does that. It lets you, when you put a red dot on a gun, it's a red dot. You put an ACOG on a gun, it's an ACOG. So, like, I think that the gun modding should be more like a shooter, and leave the RPG part to, like, the gun itself or the talent on the thing, and not the modding system. Because, like, the way the attachments are, like, should you just have farm a bunch of attachments for a bunch of passive stat boosts for more damage? I think that maybe your gear should be that. Like, I think your attachments are a better platform for just, like, making the gun feel good for how you enjoy playing with it. Right, red dot for close range, ACOG for more, you know, zoom, and the reticle change. Because all my attachments in this game are just like, oh yeah, crit chance, crit chance, crit chance. I didn't have to farm for it, I just had to unlock it that one time, and it's, like, so standard. But and then farming for attachments, that's just, I don't know, that's just more passive stat boost, but I feel like the gun part should just be, like, preference of reticle plus zoom level plus, like, whatever, you know, whatever kind of, like, recoil reduction you want, horizontal, vertical, or something, ADS speed, you know, little shit like that, but, like, something simple that just makes it fun for you to play or gun whichever way you want, not just have it be like a DPS increase. Plus, also, like, think about the fact that this game has, like, weapon skins, like, also them being on your backpack, it's not like you ever really see them. Eagle Bear is a fucking beautiful ass weapon, but it's one, sits in my stash. Two, if I want to enjoy its aesthetic, I would have to like make a 3D printed version of it. Like that one guy did.
Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
The specializations and the ultimates, I think that the spec weapons were a complete waste of time, and they should have just been exotics. So that would have been way more interesting if they were just like exotic weapons. And I think that the ultimate abilities were more useful and whatnot, and I feel like
Confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated
there's like,
the campus. You should be proud.
I'm trying to think, there's probably like a way to do like a light version of what Path of Exile does or something, or maybe like, you know, think about your 6 specs in the game or something. Let's say they were more like classes, and you have a web of like talents and stuff, and you should make like a custom combination of like whatever it is that you want based on your build, and have that be saved as part of your loadout or something. I don't know, stuff like that, like the passive skill tree from PoE maybe, but like take all the specs and like reroute it to be that. I think that Bighorn, it's good for PvP. That's what people use it for. Headshot damage in general is not great for PvE, unfortunately, unless like you know the enemy you're fighting at the time is gonna have a head. That's kind of my problem, right? If I play a Bighorn on a headshot build, I will absolutely roast everything that I can hit up until some dude with a helmet shows up, then I get sad, or a dog spawns, then I get sad. So if the game respected aim more, then Bighorn probably would be my main gun for like an automatic rifle build, because the AR build, I mean, because like, yeah, it's the headshot AR. But the max size on it isn't good enough for PvE, so it's definitely more of a PvP gun.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
Skill trees? You know, the thing about skill trees that are like the simplistic, more like, you know, like Borderlands or something like that, I feel like once you've know which ones are good, it's just kind of like locked in. I don't think that like a skill tree, like the ones that have like important talents, is like really like as good, because it's almost like you have like built-in bonuses that should be on gear that are not just like raw stat boost, but like actual straight up talents, right? It's just, I guess it's just like a matter of where do you want your number increases to come from, and where do you want your actual like gameplay changes to come from? Do you want to farm gear, or do you want that to just be baked into your character and then you don't farm for anything important, really? Right? Like it's, or how do you balance that? There's a lot of like a lot to think about there. Should you just have like a Path of Exile style build, like tree, where you have a ton of nodes that are mostly stat boosts, and then you have like a few like gameplay changing elements in there, or do you have like a lot of gameplay changing elements in there, which then also means that you're not farming for the gear, you just have the talent? And then
All clear. I repeat, compound
how many
all
talents do
clear.
you want in your skill tree, and how many talents do you want in the game as part of your gear?
Like Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
So yeah, I don't know, it's kind of, it's like a tough thing. Like, I don't know, I think about all the games I've played with talent trees, and where there's like less emphasis on the gear, and I feel like the gear is more meaningful to go earn instead of just like leveling up to have a bunch of talents.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
But then like a Path of Exile skill tree,
And
give you a bunch of stat boosts that are nice while you're, you know, leveling up or something, because you don't have gear at all until, you know, mid to late game, I guess. Like the way the PoE's skill tree is designed is like you're supposed to be able to move points around and shuffle it into stats that you're lacking at the time that you know, while you're leveling up and stuff. Because then eventually your gear is going to give you a lot of those stats, and you can move your stat points over from things that you know just need, but then eventually replace with your gear to like more impactful, almost like gear-based nodes in your skill tree, where you plug in some jewels, or you put like an actual item into your skill tree, or you get some like keystones, which are like essentially the equivalent of like almost like exotic talents, but like the path of them on the tree. Pretty impactful. They change your gameplay. So it's like
We can lock that tunnel door from the control center. That should keep it from being CC62.
a skill tree like that, but obviously redesigned for however the 4RPG of this game would be working, would be kind of cool. Just depends on how deep it's going to try to be, if it was going to be a thing like that in the first place. You need a good XP farm for tomorrow's event. Tomorrow's event.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
Yeah, I mean, this is seasonal XP, so you should just do priority objectives. The Dark Zone? I mean, they know they fucked up with the 3-way Dark Zone. They made it, they shipped it, and then they're like, oh, yep, that's... a decision they went with that, made PvP dead on arrival in this game, before considering all the other gameplay changes compared to Div 1. Hey, that's why it's a PvP game, man. We always be saying it. Div 1 PvP, Div 2 PvE. Oh, I missed that one. Playing hide and seek.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons.
Zipline combat. I mean, yeah, it'd be cool if we had more movement options in this game. Like, I just think about Arc Raiders. Like,
You on our side.
Arc Raiders has some pretty cool movement
Great blow to the True Sons
for a
infrastructure.
third-person shooter.
We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the
Because that's a big thing. They tried their hardest to appease the people who didn't like the chicken dancing and getting just like, I guess like farm the Dark Zone, to where they tried really hard to like hamstring our characters in this game. The game used to be slower when it came out. We had basically like no movement. And it didn't matter because people will still literally chicken dance or whatever anyways, because it's what you're gonna do. People can't aim, long time to kill. You're gonna throw your opponent's shots off and then kill them. And when the Dark Zone was really fresh, we're doing like World Tier 4. Like, I remember like beaming people with my AK, they were trying to like chicken dance out of it. Time to kill was fast enough to where their chicken dance didn't matter, but kind of hard to have like a healthy Dark Zone experience. Everyone dies really fast, like it's Call of Duty too.
They maintain this outpost. The True Sons are a direct threat to the campus.
Higher quality blueprints, you gotta upgrade your bench.
Got a visual on
Should be like a crafting bench upgrade button at the bottom somewhere.
They're moving south. There's a gate
find a way to open that gate.
A lot of good games coming. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, Dune Awakening is gonna have some fun stuff. The Arc Raiders, I think, is like literally peak. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna get any good sleep for the rest of this month. If Arc Raiders comes out later this week, I don't know. I've barely been sleeping as it is thanks to this DLC and the drops and stuff having to be live the whole time. So I'm gonna be strapped in this chair looking like a straight zombie, dude.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Oh, you got your drop. There you go. That's the Black Tusk trophy, right? The little like cube or whatever. Oh, I shot the helmet of all the things. Yeah, when the drops go through, they're supposed to show up in like the stash.
There's an area beneath you with increased security.
In better fashion, I mean, I think they're working on it.
I don't know what you're walking into.
They're working on it. And you see the backpack I have on right now? It has like the little screen on it. That screen updates based on my shade rank. That's like the first ever cosmetic they've had where it's like a reactive cosmetic. They're learning. They're finally learning how to be a live service, you know, 6 years later. They're like running events. They're working on their cosmetic game a little bit. About damn time.
Gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Honestly, if I was the guy that called the shots at Division and be like, okay, use Div 2 as a platform to experiment with all sorts of shit. And then see what works and see what doesn't. So you make Div 3 like, you know, better. Cause like, we're just in that period where it's like, you know, we need some content. We need people to just like enjoy playing Division again. Put Division back on their minds, and then you gotta think about like putting Division on people's minds all over again when Div 3 is about to be dropping.
The schematics Isaac pulled upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That's what keeps them from being able to transport those boarders loaded with DC-62.
Chat, well, how would you feel if, like, I don't know, let's say Division 3 dropped tomorrow? And what do you think would happen, right? How many hours do you think would be streaming? Would you call emergency, like, sick leave from work? If Div 3 dropped tomorrow? Would you consume all your vacation time?
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking
Just
position
think
inside the memorial.
of how crazy that would be. Just think of how crazy that would be.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow.
You would marry a millionaire so you could quit your job and play the game? That's crazy. That's crazy.
You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
That's crazy. Yeah, I think I need to pull out the rifle build. How's this thing only capping out like 15 mil? I guess the damage is being cut down to 15 because of the turmoil. Thinking about it, you should probably marry a millionaire. Whether or not the game would be dropping tomorrow, so you can quit your job and do what you want. Okay. Okay.
Backup request acknowledged.
That's crazy.
Another agent is now group leader.
How long until Division 3? The earliest I think it'd possibly be dropping would be March 2027. That's the earliest I think it could be. What's the multiplier for zero call for backup? I mean, as far as the game is concerned, my other account is a random player. And I've already done the entire Shepherd triple XP thing, so now it's just back to normal XP.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the Memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Yeah, I think I need to start moving my rifle build over instead. Yeah, you don't gotta marry a millionaire, just be a millionaire. Make it just be you and your cats. Think how many cats you could have, Isabel. That sucks. Terminal rocked on the wrong guy.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the
Oh
interior
yeah, I
like
should
it
probably
has
look
people
for like a
maintain the
piece of.
perimeter.
I've done this so many times on Cheska today. And I haven't been looking, but I guess there's a piece I would need from this. How level does it have to be? I guess, I mean, it can do call for backups like at any point, but I think it's better if you have call for backups when the old character is like able to, like, I don't know. Actually, I don't know, like, if I do a call for backup, I haven't tried passing party lead to see if I can. Well, it's their session, so I guess it'd be better if they were like end game, so you could do the content at a higher difficulty.
There's an area beneath you with
So I mean, even if you're playing like the lowest difficulty, the highest difficulty, like a mission's still gonna have like some.
I don't know what you're walking into.
It's still gonna take, you know, a couple minutes to do the mission, regardless of what difficulty's on. So
Careful with those rounds.
if you're on a higher one, it'd be more rewarding for you. Thing is, though, I don't know if Shepherd XP is tied to the difficulty of the content or not. It doesn't really seem like it.
Heads up.
Like the Shepherd XP guide that I saw was like, you know, in a
Can't afford to let the
ballpark window of like 10 minutes, you should be.
Gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Like a 10-minute window, you would expect to be like auto endorsed or something, which is.
upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those orders loaded with DC-62.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, I can't tell if, like, Shepard XP is at all tied to the amount of XP you earn from doing a mission, but... Like, I'm running this on challenging because this pistol build doesn't quite hit hard enough on heroic with the damage share if I fuck up the combo anyway. If I don't fuck up the combo, it's fine. It's not capped. I've still got like another week where I could earn stuff from this project. The triple experience is capped, but like the project itself, I can still do it for like a whole another week. The thing you if you care about Caretaker, you go to like rank 8 Shepard, and if you want to push for like max rank Shepard this season on one character, you could do so. But instead, what I chose to do was use the project for all the exotic components and reconstructed caches.
You saved a lot of lives today.
And the reconstructed caches are getting blueprints, and of course exotic components, as long as you have something to spend them on, are, you know, pretty good, so. The amount of XP you get is also pretty high, so you get some pretty big jumps in shade level.
This change. We've just received a distress
Like I was like 7,000 yesterday at some point. I'm like almost 7,100. Like it's been going up really fast.
Meet me on the White House South Lawn.
All right, it's 5:42.
We need to leave now.
Ferocious Calm. 5:43. Huh. Hunters? Yeah, we solved them. Was that my last one? Oh yeah. I have all the blueprints. Ferocious Calm was my last one. Hunter Killer and Shield Splinter. Do I have that?
Agent in need of backup.
Hunter Killer's chest. Don't have that.
Probably make some string out of old plastic bottles. Might come in handy.
I have the AR he's talking about. I have that's weird. A backpack? How do I keep getting the caches? So I keep making new characters and doing the Shepard thing up until like rank 6. I've done that so many times now that I've gotten like over like 100 blueprints or something like that. So yeah, just keep making new characters. Boost to 40. Go from level 1, boost to 40 after the White House part. Bring over your gear. And keep running them. 5:43. So like technically I'm only missing Cavalier set. Yeah, you only get the first couple of caches up into like level 6 Shepherd or something.
Good to see you.
How long does it take up to level 40? Let's say you do solo landmarks in the dark zone. Maybe like hour and a half. Depending on how efficient you are, I guess. 30 to 40 is not too bad. What are we looking for? What's the goal of Link Memorial spam? That's how I'm getting my Shepherd XP up. So I'm doing this project that says like you get a bunch of rewards for seeing Shepherd ranks. So I do that for the first like 6 Shepherd ranks, and from the Shepherd thing, it's like I do Link Memorial because I know it's like the shortest, one of the shortest missions in DC. So I do it in like 5 minutes or less per run, which then turns into, let's say, like +3 thumbs up or on here. And then I usually get the thing to endorse me, so I get +4 thumbs, and it's like the first rank is 15 thumbs up for 1 Shepherd rank, and then it's like 7s after that. But yeah, it's just like a mission that seems to be pretty reliable for pumping my my Shepherd rank up while I'm doing these call for backup things for my other account. Sit here. So this one's what, like a Shepherd rank 3. Pretty sure I have all the blueprints now. I wonder what blueprints I have that. Guess my R list is like this. So only screenshot the. I don't know what's. I'm gonna make my Discord have like an entire list of this stuff.
Could probably make some string out of old plastic bottles. Might come in
Oh, I have Stinger. Maybe it's that one. Yeah, I think the difference between me and somebody else on my Discord who has like everything in here is that I think I have the Stinger, he doesn't. Refer a friend. That's what it is. It's gotta be. That would make sense. Yeah. That's the best I can think of. What weapon for Heartbreaker? If I don't have a Lexington, St. Elmo. Wait, no, sorry, never mind. That's Heartbreaker. You gotta pull stuff. So I guess you could like play technician. Let me think. You could play technician and have a shot like an AA-12 or like the ACS-12 with a tech laser on it, which would then allow you to like pulse things and stack the buff. And then like you could use an Elmo and then have something else like passively give you pulse on targets. King, oh yeah, fucking Kingbreaker. Holy shit, I forgot about that gun. When Heartbreaker came out, Kingbreaker was the gun that like Kingbreaker was the gun that came out when Heartbreaker came out, like the intended gun to the perfect flatline. So that's like the ideal one. But then like when the guns jump around, I mean, I don't know how you're on a controller, mouse, and keyboard, but like you should be able to pull down to keep it on target. I don't know what input device you're on, how familiar you are with like shooters, I guess, but like anything that like actually jumps up vertically, like you can counteract it by just pulling down. I don't remember how the accuracy was on that gun, but I think it was okay. But yeah, that is like the better one there. I guess you could also just play like a Policeman 4 with Flatline and Heartbreaker. That could work. The Policeman 4 is basically what the Elmo is based off of. And a Policeman 4 should have space for tech laser from Technician. So that would be the best compromise, I guess. It's just like, it's not like the super high end, like high DPS burst DPS AR, but Policeman 4 might be like a decent choice. Is Flatline mandatory? So the way that Heartbreaker works from what I remember is you get pulse targets, right? So you play Technician, you put the tech laser on your gun. And then since you have things always being pulsed, then that should also help you build your stacks. And I think you get more damage to pulse targets, something like that with that set. Something like that. And so then Flatline is like the obvious choice because you're just going to do more damage to targets that are pulsed while also doing damage to targets that are pulsed thanks to this set. Stuff like that. I don't have the set on hand. Like, I don't think I have a piece of my storage. So I can read it again. Oh, there's the chest. You headshot to get a pulse. But then if you want to reliably have pulse on everything. Yeah, if you want to reliably do damage, now that I'm reading it, enemies have to be pulsed. So you want to play Technician, you want to have the tech laser from Technician, you want to put that on your gun. A Policeman 4 is a nice one. I remember that one being compatible with the laser, and then like Flatline would make a lot of sense because that talent came out when this set came out, and it would give you a multiplier against pulse targets, which it should be all the time. So yeah, I would look at a Policeman 4 if you don't like the other gun that we were talking about that I forgot about, Kingbreaker. I don't have like up-to-date numbers and like all the guns, so that in my mind I could just be like, here's a chart DPS wise, start from the top, work your way down, right? But like the Policeman 4 last I checked was pretty decent. And I'm also the kind of guy that never tell you use an SMG, so it's an AR set, especially. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use an SMG, but like, yeah, I'm definitely not the kind of guy to tell people use SMGs. So I think ARs are actually like kind of insane PV wise. Like the game is almost like balanced around them, especially in PV because the 21% health damage on every AR is also like every enemy has health. Some of the spongiest enemies in the game have all health and no armor, technically. They have a health bar but no armor bar. Because that's another fun fact about damaged armor and damaged health is that an armor bar has to be present for you to get the damaged armor. Because armor plates are different than armor bars. So last I checked, that was true.
I've got the biggest inventory.
So I don't know, ARs are should be pretty good in that instance. Still good, do good damage. I mean, well, the way Heartbreaker works, right? If you're not going to use the tech laser to guarantee that you're pulsing, then how are you pulsing your targets? Headshotting is one way to do it. But how else are you consistently maintaining the pulse on all your enemies? Right? Because not everything has a head. If an enemy has a helmet, I'm pretty sure that doesn't count as a pulse. Like shooting a helmet, I'm pretty sure the game doesn't count that as counting getting headshots, so then this won't proc. Robots and then dudes with like armor plates. That's another problem. Helmets do work? Okay, if that still works, that's good. But I'd still look at it as like, you know, if you don't have tech laser, you're missing out on all the damage when you run into those other scenarios. So tech laser's like the obvious choice. You can do a gunner or something if you want, but like if I'm playing Heartbreaker, I'm just ensuring that my set is working across all enemy types, so I would just force myself to play tech. Also, if you're playing solo, like tech's always nice. You get the extra robot damage, you get the plus skill to your shield gets a little thicker. You could do rifle flatline. Rifle flat. Well, you have to worry about stacks too. I mean, the tech laser is just. The tech laser is like. Excuse me. Tech laser just makes it good. Flatline makes it good. Everything else is just kind of like, well, you can make the headshot part work, but 100% uptime on a set that demands things be pulsed. And this set's all about like AR LMG anyways, so I don't really pick like one of those two. Up to you, man. I think you always customize your build, but like, you know, there's like the numerical. There's the way to look at builds is like, you know, the mathematical best, and there's ways to just do builds for the sake of it being your build. Because if you're playing solo, it really doesn't fucking matter. Like you can just play a build with whatever combination stuff you want, right? If it works for you, it works for you. It doesn't really matter. It only really matters if you want like the best, or like you're a speedrunner or something. But as far as like flatline is concerned, with this set, like let me see, let me read it again. I'm pretty sure like that 100%, 110% weapon damage to pulsed enemies is an amplifier. This used to be really busted because it used to be 1.1. It used to be 1.1 to the 100th power because they were multiplying against each other. So or some shit like that. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, it was 100 stacks. It used to be pretty broken. Or I guess it's 0.01, sorry. That's what else I was missing up on. That would be better. I don't know. How the fuck does this work again? Oh, 1.01. That's the thing. So it used to be worth this much. So you'd have like 270% damage increase at full stacks when it used to work like this, where each individual stack was multiplying against every other stack. I think they changed that, so now it's just going to be 110%, but the 110% is a multiplier against all the other damage you do. And so with flatline involved in the formula too, It'd be like flatline times that, I guess. So you'd be doing 241.5% more damage between flatline and full stacks of this. But the 1.15, the 15% of flatline is a straight up multiplier. It should be amplified damage. A daily amplified damage source, so it should multiply against the other one. Yeah, I don't think I have any of these weapons in here because I moved them all in my inventory, but. Does the weapon damage buff from Heartbreaker work the same as Strikers? In terms of like it being a stack-based system, yes. In terms of the damage type it gives you, no. So there's total weapon damage in the game, and there's amplified damage in the game. And damage to pulsed enemies is an amplify, which basically means that it's a separate damage bucket all by itself. Whereas Striker is total weapon damage, and there's other sources of total weapon damage in the game, and those sources add together first before multiplying against everything else. So if you played Striker and then you have a Vigilance backpack, like you would have, let's say you're playing Striker without the chest, without the backpack, at max stacks it'd be like 65% damage, total weapon damage. And then if you had Vigilance with 25% and that's up, then that 65 gets added to the 25 and you're at 90. Then that 90% is a multiplier against everything else you're doing. But if instead of Vigilance in that example you have Glass Cannon, which is like 30% amplify, then you're taking that 65%, multiplying that by 1.25 on your chest, and then you have whatever 1.65 times 1.25 ends up being, which would be like 206% more damage, right? Between the two. Or a 2.06 multiplier. So basically the difference with the amplifier and total weapon damage is like, if all these are if everything here is an amplifier, it's like it's just a constant string of like another source of damage or whatever, right? It all ends up being like this, like 15% more from something, 25% more from something, 65% more from something. But if it's total weapon damage, then all those sources of total weapon damage add together first and then multiply against the rest of your formula, like crits and headshots and weapon damage and all that stuff. It's hard to explain math with words. It's like literally you just have to look at the formula and then it makes sense. It's like trying to explain like the different text in the game that it is, you know, what is weapon damage, what is crit damage, what is headshot damage, what is damage targets out of cover, right? And then like trying to somehow assemble that and be like into your head as like, how does that work mathematically? It makes sense if you know, like the formula. Or you try to like go from like my old videos from like 2020 where I explain the formula, but it's hard to just do that on stream. Like that's like a whole, gotta have to have like a visual aid of some kind. Whereas my old rifle build, like I have this section in here like 5 years ago where I try to explain what I just try to do on stream, but like, that's basically more or less what the weapon formula looks like. Your base damage of your gun multiplies your weapon damage, which then multiplies with whenever you get a headshot plus your crits. Multiplies with total weapon damage, which multiplies with all the different sources of amplification. So like they sort of stack up like that. There's an old video. This covers the math at the start, and then I go through some other old stuff. This is from 5 years ago. But this is just, it's the mathematical way of basically trying to explain what the fuck the damage stats mean in the game, and like how they impact your damage. Like, cause like once you know what the stats do, and you have some idea of like, oh, I'm gonna use that because it does this, right? Like it just helps with like your build crafting and making sure that like you care about making the right choices numbers wise. That
Backup request accepted.
Yeah, I went over the damage formula like 5 years ago. Then that's like what leads to like, you know, doing some like spreadsheet math sometimes with your builds. But
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, the True Sons will be...
But yeah, I was, as far as I know, I was the first person to do the expose the damage formula in 2020. Other people are, you know, some other people still like, you know, went off with that idea. But if you know how the damage stats work in this game, then you know what the hell you're looking at on a piece of gear when you get a, like a drop or something. Giving yourself ideas of like how to build something. Like when you're reading a talent, it's like, oh, what does damage to pulse targets mean?
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south.
What does Ninja Bike do? I don't know. You see Ninja Bike.
It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
So for my build, it wouldn't really do much. It does some survivability, take away some damage. Random person joined my lobby. Where's he at? Why is he not helping, man? Why is he not helping? Is he using the new exotic? Looks like he is. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna play Dune and Arc Raiders 100%. Yeah, of course. I've been talking about it like every day. That's why I've been grinding my ass off here. It's like, 1, get you guys Switch drops. 2, get everything done in the game. So I'm like set until Division 3, I guess. And then, we're definitely going off to Dune Awakening and to Arc Raiders because new games, also third person, also, you know, fresh PvP experiences and whatnot. So should be a good time. There's about to be, if you thought my streams were long for Division 2 drops, it's gonna get even crazier when those games come out.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all
You're gonna
clear.
see me push an endgame and Dune hopefully fast, and then
People to maintain the perimeter.
if Arc Raiders really drops the next day, then I'm going straight to that game because it's Arc Raiders. It's Arc Raiders. Again, I don't glaze like these random ass extraction shooters that come out. Like I've been pretty vocally against hero shooters and like extraction shooters because of the cheating problems they usually have. But Arc Raiders is generally fun, man. It's good. I haven't been excited about an actual PvP shooter game in like since PUBG, so.
Serious trauma detected.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. There's an area...
Like, I guess most of the chat is probably watching from work right now, but
I don't know what you're walking into.
I would imagine that if you're into Division in any capacity, you probably have Arc Raiders in your radar and maybe even Dune Awakening in your radar since they're all third-person shooters. And not only third-person shooters, but
Detected.
games that actually have
Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True
you know,
Sons...
potentially different PvP experiences that are, you know, missing in this game.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
If I want to build a Regulus again on a character, you have to put one in your inventory. Okay, so yeah, you would take a Regulus, put it in your stash, move it somewhere else, and hide it away from the rest of the account, I guess. So that when you do the raid on your main,
Transport those mortars loaded
you would do the parts and get the parts again. You basically, like, the character that's doing the raid needs to, like, needs like the rest of the account, like it like needs to be as far away from the gun as possible, I guess. I don't know how else to say it. Like, if your main can see the item in its own inventory or in its stash, then it won't generate more parts for the Regulus. But if it can't see the gun because it's on another character, then you should be able to get more parts for it. Expeditions get tough. You've been up all night, man. I'm just saying.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we've got the great load.
There's that.
We confiscated
There's
a
that.
massive cache of chemical
And
weapons
there's
eliminated a stronghold near the
this.
campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
New Shepard rank unlocked.
What Shepard rank are we at now?
Endorsed you. An agent
4.
has left your group. You have been promoted
So
to
these
group
caches.
leader. You have left the
No more
group.
blueprints, we have them all. It would be kind of good to have like a bunch of them saved up somewhere, but then this is a character I plan on deleting.
Member agents group receive. Backup request acknowledged. You are now
There we go again.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, the True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Yeah, I do think I need to switch over to my rifle build.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It
We're
looks
lacking
closed
a
from
little bit single target.
We need to find a way to open that gate.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior.
Oh yeah, did I ever? Oh, I deleted everything. Never mind.
Let's take a look around.
Damn it.
Is that a glitch? Or are you actually doing double damage every hit? That's exactly how my knee pads work. There's this like really busted pair of knee pads that came out for April 1st,
I don't know what you're walking into.
for April Fools or whatever, and yeah, it kind of just doesn't. The math ain't right. The math ain't right. So I basically killed 2 dudes with 1 bullet. Like, it's supposed to split my damage in half, but it doesn't quite reduce my damage. It just kind of
Isaac just ID'd those
hits
shells
2
as
people and
chemical
fucks them up.
weapons. Can't afford to let the
They're
True
pretty
Sons
broken.
escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up.
And it's like a crazy limited time item too. Which I think, even if they fix the like mathematical interaction of it, it in theory should be best in slot for these like hard hitting like one-shot style builds. Because the stronger we get, the more damage we do per bullet. At some point, being able to split that bullet into half and hitting 2 dudes with 1 bullet is just really powerful. So it more or less is something that becomes like best in slot if we get that strong, and currently we are that strong. Math on it's messed up. Oh, I turned early. Yeah, I actually do hit 2 dudes, 1 bullet. Sounds like a cursed YouTube video, or a video for a different platform anyway.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
No exotic component.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
You from Canada with this pistol? No, this pistol's also a limited time thing.
We confiscated a massive
It comes from the Loot Goblin sometimes.
You should be proud.
I don't know when the next event is, when it starts dropping. I think it's the summer-based event, but yeah, that's also another thing that you can't currently get.
You are no longer in a group.
Shepherd 5. Yeah, the Div 2 limit stuff is pretty dumb. Like, everyone's new, coming back, whatever, to see this bullshit build, and they're like, okay, I want that. That looks busted. And it's like, well, yep. You should have logged in last year. Sorry, man. Stupid. But yeah, you should be able to farm the pistol again at some point this summer. I don't remember the timing of it, exactly how that all works. So I got this pistol a while back and totally forgot about it, and then decided that I would make these builds like the last couple weeks, and I was like, oh, yep, they're pretty good. So I have like the Raid exotic pistol, which is, I think it's way more fun, and I think it should still be the peak way to play a build like this, but then the tournament came out, and then Terminal came out, and then yeah, everyone's talking about the Lexington. Like everyone's just like upset. Everyone's a good AR, and they're like, oh, you know, I get asked all the time. It's like, hey, what's a good AR that's not Lexington? I'm just sitting there like, shit, what was good again?
Agent in need of backup. Accepting backup request.
Elmo? No, you can farm an Elmo. Elmo, you can farm whatever. It's the Lexington, the high-end AR that you can't get, because that you have to log in last year for that. It's like basically like basically what is like the mathematically best burst AR. You can't get that, and then the most broken talent in the game that you can kill 2 dudes with 1 bullet is also a limited time thing, so yeah, it's kind of insane. How can you unlock the Lexington? You can't. If you didn't log in last year, you can't get it.
Get away from me. Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
So basically,
It's closed from here.
you want to farm an Elmo and just, you know, play with Axe. It's pretty fucking good, honestly. And then I don't remember exactly what the DPS charts look like. I mean, I haven't done the math on them in a long time. Like back in the day before they fucked over the FAMAS was like the best AR. That wasn't when Lexington didn't exist. And then they redid weapon balance and made like the F2000 like the best AR, and then yeah, you can't. There's no way to get a Lexington if you don't have one. I got 2 Lexingtons. Oh, imagine this game had trade, man. I'd be rich. I have an extra one because they gave like 2 out last year. Because when they first gave them out, if you logged in on like a lower level character, it like would give you like a low level Lexington you can upgrade. And then they basically gave out a second set of them. Oh, shit, man, if I could trade this game, I'd be rich.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get any people to meet.
The electric effect, honestly, the shock doesn't even matter. I think the shock is the worst part about the Elmo. For how I play, anyway. Like, outside of, like, when you fight a hunter, like, I don't want shock bullets at all. The rest of the gun itself is pretty good. It's just like a juiced up Police M4. Like, compared to a Police M4, the Elmo basically has, like, 20 more bullets in the mag. 15 more crit damage. Like, a Police M4 could have a damage health on it. But it doesn't have the same level of attachments.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. Get on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
Careful with those rounds. You want to kill everybody in here? You hear that? Don't get noise. I'm not dying to help the cattle pound.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
You just got an Elmo last night? Oh, I just saw your question. Yeah, you want to pair that with Striker for sure. Striker is just like... Striker Elmo is pretty much the move. Your first, like, actual automatic, like, weapon build.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
FAMAS. Yeah, they messed up its reload though, man. That's what makes me sad about it.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
I played FAMAS from like 2020 onwards. I had Eagle Bear before the FAMAS got an extended mag, so I never really bothered FAMAS back then. But in 2019, but in 2020, like classic M1As and FAMAS, that was the move. It's a good way for shade levels. Heroic 5 directive open world content's pretty good. So basically make your open world difficulty as high as possible and put like a pistol or hotshot type of build and hit like what's it called? Well, actually there's no pistolero directive on, right? So you basically make a really good build for killing heroic 5 directive content and you farm open world activities.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have
M1A boomerang days. Yeah, that's a classic right there. That's a classic right there. That's the 2020 loadout way back in the day.
Confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated the stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
They fixed the catalyst yet? Whatever bug people are saying that the catalyst has, I don't know if that's been addressed at all. We'll see, I guess, when that happens. But honestly, like, even if they do fix it, I actually don't think the catalyst is that good. It seems pretty bad. Elden Ring Night Rain needs PvP. Wait, what?
Backup request accepted.
The backfire. The only good thing about the backfire and that mask is that, like, when you bleed yourself, you're gonna proc the effect. But then this game has diminishing, like diminishing effect of like if you bleed yourself too many times with the backfire, you become immune to bleed. So you don't even need like hazard protection, and you won't be proccing the mask if you had backfire on. So it's not really consistent. So it's like kind of like a gimmicky interaction, I guess, where like, yeah, like in theory you bleed yourself and stacks go up for a little bit, but oh, I lost my OSP.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound.
Single player story mode? I mean, you can pretty much solo the majority of the game. There are story missions, and you do play them in order when you first play the game for the first time. And there's a story difficulty, and you can solo it. Or choose to co-op it. It's not like a, like how like usual first person shooters have like a story mode or something. It's not like the storytelling is like as wild with it, I guess, but yeah, I mean, essentially there is a story mode. It's just the story difficulty for each mission. And the whole rest of the game is soloable. The only thing you can't do solo would be like the raids in the dungeons, but almost everything else is just like I have like what 2,700 hours in this game. I'd say probably like over 2,000 of those are solo. This one's combo got messed up. I missed those shots. That's right.
Agent killed.
The drops in game, they're usually shoved in your stash, but then there's also just like a lot of delay between your Twitch inventory, the claiming of the items in your inventory, and like how, whenever they decide to show up in game. But if you already have them all in your Twitch inventory, you had already claimed all of them, then just a matter of time. Should either show up eventually or, you know, it's not it's not consistent, it's not fast. Like, it's just, it should show up eventually. That's how this is supposed to work. Some games are a little bit faster about it, and this game isn't. I don't know.
Got a visual
It's
on
weird.
additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south.
Like if you did everything on your end to like,
It looks closed
you know,
from here.
did everything properly, then
Agent,
just
you'll
a
need
matter
to
of
find a
time.
way to open that gate.
New mask, blue screen ongoing. Yeah, I think the new mask, like, guess probably makes the most sense with something like that, but I also think that, do you really want the 24 weapon damage? And do you care about the other benefits of that particular exotic mask? Over a different exotic you could have in the same build. Because when I think about that mask, it's like, okay, it doesn't. If I used it on a red build, would I want to give up 6 crit chance and 12 crit damage to gain 24 weapon damage and some reload speed and some bonus armor and some status effect stuff? The sum total of the exotic, and how many stats it gives at max stacks, is like cool, but also like, do I need those benefits in my loadout? I think the part that irks me the most about it is the fact that it
All clear.
has like rainbow stats on there. Like if it said a status and hazard or whatever it's got on there, it had like
Check the interior while I get
just crit or something. So it's like have it reroll those stats. Like that'd be cool. You're doing what I'm doing, but it's not working for you. I mean, make sure your 2 characters are not friends and that they're not in the same guild. And then add the account to your friends list, and then remove them from friends today, and then it should start showing up as call for backups.
Damn it. The true sons have turned the memorial into
Have
a
build
base.
got anywhere? No. And if you're a new or returning player and haven't logged in like in the past
Can't access data on
couple
this
of months, you
location.
won't be able to like really fully copy this build anyway.
Walking into.
It's got at least 2 items that are limited time exclusives or something that you'd have to wait potentially weeks or months to be able to get again.
DC-62 detected.
So it's just like,
Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons.
it's all based on headhunters, so that's the
You gotta
any
find a way
sort of
close
build
to
that hits really hard per bullet is usually based on headshot damage with headhunter and stuff, so you could use that for any sort of like pistol or like rifle or sniper where the base damage of the gun is really high. You can replicate the concept pretty much any other gun that's in the same class.
According to the schematics, Isaac
Just
pulled
that
stairs.
the
You can
peak
lock that
overall
door
power
with
of it would be based on like these guns. This gun you can't get yet, and this knee pad you can't get right now. That's why I'm killing 2 dudes with 1 bullet. That part of it's pretty insane. Your expertise to every weapon, all skills 30, shades, so you have 70 caches sitting around? Damn, bro. You want to pass me some?
That should keep
I
it
could use
from
some.
getting
I could use some
blown
exotic
out of quarters.
components. I expertise my pistol build and my rifle build, and I could use some extras for my sniper build, and then I feel pretty satisfied.
team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
New Shepard rank achieved.
New Shepard rank achieved. Right down to the 6. I only have about 200 exotic components now, so we're looking a little slim. I'm looking a little slim. Alright, what about the project? Yeah, we still want these, right? I guess we can keep playing this one. The caches? Yeah, I don't have the caches that you have. That's the problem.
Endorsement received.
That's the problem. I don't have any more of those.
No longer in a group.
I didn't sit there and exploit my caches. Like, and I didn't sit there and hoard them either. Would have been good to have that kind of foresight back then, you know? I remember opening a bunch of them after the 999 thing went away, and I was like, oh, alright, just get this in my inventory. I could have thousands. But it's fine. You know, it's fine.
Backup request.
I'll just
Backup request.
I'll just shepherd my way to get some exotic components.
The memorial and remove the True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, the True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south.
I should probably go to the other spot, huh? I'll try that again.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Or just figure out how to set up myself. Another Grindman today. I think it's slowed down a bit since I did the entire Shepard event in the past, or whatever it's called. I got all the bonus levels. So it's slowing down a bit. At this point, I have every blueprint that I was missing. A lot of high level player masters see weapons gear and they're still ass. I mean, what are you talking about, PvP? Or like what?
All clear. I repeat, compound is all clear.
And that can't be all. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Yeah, this is just good for exotics for right now. So like that's like the last part about this that I think is still pretty good. Right, like, at first it's like, oh yeah, I want my caretaker. Then it's like, oh, I don't like the caretaker. But hey, there's exotic components and caches, and the caches are good. And then it was like, alright, let's rush as many of these caches as I can get. And now it's like, well, I have every blueprint, so now I just want exotic components. I don't have unlimited exotic components some other people do. So, you know, doing this a couple times, getting like plus 10 every time, that's cool.
Hear that? Come on, get noise. I'm not dying to help with the ammo count.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. Can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
I know Abiel's positioning. Yeah, I mean, a good build can't fix that.
Mannix Isaac pulled upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That's just something for being able to transport those mortars.
So I like lootishers though, because it's so, I just like, oh yeah, make your numbers go up and you just win. It's like, you still have to try. If the balance of the game is good anyway. That's the balance of the game is good, the highest difficulty, but you still have to worry about the fundamentals of being decent at a shooter. But then you play ARPGs or something, it's like, you just click and the whole screen explodes, like. Do you lose all your gear when you're down in the dark zone? No. What you lose is whatever you have in your contaminated bag. Like if you're like looting some of the dark zone, it goes like a little yellow bag on your backpack. That stuff would be dropping on the ground, but not like your actual gear.
You think closing the tunnel is smart? Fuck you. I'll make sure you rot down here.
So yeah, the whole dark zone, not like everything dropping on death. It's just whatever you were farming in the dark zone at the time. What was that T-pose? What the fuck?
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
Dude just started hovering.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure. We confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
You have received an endorsement.
You have received an endorsement.
You are no longer in a group.
Farming him for 36 hours? I would farm him harder if he would give me triple XP. Oh, that was like so much. That was so much dopamine earlier. Honestly, when that project was like triple boosted, that triple boost was sick. What's the color of my gear? I'm pretty sure it's like the rogue shader. It's very, it looks very clean. Yeah, it's like the rogue agent shader. Somewhere in here is buried. I have like hundreds of these things. Rogue agent. Very, very strong, like red orange. Mostly red kind of look. What should you focus on getting done being new to this game? Play through the game 1 through 40. And then once you're in game, work on builds. And then while you're working on builds, let's say you're farming Countdown, then like you can mark a lot of gear as junk and extract stuff and add it to your library. That's pretty big. And then everything else you can't add to your library, you could donate as junk into this thing. So you can do all of that in parallel while farming builds and like Countdown or something. Yeah, it's like one is doing the game and getting to end game, and then two is you know, basically just working on your builds and progressing that. And then another one is like leveling your Shade Watch. It's like at least 1,000. Wish I knew what this chest actually said on it. I don't know if that's like Chinese or Korean or something, but I guess it's not really very rounded. This is probably Chinese. Whatever it says on my chest. The LUD, it's a Mark 16. So I don't think it's that good. You would just use like a high-end AR with that talent on there instead if you wanted to. 3x XP, that's like in 17 hours. Talking about seasonal XP? This is going to be for the Seasons Pass. So like if you waited with like all your seasonal scouts and stuff, let's say even like your journey, and start doing it on the, you know, in 17 hours from now, it would zoom up so fast. We'll hit 100 pretty quick. But this right here, this is super worth maxing out. This is so free. How quickly I was grinding with this going on. Most have here. Like Dark Zone experience, like the hell is Dark Zone level 4 anymore? Like I don't know. County College. This usually gets abused pretty hard. And there's 5x XP over here, so you get like a pretty quick 1,000 levels next month. Like if you're completely new and or returning, you never got to 1,000 shade. This right here, that should juice you up tremendously like that. The 5x is insane. You'll just like see beams of light on your character constantly while you're leveling up. The 3x Shepherd thing is going to end tonight. You only have 17 hours left to like get the bonus XP going. Like that's why I was able to get like all my blueprints done. I got like so many exotic components because I did the entire Shepherd thing. It's also why I'm like a little bit down bad on exotic components too, because I've been spending so much of them. What was our season rank here? Hold on. Oh, right. I gotta do another of these. Distract the talking. I'm tired, and I keep forgetting to run it back. The journey, yeah, so if you are more limited on playtime, you can save things that give you a lot of seasonal experience, like the journey, for whenever they do like a seasonal XP thing, and then you do them then, and like it should multiply like everything. Now my season rank is 100, so like I'm done with that. So I don't know how much these give anymore, but there should be an orange number on these, and when you cash them in on like a, you know, like a season 3x or season 5x, like you can do like your entire season pass in like a couple hours. Like last season, that's what happened. I logged in when it was 5x. It took me like 2 hours, went to 100 like instantly. It's like, oh, okay, cool. Very, very, very fast when they have the events.
Backup request accepted.
It's very fast in the events.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. If they maintain this outpost, the True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Oh, you know about like the actual XP event? Yeah, like Lincoln's not bad. You could do that. There's better missions if you have people, or there's also the open world and Heroic 5 directives. That's like pretty good.
Compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
Like if you wanted to get that your 1000 level, that'd be like, okay, Heroic 5 directives open world's pretty good. There's probably some people that know how to like set up like, you know, legendary summit on whatever, I don't know, floor they do. I don't know. It's like, I don't know, last time I cared about farming shade, it was like Heroic 5 directives, like public executions are pretty strong. But ever since they changed how seasons work, because like back in the day, your seasons pass XP was dictated by like you getting shade levels. So like a new season, you basically rank up your shade like 100 times and you're done with the seasons pass. And now it has its own like XP system, so it's honestly healthier for the game, I guess. Dual pistols. I guess it'll look cool.
All clear. I repeat.
That was a thing.
Is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them.
Talents, Determined Headhunter, and Turmoil. Headhunter is the thing that makes my damage go up. Determined is the thing that makes like just body shot stuff, and Turmoil makes me kill 2 just 1 bullet. But then Turmoil is only available on an item that came out months ago. So if you don't have it, you can't do this. Load out the same way. Exclusive items are cool, right?
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
Yeah, this is...
An area beneath
If you've never seen the pistol build like this before, this is like... Stay
alert. Don't know what you're walking into.
At least basically 2 bug talents that have really dumb interactions that trivialize the game. Like it's pretty stupid. What's a good for build for beginners? Go for Striker gear set with an exotic St. Elmo's AR.
Heads up.
That's
chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True
that's
Sons
the best thing you could possibly be doing to start off with. And go right into her like challenging difficulty countdown. Use target loot, get yourself Striker, and then get yourself the AR. Shouldn't take too long, and it's like a pretty straightforward path to success, honestly. Good old Striker and Elmo. Nice and simple, functional loadout.
According to the schematics Isaac pulled upstairs, we can lock that tunnel door from their control center. That's what we'll be able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, don't tell new players to play a scale building countdown.
That should keep us getting more of those mortars.
They're gonna wonder why they're getting kicked if people are paying attention, or they're gonna wonder why the whole team is swiped. the mask for multi talents, that you can't get that until the end of the season, because that is from the master mission of the season. So basically, like towards the end of the season, right? Like all the scouts will be out. The master mission should unlock, and then like you gotta do that on master difficulty to get the mask, the exotic mask, the Tinker, that lets you have like multiple gun talents. So yeah, that mask is gonna be pretty cool, and that mask won't come out for a while.
The campus has taken position mission inside the memorial.
But that's how these last couple of seasons have been set up. They every season is like kind of like drip fed content that I basically don't do until the end of the season, and then I just slam it all in one session. That's how I've streamed this game for the past couple of years. I would log in, not on day one of a season, but I would log in on like the last week of a season and just do everything in one stream. Especially if it lines up with like an event or something, that's like pretty convenient.
New Shepard rank unlocked.
Caretaker. Do I just like give this my other account? I guess I could hold it, sure. Hey, Mr. New Player, take my caretaker. Thanks, Shepard. Here's an endorsement for being such a good guy. Alright, there we go. A little Shepard roleplay for you. Absolute cinema. Yeah, my tired ass doing some acting at 7 o'clock in the morning after being on all night. Yeah, it's great.
Meet me on the White House South Lawn. There's a helicopter prepped for us. We need to leave now.
Alright, let's delete some gear. I think on my next character I'm gonna make, I'm gonna switch over my rifle build instead. Fun detecting this game is definitely real time getting. I mean, that's just how the seasons work, but that's just how the seasons work, man. They've been like that every season the past couple of years. It's just that the last 3 seasons have this new model with the master mission, but before they had the master mission, it was just get 100 shade ranks every season, your battle pass is done, and you would still wait until the end of the season to like do like a whatever the seasonal mission is supposed to be. Now they have master difficulty at least, so that's cool. Alright, what am I being tagged in? What's this? Announcements. Oh, wow. Private servers in Dune Awakening. Private servers. Every server belongs to a world consisting of several other servers. They share the same social hubs and stuff. So like you have a local server and then you connected like the deep desert for the Wait, are private servers gonna be linked up with people? Private servers have less settings available to you than other games like Codename Exiles. When you rent a server, you're getting one of these private worlds, just like the official servers. Your private server belongs to a world consisting of other private servers. You can choose a world for your private server when you rent yours from a provider. So you can still play the Deep Desert and social hubs. Players do not rent or control social hubs or Deep Desert. They provide a server hosting company. So whoever you rent a server to has their own PvP area, I guess. Oh, so like if I was a guy making my own Dune private servers, I could customize how the PvP worked on that server and stuff. So it'd be better to be the guy providing the servers, I guess. You'd be like, oh, I'm running private servers for like custom PvP or something, I guess. I don't know. The third-party server provider is allowed to make disable security zones entirely, make all of the Haga Basin PvP enabled. Oh, so private servers gonna be like could be like full-blown PvP if they wanted to, instead of the official servers. Disable taxation, disable sandstorms. You can rent a server. Well, you would have to be like the server provider, I guess. So you gotta be the third-party server provider that owns all of this shit, and then sells servers like this to other people to be a part of your world that's pure PvE or something. You can visit other servers in your world when playing official. You can do the same with private servers. Wait, what? If you visit a private server, you can even claim lands? Huh. It's kind of weird that they can, like, do that. Because, like, the way this game is set up, Dune Awakening, is, like, really interesting. You have, like, a social village server. You have, like... Well, I guess there's 2 cities. Arco Village, I think that's the first city down south. Eric, we never got to see that in the test server. And the Deep Desert's supposed to be, like, some gigantic-ass, like, PvP map, so... Interesting. That'd be cool. I feel like the private server idea they have there is interesting. But it's weird that like you can take your character off official servers and also go over there too. And 7 Seal, yeah, you're just talking about the base damage though, right? Like we're talking about actual DPS, like your damage per bullet will look pretty cool in the LUD, but like your damage over time, mathematically speaking, will be a little bit different. Like the Mark 16 last I saw was Mark 16 was like kind of like always one of the worst ARs in the game. If you didn't have an extended mag back in 2019, it was a good AR because you wanted to get as much damage out of your gun as possible with the little bullets you had, but alright, let's put our important loadout in here and we can delete the character. Private servers. That's the thing though, the private servers in Dune are a little bit different because when you're buying a private server, you're buying like a 40 slot of the first map of the game. So you can just have some custom rules for it. Which could have, you know, all the little tiny PvP landmarks disabled. But like the true PvP is the giant deep desert. And that deep desert is controlled by the people who sell the private servers. So that's a little bit different. Because like you would expect to be able to buy like a deep desert server or something and have like a custom setup where like, I don't know, imagine the deep desert's got different PvP that can be modified, and it's got like, if you had more control over, I don't know, where your houses are supposed to go, where the PvP is supposed to happen. It's weird. So like the server providers could be like, oh, I'm a server provider that has like the big dick PvP servers, and then they could be a server provider that's like, oh, this is like the PV one. Like the entire provider, I guess, would
Agent requesting
have to
backup.
choose how to set that up. It's weird. That's pretty weird. Let's delete you. I spent a lot of time on that character. Wow. It definitely got slowed down. Another bald dude.
We took things for granted. We expected.
Incoming alert on the SHD emergency channel.
You're a returning player, but how do you have an empty stash? Just relog.
Base of operations is under attack.
There's a bug with the stash right now where it shows up as like not having anything in it. Just
Near need of
relog.
immediate assistance. Repeat,
Like log out of the character, log back in,
immediate
check the
assistance
stash
from any
again.
agents.
Like nothing of yours should be gone. It should still be there. It's just like a weird bug currently. Now this game doesn't have cross save, so if you think like, you know, if you're a returning player, you were like on console, then like you came over to PC or something, then there's no cross save. But if you were on the same platform, then yeah, it's just like it's like a stash bug that like visual in nature, I guess. Just gotta relog it to reload the stash.
All government personnel. The White House
And that flashbang effect, I don't know what's up with that.
this is not a drill.
It's been in the game for a while. It's like it doesn't know how to load the rest of the map for me.
I've got eyes on a division agent heading north toward the White House. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed this way.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency, keep pushing forward and blindside these bastards.
Oh, you want like a full reset of your stash? You would have to like, I guess just delete everything. I don't think there's any like automatic way to clear that out. You would have to manually go in there, open the box, and delete stuff. Mark everything as junk and dismantle, I guess. I don't know when it is when you last played, so like, you know, they could have some stuff in there that may be cool, but if you want to go nuclear option, yeah, you just go in your stash, mark everything as junk, and dismantle. Alright, so we're gonna go in here, do the usual boost, but I'm gonna go to my main after this and check on his gear. And then I need to find a more optimal strat for Shepard rank now.
By the way, Agent,
Like, am I really gonna go do oxidizer stuff?
Quartermaster. He can get you set up with some division tech. You're gonna need the edge.
We got a new skill for you. Which one do you want?
even once humans gonna have private servers, we have control over stuff and potentially getting rid of the time gating. Hey, if you can do a private server with the time gating, that's huge. Because remember the time gating thing in Once Human was so dumb, man. I hated that so much.
You'll have to do this block by block, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
Time gating in most games is pretty stupid. Like hell, even with seasonal content, it's like I gotta wait until the end of the season to do stuff. Like, alright, I was logging in, I guess. What am I looking for? A store. I mean, when Once Human came out, first Ascendant was coming out, so it was like a hard skip for me. Like, launch first Ascendant was pretty crazy. Of course, again, that game now is just like I can't really respect skill at all.
Agent, when you got a minute, come and see me at the White House. I'm working on some new equipment and could use your help.
Coop's got an upgrade to your tech. You should visit the quartermaster. I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer.
Kelso had to go. Chat. Oh, we love to hear it, don't we? We love to hear it. I mean, we played Throne of Liberty at the right time, man. That's why I played it hard as hell. There was nothing else going on. It was fresh. All the boys were on it. That's just it. Every single game that comes out, especially multiplayer ones, like, well, specifically multiplayer ones, you gotta play them day one or you're probably not gonna play them all. That's how it is. Yeah, what up, King? Where you been, dude? Where you been, dude? I'm looking at your chat history right now. Fucking hell, dude. Where you been? You've been gone for like 3 years. Where you been? Holy shit, you've been gone for a while. This guy found me back in the Div 2 days. And then Div 2 fell off. And then Outriders happened. And then I don't know where you went, but now he's back. That's the summary I get looking at like the history there. Is there a way to fix the level 40 boost? I don't know what this issue is with it. All I know is that you would go to your store, you go to add-ons and like click it and press spacebar on it. So I guess it's set to for you to be like level 1 or something, or like I don't know. It's probably set to be like level 30 or less, maybe, and maybe that's why you're having a problem. But if you are level 30, what you can do to level up pretty fast normally is go solo like the landmarks in the Dark Zone, and that should be like a pretty quick way of getting the 40. Yeah, just gotta play the game since I guess you got the 33 and you're like, fuck, I just want to be 40. But yeah, if you solo landmarks in the Dark Zone, that should be pretty fast. Imagine having to play the game. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Best gear in the city. Come take a look.
Yo, Griff, 16 months. Welcome back, man. Thank you. Yeah, it's fun to like when people say they come back or whatever. I'm just like shit. How long has it been? Because I remember that name, but it's been a while. Time's a blur. Yeah, where's Stabbing King at, man? He said hello and now he's gone. Where'd he go? It's been like literal years since he came in. He said I'm back and then tipped. Where'd he go? Come back in 3 years? Yeah, I guess so. He'll be back in Div 3. Yeah, Dad was back with the milk for about 5 seconds, then he's gone again. Paid actor. Everyone's a paid actor, I guess. These earbuds, these are Bose QC20s. They don't make them anymore for some reason, but they're like the best earbuds I've ever worn. Or do they make them again now? Wait a second, they bring them back? Or do they redo them? Yeah, looks like they redid them a little bit. Wait, no, these are buy used. The used ones are on Amazon. I thought these were new, but no, these are used ones. Why the hell would you buy used earbuds, dude? That's just that's fucked up. Buy used earbuds, like what? Who the hell would buy used earbuds? That's fucked up. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I was like shocked for a second. I looked up my earbuds. I was like, wait, they're in stock on Amazon, and it says used. Like, no, that ain't it. That ain't it, man. I don't know. It's basically this brand, and it's oh fuck, that's bright. It's this brand, and they released back in 2015. I bought mine in like 2020-ish. Oh, like what happened to them? Should see. Like, why are these guys not selling like wired ones anymore? Like, what happened? They're only doing wireless now. Yeah, that's fucked up. For what I'm wearing right now, like these are wired, but they're obviously good for gaming because like you can stay plugged in the whole time for how long I stream, of course. But wireless? How is this even gonna last? Long-lasting battery? Yeah, does it last for 34 hours straight? I gotta doubt it. Battery life 8.5 hours, battery charge time 1.5. Like, if I had to switch to these for some reason, I think I would have to buy 2 pairs and let them like charge, like have one set, wear them, swap out the other set when the battery dies. And just rotate them, yeah. God, that would suck. That's so stupid. Nah, I would literally have to have 2 pairs. If I was forced into like, if these earbuds ever like, if I fuck up the cord or something, they break. If I can't fix them, then that's so stupid that they don't make the wired ones anymore. But yeah, these guys have really comfortable earbuds. Like this, well, I'm not gonna say anything about these ones, but I haven't obviously gonna try these. These don't even look that comfortable. The ones I have on have like this thing that kind of like fits into like the rest of your ear and just holds them in there, and they're comfortable. These do not look like they would stay in my ears. Tactics, someone with the 2 months in the prime. Welcome back. Thank you. Yeah, they're planning on them just dying for you. Yeah, that sucks. I'm looking at this now. I'm like, this is sad. The earbud, I swear to God, every pro player I know from like my time in playing PUBG and stuff, everyone bought these. Like these Bose QC20s are goated for like actual LAN tournaments, because the way that esports LANs work is that you have earbuds and then they put like noise canceling headsets over your stuff. So like you don't even play with like a proper gaming headset like you would at home or something. It's like you're just playing with earbuds all the time. And at the LAN events, they give them like all the noise canceling headsets, because you're like in an arena or something. It might not be a noise canceled booth or anything like that, and ideally they want you to be able to hear the casters or something. But yeah, this is that's unfortunate. Earbuds similar to Bose QC20s. Let's see. The first thing I see the post saying, any alternative? Noise canceling wired earbuds similar cushion design. This guy went to Sicily. Someone stole his backpack with a MacBook, AirPods, and most thing he's pissed about is losing his QC20s. There's stocks of there's new old stock supplies on eBay. Huh. No one's finding it. Everyone's just saying, like, everyone's praising the hell out of these things because they're really good. Well, I was curious, because, like, if I ever actually lose these or break them. Yeah. So, yeah, I definitely made the right purchase on it. I mean, these are pretty crazy. I just wish I had the foresight to like buy a second pair. Some people are like trying to buy them on eBay. Yeah. So yeah, you can't get the earbuds I have, but man, they are good. Every single person that I've seen in those review posts are all saying it's good. I'll switch the build.
Agent, priority objective available.
Safe area detected.
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go.
Kelso had to go again. Kelso had to go again, man.
Incoming backup request.
Alright, so what do we want to do here? 10 weapon damage, 30 headshot. We're just get the exotic holster. I'm thinking. I mean, I got this whole thing, I guess. Where'd she go? Oh, yeah, Kelso's just farming gear. She's in Countdown. Kelso had to go. She's in the mines. She's trying to catch up to me because I'm like going for the employee of the month over there, and how much Countdown I've played the past 2 weeks. She's got a lot of work to do. She wants to catch up. For the past 2 weeks, I've done so much Countdown. I've gotten over like 40,000 Countdown currency. This is like 200 exotics worth or something. So, yeah, she's got work to do. She's got work to do, man. Oh, that's not it. Fuck. Equip that first, then I have to do that. Then I have to do send stash. Is Memento backpack a random drop? Yes. You can farm it with target loot and Countdown. That's pretty good. I actually did a Countdown run at the start of the stream, right? And I got 2 Memento bags in the same run, and I gave one to somebody and then deleted the other one because no one else needed one. I play on PC, and the way I do my backup runs is I have a second account on a laptop next to me, and I basically carry myself. Other players don't have to be 40, but because the whole point of call for backup is supposed to be new players asking to be carried. $200. I mean, did you do all 300 hours with backpack target loot? 'Cause there's no way, right? That's crazy. Div 3 trailer when? Probably next year at the absolute earliest. My guess. Like, if I think that the game will come out in 2027, then the trailers have to start dropping in 2026. So we'll see. We'll see where they're at. James Bond game? Wait, what James Bond game? Hold on, James Bond game.
Priority objective available, Agent.
Safe area entered.
Oh shit, is it this?
Agent, I need to debrief with Schaefer. Kelso had to go. Said it was safer for us if she's not here.
Product 007. Yo. I don't see any info on here, but that's cool. I don't think I noticed it in my gaming forum on Discord. Is it just in the it's not a thread, I guess it's in the actual gaming style. Oh, you literally wait, what is this? 007 First Light. It's crazy that, like, you know, when you think about GoldenEye and N64, like how hot that was back in the day, and then like, how is there not more James Bond games that are worth a damn, right? Like, and now we finally have this. So that's cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. I mean, I'm gonna play that on principle of it just being 007. Like, that's cool. Wait a second. Am I gonna do harvest? The countdown cheaters, isn't that crazy? People cheating in PvE is wild. That's so wild. In PvE in a multiplayer game, they're like, yeah. Just like that one guy we saw with the TAC 50, shooting like 5 50 cal rounds at the same time. Crazy. See, that one's there. Okay, so we're playing with pistol. Now we're gonna check out playing with rifle. Game Fest stuff? I don't know what to expect at all. I have no idea.
Hey, I'm out of blueprints, but can I help you craft something? I'll see you another time.
Oh, right. I guess I just played this unmodded. Yeah, screw it. Like, I'm gonna play Dune on stream, and then we're playing Arc Raiders, so like, I don't know what else is gonna go on the Game Fest. I have no idea. I just figure, hey, somebody will say something on my Discord. If we're gonna be that deep in the grind, there's just no way I'm gonna like stop playing a new game to watch the fest, right? Like, there's too much going on. There's too much going on. So you guys can tell me what's going on. I'll be deep in the end game trying to grind. I'll probably look and feel like a total zombie when that happens. I'm already still tired playing this game. I'm just, my schedule's a mess. Yeah, I fully expect our Discord gaming forum to be like pretty stacked up with discussion about it. I've been liking that our Discord's been pretty good about this stuff. Oh yeah, PUBG 2.0, man. If that happens, my god. It's gonna be really funny going into the game again if that happens. It's gonna take a lot of work to get caught up though. Alright, so we got the rifle loadouts. Am I doing more of this mission? Actually, yeah, I guess I should. Yeah, so they have like a top-down game. I don't really care about that though. Then there's like supposed to be an extraction version. So I don't know. There's a lot of like games that have PUBG in the name. And honestly, I just want PUBG 2, man. Cool to revisit that. If it be cool to revisit that if it's an actual fresh game and not just, you know.
Agent in need of backup.
Not just like some new update for like original PUBG, but like a whole ass new version of it.
Backup request.
If you buy Brooklyn DLC, it comes with like a level 40 boost. Like you can skip right to it if you wanted to, but if you're completely new, I wouldn't do that. Like the whole point of your initial experience with this game should be to go through all the story stuff and see what the hell the game's about before you're just a countdown farmer. Like, that's the other thing too. It's like, because you're gonna spend so much time grinding like stuff in game just to try different builds.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound.
It would also just be good if, you know,
There's a gate between you.
if you wanted to enjoy your first playthrough, you should probably try that stuff.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
I mean, if you want to play the DLC, are you trying to do the base game or the DLC? Just a few shots. I guess the pistol clears this a little bit more consistently.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
The request, you're gonna want to matchmake for calls for backup. If you're not working with anybody or don't have a second account, then the most reliable way would be dead. The most reliable way would be matchmaking calls for backup. Pistol builds like way faster.
Agent deceased.
So if you go to the SHC or the matchmaking tab, there's a matchmaking tab up here. You go to your map, you go to the matchmaking tab, there's like a random call for backup, you would just queue that. But if you want reliability, then you either have a second account like I do, or you have a friend and you basically carry each other.
We need you to secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True
There's still a
Sons
lot
will
of
be a direct
people
threat to the campus.
that are new to the game that don't even know the call for backup system exists. So the call for backup system is supposed to be how, you know, new players ask to be carried or whatever.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I'm sure a lot of them that are new don't know it's there.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
900 Q, game's popping, man.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Either game's popping or somebody's doing some log in, log out macro for some kind of bug. Or exploit or whatever.
Serious trauma detected.
Whoops. I messed up my combo.
Vital signs critical.
180 grenade
Agent
launcher.
down.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior
Oh,
while I get
keep
Henry's
that.
people to maintain the perimeter.
I can keep that. What rifle is this? The 1886. It's the highest base damage rifle in the game. Which is why it's used for a headhunter build. I'm basically running around with a cowboy rifle and eventually scale the damage up high enough to where it one-shots. Only if you play it right.
What was that noise? I'll go ahead and take a look.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, okay.
Agent
He
incapacitated.
just kept shooting. This has the damage to do it, but
Agent deceased.
is the rifle exclusive? No. It's just one of the many rifle types in the game.
We need you to secure the memorial
Is it
and
high
remove
end?
the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
The only thing that's exclusive about the load I have on right now would be like the knee pads that let me kill 2 dudes with 1 bullet. The fuck is...
Immediate medical assistance
I hate this
needed.
gun's reload. It's so delayed when I want to shoot again.
Agent
Got a visual on additional additional hostiles in the memorial compound.
If you get caught in a reload animation of this gun, and you shoot, you click the trigger, it's
It
like
looks closed from here.
Agent,
a
you
little
need to
delayed.
find a way to open that gate.
PoE. Honestly, covering PoE on stream is like only worth if there's nothing else going on. Cool game to grind, but content wise, I don't think. I think the ARPG space is way too saturated, to say the least. As somebody who streams. If you're not working for like one of those websites that has builds on it, there's no point in being there. You got every commendation in the game except the one that's bugged. Missed. Bad luck on this one.
Serious.
Not bad.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them.
Am I getting credit?
Where will I get Henry's people to meet?
I just do. It just works. I don't know how to explain it. It's just the mission gets done, march is completed. I get my Shepard credit, even though the guy doesn't get experience, and it just works. I don't know. The Shepard system is weird like that. I don't know what it is about this load up, but the pistol one's way more satisfying to play.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
You have to not be friends, so
Access data on this
you can't be in the same clan and you can't be friends, and that's it. Then as far as my account is concerned, it's just a stranger. But the way I triggered the call for backups into showing up instantly is like you add them as a friend and then remove them as a friend. After you've done that, then like for the rest of that day, you should be able to like see their calls for backup instantly.
Those shells as chemical weapons.
So like let's say you had a friend,
True Sons escaped with those.
you don't have 2 accounts yourself, but you have a friend who can hook you up with something that can be carried, so you can get yourself some Shepard ranks, right? You do exactly what I did, right? You would just have each other like add each other and then like remove each other.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
And then after you've done that, the call for backup should pretty much be like almost like forwarded directly to your map as soon as you see him. As soon as he does them. You've been bringing the Yalt into the mission. Why is this outside the mission? It just works. I don't know.
Pulled upstairs.
Just
Lock
works.
that tunnel door from their control center. That should keep them from being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Signs critical.
Dude, I don't know what it is about playing rifle, but I swear to God, playing pistol is like, it feels so much better. No armor on kill. We don't need armor on kill where we're going.
More of those mortars.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you! You I'ma do you right down here.
Well, it has enough damage to one shot that. That's cool. So that's the better part about rifle, more damage.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is taking position.
So like this
inside
build
the
is
memorial.
theoretically better. The pistol one, if things get spongy enough. They're like the reload animation catch you in a bad position.
weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you
Oh,
how
look at that. Stabbing came with 28-month resub. Thank you, man. Back after 3 years, dropping a resub. Look at that. Crazy.
Confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the
Division
campus.
2's back. He's back.
Proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
Another agent has endorsed you. Endorsement received. You are no longer in a group.
Look at that. Took a bit though. Gotta queue another one. Yeah, some of like the Shepherd rank stuff, it's like, as long as you're in there doing the call for backup and some activity gets cleared, it's... Shepherd XP may or may not be also based on time. I don't know. It's a weird system. I haven't bothered with it until like just now.
Backup request acknowledged.
One play the DLC and struggle to keep going. I mean, did you do the hunters, or you're involved in like to figure out the hunter stuff at all? Because like I feel like that's what carried the DLC for me. I ran it through the entire open world to like explore it, and to find hunter stuff. Like that part was pretty cool.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between.
Where's my build? It's nowhere. I haven't posted any build videos in this game in like 5
Find
years.
a way to open that gate.
But what you're looking for
Secure the memorial and remove the True Sons forces.
are two talents called Headhunter and Determined. And another item I have in this loadout. It's called Turmoil, but you can't get Turmoil if you don't have it. I made any build videos in a while. Somebody that has a stream because Twitch ops are on, especially, it's kind of like, well, videos have to either wait or be made on stream. I'm a streamer, not a YouTuber, man. Pistol Brands, I've been playing pistol build this whole time.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them.
I literally just put on the rifle build. Like for this run, I've been playing the pistol build for like 20 hours straight. But rifle hits harder.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base.
Anyway, to look at the build, well, my builds aren't anywhere to be found because I haven't posted them on YouTube.
Isaac can't access data on this.
But like I said, everything there's two types of build in this game. If you want a quick summary to catch up, there's for a gun build, it's either you're playing a crit build or you're playing a headshot build. A crit build that wants to do the most damage is going to play striker. Simple. A headshot build is going to play with the head and tail on the chest.
Isaac just ID'd those
So
shells as chemical weapons. Can't
that
afford to
covers
lose them.
just about every good damage build in the
Gotta find a way
game.
to close up that tunnel.
That one distinction covers all the good damage red builds. The Twitch drop stuff, you can go to your Twitch inventory and you'll see the progress of like how it accumulates in your Twitch inventory. If everything's linked up, then then like the whole part of like claiming it and seeing it in game is just like an inconsistent thing. It's just kind of like it shows up eventually after you claimed it. That's not instant. Yeah, you should be able to like go like SMD target loot if you want to backfire.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
Switch up the rifle. Yeah, I mean it's the premise of the entire loadout is the same, right? Just that rifle has higher base damage, so there are times where like I have enough damage to one-shot those. Just couldn't do that. I fucking missed.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us.
You can do the same thing with sniper rifles too. But snipers are slower because you have to like, you know, zoom in and wait for the accuracy to set up properly.
Dealt a great blow to the True Sons
I think pistols are the most fun, the three,
weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the
but they don't have as high of a damage ceiling as the rifles and snipers do.
Another agent has endorsed you.
I used to run a build like this back in like 2020 as well. Like I'd had it, like basically the same loadout, it just didn't scale as well as it does these days. Because these days they gave us like all these new brand sets and set bonuses that give you so much more weapon damage that we didn't have before. So
Backup request accepted.
but like it's honestly been like very similar since like the start. It's that distinction I was saying earlier. It's like the damage build is either crit or headshot, and then headshot is just like always gonna be good with the head under talent on the chest piece. So a million different variations you could do that'll all work. And there is such a thing as doing too much damage, so once you're doing more than enough damage to one-shot something, where maybe you're doing basically double the damage to one-shot something, then you might as well, if you have the item, then use turmoil. What the hell happened to my one-shot protection there? That's weird.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Expertise? My expertise is maxed out. I got plus 30 on like everything. I went hard as fuck on this game the past like 2 to 3 weeks. I went damn on everything to get caught up. What's a shotgun?
Agent down.
Oh, rip.
Agent vital signs 0.
You should know your expertise last week, dude. 2 weeks ago. If you had had no Shade Watch level, you would have had all these resources. You would have just brute forced it with printer filament. But now, I don't know. It's gonna take a while. Damage him?
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
What? I got the stack. Between the exo cache and blueprint stuff, you've done like 2 years of catching up in a matter of weeks. Yeah. And I even have the Habsburg unicorn pieces too, which is fucking crazy. That's like the... I found like what, at least 2 13% PFE mods in Countdown and both Habsburg unicorn pieces in Countdown. It's actually really gross. I'm seeing like the statistics of like, so that's a...
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
That can't be
Like
all.
I'm basically almost maxed out for Division 3.
I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
You watch you play Div 1, long time start Div 2. If you're just starting Div 2 after Div 1, yeah, I mean it's different, right? Because there's like a lot of subtle stuff in this combat you're not gonna get in other games. Got like NPCs movement stuff.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. Just stay on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
You hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not dying to help with the ammo count.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta
Yeah,
find
I don't know, the whole technique of well, so like if you're trying to get into your own match, you're not gonna matchmake. The whole idea is you add yourself as a friend on, you know, both ends, and then like you remove the friend, and then when they do a call for backup, you look at the map. On this map, SHD map, you zoom in on, like, let's say you're doing this, right? You'll see the orange circle with an exclamation point, and you'll just accept there. If you have 2 accounts, you're not gonna get this. We're gonna just look at the map and press the button. I mean, if you're running both accounts on the same connection, same platform, and you're doing what I'm doing, it should work. So, I don't know. That's how I'm able to make mine work.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Any tips for leveling? Just do main missions. That's the most important thing. Main missions first, side quests second if you need extra XP.
That should keep them from getting more of those
And that about covers it.
You think closing the tunnel was smart? Fuck you. I'll make sure you rot down here.
Good work. Go on and head back up.
That combo looks
The
funny.
campus is taking position inside the memorial.
Pop the armor and get the sacks again, pop his face.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
I know I'm playing like a lot of Division 2 lately and stuff, but do we have any like MMO enjoyers in chat? Neither. I know it's like kind of different than playing a game like this, but do we have people that care about Chrono Odyssey? That's what I'm asking. So it's like another the game we're most likely to cover.
Agent down. Another agent has endorsed you. You are no longer in a group.
You're still having this determined how broken it is? Yeah, that's fucking stupid. It determined is game breaking. This talent basically turns you into like an FPS pro without having a headshot. That's what that is. Stupid. You won't ever play Div 2 though? Oh man, you won't ever play Div 2. What happened? Why not? What did Div 2 ever do to you? Oops.
Backup request.
Kitty mask? Yeah, you still get it. How do you know what to dismantle, what to keep for later? Usually if you know. I mean, if you're not level 40, you basically don't care. That's one thing. If it's not level 40, it doesn't matter, so just dismantle and or sell everything. Probably just dismantle everything on the way up to 40. I hit that, sick.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Builds for DPS. I mean, Striker's a good one. Striker's a good one. If you're dying too much, it's not really not always a DPS problem. It's probably just like a positioning and playstyle problem. If you're still learning, then like you also try Heartbreaker. Oh, the call for backup requests, I always put that on everybody, not friends and clanmates. Also the other account can't be on your friends list or in your clan, so. Oh. Okay. I'm getting lazy with my shots.
Serious trauma detected.
All clear. I repeat, compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior.
Alright, April Fool
where I
knee
can
pad still available?
the
Nope.
perimeter.
One of the most broken items in the game, no longer available. Ready for my coyote? Just go to countdown, target loot on mass. If there's an item you need in this game, it's probably in countdown. That's usually the answer. My god. Reload!
True Sons have turned the memorial
Do I have every
into a base.
blueprint right now? I do, yeah. The only blueprint I don't have is the Cavalier 6-piece set, which came for like a season's pass like a while ago that I didn't do, I guess. Which is pretty stupid. I mean, collectible wise, it's not hard to farm the set, but like it's dumb that there's things that I can't get because they were there a long time ago. Like this game has that problem, you know what I mean? There's shit you can't get because you weren't there,
Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical
which
weapons.
should be available somewhere in the game. You should always be able to farm something in the game if it exists. Like it's gonna, that part of the game is it's not healthy. Should you buy Warlords or just last DLC? I mean, they're both worth having if you want all the exclusive stuff from them and if you want to play the full story of like know what the hell's going on in the game. So I'd say you should probably just have all of it and then play through the game and see what you missed.
Being able to transport those mortars loaded with DC-62.
Yeah, I mean, when you're seeing what I'm doing with these knee pads, it's just like, what the fuck? Broken ass item.
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
Smart? Fuck you. You slot yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
Good work. Go on and back up. The team from the campus
That's a
take
cool
position
lineup.
inside the memorial.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know they would have used those weapons on us, and we would have ended up like Castle. I can't tell you how relieved I am to have you on our side. Thank you.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure.
Reconstruct the
We confiscated
caches.
a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud. You saved a lot of lives today.
You have earned the title of Shepherd. Endorsement received. You are no longer in a group.
What's this build? It's like the same thing I was doing with my pistol earlier, but with a rifle. Just, it's a headhunter rifle build. Oh.
In need of backup. Backup
It's pretty cool. You can do the same thing with snipers and pistols. It's just that as they add new brands to the game and whatnot, like one of them usually ends up having a little bit more damage than the rest. Snipers always have the most, but it's like the slowest to play, I guess. Pistols having
Memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost.
a lot is nice.
True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
Pistols are probably the most fun to play.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you. It looks closed from here.
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
Ninja bike with all the handling at that, you know, that's what you need, you know, it works. Just think about, again, that's why I always just say it's like, it's literally just headhunter with the rifle, because like you can like do basically almost any combination. It's just, if you're respecting the rules of what the headhunter needs, which is just weapon damage and headshot damage, then you want to lose a little damage, do something else, you know, it just works. It just works. Wait.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.
Invisible grenade. The hell I hit both those weak points like that.
Damn it. The True Sons have turned the memorial into a base. Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. Have to know what you're walking into.
DC-62 detected.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons. We can't afford to let the True Sons escape with those. You gotta find a way to close up that tunnel.
Aw. Come on. Oh. Oh, hello. I'm sorry we don't have a crazy raid alert or anything, but
Lock that tunnel door from their control center. That's what keeps them from being able to transport those boarders loaded with DC-62.
hope you had a good stream. Just kind of just sitting here farming, shooting things. Messing with the rifle build. I am running the Shepherd project over and over and over again. I'll follow her, giving her a shout out. Appreciate it. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, and I would imagine you're like endgame now, right? I think last time I checked, you're on the way to 40. Do people have you farming like countdown or something yet? Is that guy already dead? Oh, yeah. Holy shit.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus is
Oh, you're trying descent. Okay. Yeah, that's where you have to like.
If you hadn't stopped them,
Descent is where
those weapons on us.
you don't have the power of your gear anymore, so you kind of have to
I can't tell you how relieved I am.
get a real good grasp of the fundamentals of the gunplay and stuff.
Thank you.
How the AI works, that's for sure.
Today, we dealt a great blow to the True Sons infrastructure.
That's cool.
Confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus.
And then like the talents, you have to make like decent decisions on like, I guess I don't know how to scale your damage up in that one, but it's cool.
Another agent has
I've done a little bit too much of it, so I'm not really trying to run it anymore.
in a group.
But then I say that and I'm sitting here, I've done like, I don't know how many hundreds of runs of this today or yesterday and today combined, and what keeps me entertained, I guess, is just like how I'm shooting faces off and whatnot. To catch you guys up, I have 2 accounts. So I have a laptop next to me, and I'm basically carrying myself for Shepherd stuff.
Accepting
That's
backup
cool.
request.
You know, getting the exotic components stacked up a little bit. I spent like 900 of them today, plus 30 all my gear, so I feel a little broke. Yeah, if you have 2 accounts and 2 machines, this project, it's only going to last for another week. You should be 100% doing this. 100%. If you're like an in-game player and you even have 2 accounts, or like you have a friend that can help you, like, bro, this Shepherd thing is crazy. Yeah, I think you should have been doing it today, and you probably should do it today for like next, like how many hours the triple experience thing is going for, because like within an hour,
Vital signs critical.
let's say 50 minutes, like you can do Shepherd rank 1 to like 8 and get
Got a visual on additional
6 blueprints and
hostiles
like
in the
80
memorial compound.
exotic components.
They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
But now that I've already done all the triple XP stuff, it takes like 2-3 hours. A build that works everywhere. Your first build obviously should be Striker. Then if you want more survivability, you can look into Heartbreaker, which will be similar to Striker. It's like has some survivability. Then it's like if you want to, you know, if you want some range and you want some big numbers, then you're looking to like, let's say a Sniper Hotshot build. You can try that.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
How did that kill him?
No, that can't be all of them. Check the
Oh,
interior
I guess it's
while
the
I
body.
get these people to maintain the perimeter.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, of course. What are you doing, Mr. Nut?
Damn it.
What are you doing, man? Why are you just going off being toxic in other discords? What the? What are you doing?
Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
Hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not dying to help with the ammo count.
DC-6.
Okay, now I don't even know who you're talking about.
Heads up. Isaac just ID'd those shells as chemical weapons.
Wait, man, you're eating up that content creator drama for real, man. You gotta chill. Oh god. Aw. Like too far left. I know she read it earlier, but how do I say her stream name? Is it Kilani or Kilani or like?
Their control center.
I was sitting there thinking like, man, I don't know how to pronounce her streamer name. She read me earlier. Hey, you know her? Is she still here?
That should keep them from getting more of those mortars.
You think close Fuck you! You locked yourself in with us. I'll make sure you rot down here.
I've already killed that guy in the closet? That's crazy.
Good work. Go on and head back up.
I messed up. It's still got
Take
a one
position
shot.
inside the memorial.
Yellow weapons are exotic. All my weapons are yellow.
If you
Damn, bro's out of his friend.
use those weapons on us,
I didn't say a name.
up like
He said friend. But maybe he's talking about himself, man. I don't know.
you on our side.
Couple more days till Dune. Oh yeah.
Great blow to
A couple more days till Dune.
confiscated a massive cache of chemical weapons and eliminated a stronghold near the campus. You should be proud.
Couple more days, man.
Today.
And then like my ass can be grinding. It's going from grinding this game like to where I basically feel like a corpse every day to like a new game feeling like a corpse to some of the Arc Raiders still feeling like a corpse. So I don't know when I get to like leave my house. I haven't touched grass in like a month. Okay, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll like do something 4th of July and then come back to not touching grass. I guess that's what's gonna happen. I haven't left my house in forever, dude. I just know the inside of these walls and all these different games. Like I just know the inside of Lincoln now. Last week it was all about Countdown. It's crazy. I don't have time. I just sit here and grind the whole time.
Request accepted.
Yeah, Woods was in here. Then he made a video on it. Fine by me, man. I don't farm YouTube, so I should. Because it's something worth doing.
Memorial and remove the True Sons forces. They maintain this outpost. The True Sons will be a direct threat to the campus.
What's crazy is that Woods wasn't paying attention. He deleted his turmoil. You know how fucking messed up that is?
Immediate medical assistance.
My man was so fried grinding the stream and asking questions and stuff that like deleted his character with an entire pistol build on it and lost his turmoil. That's the hard part.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south.
After a month of not touching grass, you're to lose it? What do you mean?
Closed from here.
Agent,
If you got nothing to play, then sure, but if you got something to play, time be flying.
This one's mine.
Yeah, I mean, I stream, so that actually does help a lot. Chad, do you realize that whatever I do on stream might be your entertainment, but whatever you say in my chat is my entertainment? Okay, you guys gotta chat more. Y'all need to chat more, okay? keep the grind alive. Fucking, what is this? Roll off. Yes. Maybe a shotgun that dead.
Trauma detected.
Rip.
Agent out of action. Agent deceased.
My build is nowhere to be found. I have not had time to make any build videos. I wake up, I stream, I become a corpse on stream, and then I fall asleep.
They maintain this outpost. The True Sons are a direct threat to the campus.
Chat, don't bait the new people in a type of build now. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it.
Got a visual on additional hostiles in the memorial compound. They're moving south. There's a gate between you.
You know what I gotta ask?
Agent, you'll need to find a way to open that gate.
I gotta figure out how she set up those like filter camera things. Those are pretty cool. Some drama, man. You got all the drama. This man is an upcoming Division 2 drama tuber. It's kind of crazy. The automod pop up? What the automod pop up? Are you talking about like when I got raided? Does something show up? I have no idea what the mod view looks like on Twitch. Stop gravitating to the wall, man.
All clear. I repeat, the compound is all clear.
No, that can't be all of them. Check the interior while I get Henry's people to maintain the perimeter.